Chapter 2801. You have to stay alive. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Dragon King ants gathered together and resembled mountains. But they scattered away after the Mirage Dragon King and Mother had died. Some went into the ocean, some stuck to the land and ocean borders, some returned to deep-sea rock bottom, and some hid somewhere in the sea area. They had been working in unity and coordination under the Mirage Dragon King and Mother's instruction and command. But now, they split too fast for the eyes to see. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and the rest of his group returned to Bo Sea through the tunnel under the ocean. The Dragon King ants had received the news about the death of their Ant Mother, hence they retreated from Bo Sea. The sea surface became calm and clear. Even though they had gained victory, Commander Hua did not show any reaction except that smile when informing about the death of the Mirage Dragon King and Mother. After the war is won, the surviving ones may not necessarily be over the moon about it because they had to witness their comrades' sacrifices. None of Commander Hua's subordinates had survived after fighting the termite guard surrounding the Mirage Dragon King and Mother. So, the war was not a victory in its entirety because they had faced many losses of their friends and teammates. After they arrived at Bo Sea, Commander Hua spent a long time alone at the Great Bronze Bell Hill. Pang Lai commemorated the royal mags who did not return with them. Mo Fan, Song Feiyao, and Jiang Yu stood behind them. They quietly waited for the two leaders mourning the death of their comrades. Song Feiyao looked remorseful. After going through the war with them, she had finally understood that the unique ancient statues were not the reason that had provided Licheng Afterglow Island with peace and security. In fact, the ancient statues could not withstand attacks against creatures such as the Mirage Dragon King and Mother. True peace was the result of someone standing up for the country and fighting the rainstorm with their own sweat and blood. Mo Fan, Commander Hua called. Mo Fan went up to him. Commander Hua had recovered from his injury slightly, and he looked more spirited. Mo Fan was surprised that Commander Hua seemed to be recovering so quickly. He was told that the healing scroll had little effect on a great forbidden mage. We seem to see each other quite frequently, said Commander Hua with a tired smile. What do you mean? Mo Fan did not quite understand what Commander Hua wanted to express to him. In my current position, I rarely have friends with whom I can share my problems with. When I look down from my vantage point, I see that many people are still struggling to climb up, that many more are still at the starting point, and that there is a large crowd that is so far out of my sight that I don't even get a chance to greet them. I wish I will have the chance to say the same thing someday, said Mo Fan. I occasionally pay attention to people with potential. To be honest, I expected you to take 5 years before you become a super-level mage from the awakening stage. I never expected you to become a super-level genius at such a young age. Those who I valued and expected much of have vanished out of sight at super level, said Commander Hua. Mo Fan felt very complex. Commander Hua had just praised him, and he didn't know how to respond. A person's strength determined the level of society he was exposed to. They first met each other at Emperor Qin Island by accident because Zhong Xiaohu had appeared within Commander Hua's sight. Although Commander Hua had given Mo Fan the entrance ticket to the National Institute, it did not mean Mo Fan could join Commander Hua in the realm of Forbidden Curse. Today was their third time meeting each other. They did seem to meet very often. To Commander Hua, this was very unexpected. He had assumed Mo Fan would take another 5 years or so until he was capable of lending Commander Hua a helping hand. However, Mo Fan had aided him twice in a matter of months and done it with impact. Commander Hua was surprised and happy to see Mo Fan's rapid growth. Commander Hua, if there's something you want me to do, I would be very happy to accept. You just need to give me your order and I will follow, said Mo Fan. On Mo Fan's first day at Magic High School many years ago, Principal Zhu had informed all students at the awakening stage about the vocation of becoming a mage. After he joined Pearl Institute, Dean Xiao had told them that money and fame were the least important in this vocation. In fact, all mags should strive for supreme magic. Mo Fan was aware that the reason he could live in peace when he was young and weak was all because someone who was more powerful had shielded him from the ferocious ocean demons. After he became a super-level mage, he believed he had to stand up and contribute. Can you promise me something? Commander Hua asked solemnly. Mo Fan nodded without hesitation. He would be willing to take on any challenging task for Commander Hua. It must be something important if Commander Hua was personally asking for a promise. Perhaps it was about survival on the east coastline, or about the presence of a certain Emperor-level creature, or the key points to face the Ocean Demon's war. Commander Hua patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. Promise me that you will never act recklessly no matter how severe or desperate the war is. You must stay alive. Mo Fan was stunned. Stay alive? Was this the important message that Commander Hua had to personally tell him? Commander, I believe I've been doing quite well at staying alive, said Mo Fan with a smile. No, you don't understand. Commander Hua's gaze turned razor-sharp. He squeezed Mo Fan's shoulder a little harder. You must stay alive because this war doesn't belong to your generation. This is not your generation's doing. We may be defeated, we'll most likely be defeated. But I hope it will be my generation sacrificing themselves in the war for making the world safe rather than your generation because we are the ones who failed to stop this disaster. We are not powerful enough. We must not leave your generation's mags to bear the consequences of our actions. You're exposed to my level because you've surpassed the people of your generation. You still have a bright future ahead. You will become stronger and more powerful. I hope you can celebrate that victory with your teammates maybe 5 years later, instead of fighting a ray of hope at the cost of other people's lives like me. Mo Fan was at a loss for words. He had always viewed Commander Hua as invincible and his battle with the Mirage Dragon King and Mother had cemented his belief. Why would such a strong man say he is not powerful enough? I don't want you to take part in any of the Ocean Demon Wars along the coast over these 5 years. We'll be defeated within these 5 years. By then, we'll have lost our base cities. Our defense line will crumble. All of us will have to move to the west. We'll lose a lot of things. I hope you and your generation can protect the cities, establish a safe boundary, and provide a peaceful living environment for the next generation. Or maybe even reclaim our territories on the east coastline from the ocean demons. Chapter 2802. Do you want it back? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Reclaim the territory along the coast from the ocean demons. Couldn't we defend even 20,000 kilometers of coastline? Mo Fan was shocked to hear Commander Hua's words. It was clear that the 5 greatest base cities plan was a success. They had prevented many cities from being attacked by the ocean demons. They had also gathered all the mags together. Besides, they had just killed an Emperor-level ocean demon and preserved the important seawall. But why did Commander Hua sound so hopeless, thought Mo Fan. Were the humans destined to fall? The ocean godly horde was more powerful than what they had seen thus far. Commander Hua must know something else. You have to promise me, Commander Hua repeated. He almost sounded desperate and sad. Mo Fan shook his head. It was impossible not to take part in the battles against the ocean demons in these 5 years. The ocean demons were on the verge of attacking the cities. Mo Fan could not turn a blind eye to their invasion. He understood Commander Hua's concern. The war against the ocean demons would be brutal. Everyone could die, including Mo Fan. They would be powerless when facing the many Emperor-level ocean demons that were as powerful as the 8-headed serpent. Commander Hua hoped Mo Fan could avoid the tragedy and focus on his cultivation. He believed Mo Fan could face the ocean demon on his own someday in the future instead of fighting a hopeless battle now. You still don't get it. You still don't get what I mean. Commander Hua turned his back to Mo Fan. He sounded annoyed. The fact that you've achieved your current realm suggests that you will surpass me and the other forbidden mags in the future. Right now, you can't change the situation along the coast. But you will be capable of fighting alone in 5 years. Commander, you don't understand either, Mo Fan said firmly. Even though Commander Hua was the commander of the country, Mo Fan refused to agree to his request. He found himself unable to promise him this one thing. The ocean demon had wiped out Magic City. Pearl Institute had become a hunting ground. How could Mo Fan just stand there and do nothing while watching the ocean demons devouring the students and teachers? Flying Bird Bay City had become a vast ocean. Fishmen wandered around the residents in Fan Shuashin City who could not get rid of the sea area. How could Mo Fan just stand there without helping? Even if he hid in the depths of the country or the forest and focused on his cultivation, would he ever feel at peace with himself knowing he abandoned everyone? No. He could not. Even if Mo Fan heeded Commander Hua's instruction for the sake of a better future, he would not be able to hold himself back from joining the battle and helping his fellow people. I can't promise you that I won't fight the ocean demons if it ever comes to that, said Mo Fan. But I can promise you one thing, I will try my best to stay alive. Commander Hua was not satisfied with his response. But he knew Mo Fan well. In fact, Commander Hua believed both of them were like-minded. They believed certain things were more important than their own lives. It was precisely because of that kind of mindset that Commander Hua worried for Mo Fan. If Mo Fan were given more time, his power would exceed everyone's expectations. If he was given more time, he could kill Emperor-level ocean demons alone. Unfortunately, you're not my soldier, said Commander Hua sadly. If you were, I would have dispatched you to the west with immediate effect. I'll heed your words and stay alive, assured Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned away and left. Commander Hua looked at Mo Fan's receding back. Pang Lai heaved a long sigh. Both Pang Lai and Commander Hua shared the same thought. They did not want to involve Mo Fan in the battle. After Mo Fan left Emperor Qin Island, he hopped onto the Green East Sea God's back. The city and the Great Bronze Bell Hill grew fainter. They were speeding far away from the vast dry land. The Great Bronze Bell Hill was a mountain. It used to be an ancient Great Wall. There was a beacon on the north of the Great Bronze Bell. One could enjoy the view of the endless ocean from the beacon. However, the place had lost its peace a few thousand years ago. They faced threats from the ocean frequently. Commander Hua remained standing in place. The violent waves splashed against the wall. He stood still like a statue. He was recovering, at least physically. He had looked frail and exhausted. But after a while had passed, he regained his majestic and intimidating aura. It was as though he could regenerate. Perhaps Commander Hua truly possessed such an ability. Otherwise, why did the Mirage Dragon King and Mother reveal itself to kill Commander Hua at all cost? Even though Commander Hua was severely wounded and trapped in Hawaii, his speed of recovery was amazing. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother did not expect the heavily wounded Commander Hua to be still capable of killing it. The ocean was pure blue. Whenever the waves clashed with the rocks and cliff, they turned frothy. The scenery was breathtaking. But Mo Fan's heart felt heavy. He regards you highly, Song Feiyao said. I know. But I'm still not powerful enough, Mo Fan said bitterly. To me, both Commander Hua and you are already the best among the best, said Song Feiyao. Suddenly, the shadow of an evil demon appeared in Mo Fan's mind. He felt as if his heart had been struck by lightning and was going to stop beating. He related the image to Commander Hua's message to him. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother was just a vanguard. That shadow was the true leader of Ocean Godly Horde. Commander Hua must have found out about the leader's presence. Mo Fan wondered how powerful he had to be for him and Apis to stop the leader of the Ocean Godly Horde if they encountered it. Don't you have the underground holy spring with you? Asked Song Feiyao. Do you want it back? Mo Fan's eyes went wide. Mo Fan would never return things which he had grabbed from others. I spent most of my time cultivating in the underground holy spring. My body and spirit have developed certain resistance to it. The elders of Liching Afterglow Island often assumed that they could nurture a forbidden mage just by cultivating in the underground holy spring. How hilarious is that? I believe Liching Afterglow Island can never produce a forbidden mage, said Song Feiyao. But your underground holy spring contained tremendous energy. I've never seen such a rich underground holy spring, said Mo Fan. Chapter 2803. Unprecedented Harvest. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Little Loach had been absorbing the energy from the underground holy spring. Its small world had transformed into a vast and endless underworld ocean with limitless soul remnant and soul essence. They glowed in ethereal blue like a small mica cluster. Mo Fan was confident that Little Loach was undergoing a transformation. It was compatible with the underground holy spring energy. Its transformation was more palpable than when it had absorbed the ancient king's soul. Mo Fan even suspected a connection existed between the underground holy spring and Little Loach. Mo Fan basically did not have time to cultivate in peace these days. However, he clearly sensed that his cultivation had improved as Little Loach continued to indulge in the rich holy spring essence. It was as if Little Loach had built a greenhouse for Mo Fan, allowing his 8 elements to grow dramatically in a perfect environment. Even though he had not truly cultivated them, he felt several of his elements were about to break through the barriers. The energy was terrifying. Mo Fan had been busy fighting the war in Hawaii. His cultivation would have increased drastically if he had found some time to cultivate. That was why he was so defensive when Song Feiyao had mentioned the underground holy spring. He could not afford to forego such a treasure. I understand that negotiating with you in this situation is very selfish. But I'm hoping you can help me seek mercy from the law enforcers at Liching City so that the islanders can take practical actions to atone for their misdeeds, said Song Feiyao. She stared expectantly at Mo Fan. The law is not under my control. Mo Fan did not agree to Song Feiyao's request. God had condemned the Liching Afterglow Islanders because they had been willing to let others die. Their sin was unforgivable. Therefore, the people at Liching City had the final say. Mo Fan couldn't do anything. How about another underground holy spring in exchange? Song Feiyao was determined. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. They still have another underground holy spring. Where is it? What in the holy hell? The underground holy spring at Liching Afterglow Island provided a massive amount of energy. It was no surprise that Mo Fan could complete 3 or 4 elements within a very short period. If he was given another underground holy spring, achieving super level in all his 8 elements would no longer be wishful thinking. Mo Fan was thrilled. He was so excited that he almost shot up into the sky. He restrained himself from falling to his knees and pleading for the other underground holy spring. He kept his cool. He said calmly with a tinge of hypocrisy, "I'll try my best to negotiate with the law enforcers of Liching City," he said calmly, cursing himself for being a hypocrite. "But I can't interfere with their decision if they have already made the judgment." Song Feiyao smiled radiantly. It took his breath away. He had never seen her this happy ever. She was beautiful just like he had thought when he had met her at the temple. It was not very difficult to fulfill Song Feiyao's request. Liching Afterglow Islanders had a high level of cultivation. In this era filled with threats, the law enforcers could charge them as guilty mags and use them for battle reformation. By doing so, they could make up for their sins by earning some merits by helping in the battle. This would be the best way to punish them. That was what Song Feiyao needed. She wished the islanders could be given a chance to atone for their sins. Mo Fan could easily deal with the law enforcers at Liching City. Liching City had become a fortress. The army there would handle criminals from Liching Afterglow Island. Mo Fan had assisted them in tackling the lightning disaster. Hence, the people at Liching City owed him. If Mo Fan was willing to talk to them about the islanders, the people at Liching City would listen. The issue wasn't that great. "I'll talk to the men over there. They are willing to listen to my suggestion. Thank you so very much. Now, what is this about the other underground holy spring? Wait for me at Hangzhou. I'll return to Liching Afterglow Island. Eldest Granny is the one who has the exact knowledge about it. You have spared them, so I'll try to negotiate with them. I believe they won't keep this a secret forever," said Song Feiyao. "So, you don't even know where it is?" Mo Fan felt like he had been cheated. "I swear with my spirit soul that I'll provide you the location for the other underground holy spring," Song Feiyao said firmly. "Okay. But the Green East Sea God must stay at Hangzhou. We need to conduct an experiment with the totem beasts, said Mo Fan. Okay. Song Feiyiao nodded. Song Feiyiao had a very high level of cultivation. Her cultivation was as high as the royal great mags. However, just like the other ladies from the island, she was poor at actual combat. She had a way to return to Liching after Glow Island instantly. The Green East Sea God was reluctant to separate from her. However, with the Moon Moth Phoenix around, the Green East Sea God obliged. After Song Feiyiao left, Mo Fan returned to Hangzhou with the 3 greatest totem beasts. He sat on the Green East Sea God's back. He took out his pendant excitedly and kissed it. Little Loach, did you hear that? There's another underground holy spring. Little Loach glowed. It desired the other underground holy spring, too. Mo Fan possessed fusion magic. If he achieved super level for all of his 8 elements, his strength would not be different from those who had completed their 4 elements because he possessed the power of the blessing of God's seal and darkness source. By then, he would be capable of taking on ocean demons of the 8-headed serpent's level. His strength would be comparable to that of the royal great mags even without the help from the totem beasts. The 3 greatest totem beasts had gathered. A more powerful and ancient totem beast would appear soon. If Mo Fan found it, his strength would undergo another round of transformation. By then, he could face the battle on his own even without the assistance of his demon element magical power. Mo Fan was very powerful. He felt depressed after what Commander Hua had said to him. Was it true that he would be able to protect humans and reclaim the territories along the east coastline only after 5 years? If Mo Fan found another underground holy spring or ancient sacred totem beast, he didn't need to wait for 5 years. The 8-headed serpent soul essence? You've absorbed the ocean demon soul essence that the black totem snake killed? Little Loach, are you expanding your factory of soul essence? That's too much to absorb. I believe the absorption today alone can overtake Old Wolf's group. Here is the Red Hunter Dirty Demon Soul Essence, and here are another few ruler-level Ocean Demon Soul Essence. Take them all. We'll exchange them for some rock element Heaven Seed materials. The 4 combined effects of Heaven Rock can multiply. The Stardust, the Country of Sand. TSK. TSK. I can cast a perfect spell even without being in a demon form. Mo Fan grew increasingly excited. There was a spiritual connection between Mo Fan and the black totem snake because of the totem orb. The spiritual connection allowed Little Loach to absorb all of the ocean demon soul essence after the black totem snake killed them. As a result, Mo Fan had reaped an unprecedentedly great harvest. Mo Fan even had the thought of putting Commander Hua inside the totem orb. By doing so, he could even absorb the Mirage Dragon King and Mother Soul Essence. It could be as valuable as an Earth Fire pistol. Chapter 2804. Men are not as fun compared to hunting demons. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan. They had agreed to meet at a tea house at West Lake. A retro boat drove into the middle of a cooling lake. Hot tea was served. All the terrifying images of the ocean demons at Hawaii were pushed back in the depths of their minds. They could not stop admiring the peaceful and breathtaking scenery at West Lake. Mo Fan. Ling Ling stared at Mo Fan in annoyance. Mo Fan was still caught in a daze, and this was her 2nd time calling him. Mo Fan was still absorbed in Little Loach's transformation after absorbing the underground holy spring. Each soul essence produced could increase his strength drastically. He had a total of 8 elemental magical powers. After all his elements achieved super level, he would be powerful. Each of his elements contained 2401 star suns. When each of the star suns continued to advance to the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, he could cast common magic with terrifying force. Most people would not use the precious soul essence to strengthen their star suns due to lower returns. It would be an absolute waste. However, Mo Fan was different. Little Loach possessed special condensation ability. If it had not been for the fact that the soul essence produced could not be sold, Mo Fan would have become the world's richest man long ago, and Zhao Manyang would no longer be on his list. Ooh? What did you say? Asked Mo Fan. He took a sip of the fragrant tea. Bitter. The loose-leaf tea had been kept for too long. It was so bitter. Cunning businessmen were everywhere these days. Not many people could survive under the ocean demon's threat for many years. But Mo Fan wondered why they were reluctant to offer some nice tea so everyone could enjoy their final days with delicious tea, at the least. As we mentioned earlier, most of the ancient characters on totem beasts are pointing to the same mysterious place. Even though the situation along the coastline is complicated, we must take a trip down there. Jiang Xiaoshu emphasized his words with impatience. I'm sorry. I was in a daze. You've been talking about a lot of complicated archaeological research. I've already shown my respect for you by not dozing off because that's what I usually do whenever I listen to research in academics, Mo Fan snorted. I think you're just focusing on the underground holy spring, Lingling said, irritated. Not really. It depends on which side provides me with more sufficient and accurate information. Speaking of which, I've been to the place that you mentioned. But northern Xinjiang is vast, and it's a no-man's island. Just like you'll find yourself losing direction at Gobi Desert if you don't have clear signs. Even the Egyptians are confused with the direction of the Golden Pyramid in the desert. Mo Fan had heard part of their conversations. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu had the intention of going to northern Xinjiang. After the duo had combined all the totem beast seals, including the Green East Sea gods, they found some characters from northern Xinjiang which led them to believe it was most likely a totem beast's trace. Mo Fan was very familiar with that area. It was near Beiguan town. Back then, Khufu led the Golden Pyramid undeads to trample northern Xinjiang. When a crisis happened along the east coastline, it almost caused a devastating blow to the northwest area. If not for Zhong Kong and his undead empire from ancient capital salvaging the situation, the northwest area would have been destroyed. When the coastline suffered a huge crisis, people moved to the west and built cities in the northwest. Without the undeads, the vast dry lands at ancient capital and North Xinjiang became their new habitat. Even though the lands were not suitable for planting, they eventually found a way around it. No matter what, we have to go to the ancient capital and Beiguan town. After that, we might have to continue our journey to the northwest, Inner Mongolia Prairie, or return to Ningxia or Green Sea, said Jiang Xiaoshu. We're getting close to finding the totem beast, Mo Fan. I know you're worried about the current situation in the East Ocean. But we, too, are racing against time. The totem beasts understood the ocean demon better than us. They are the ocean demon's natural enemy. If we find the surviving totem beast, we can safeguard another base city. Lingling said firmly. Mo Fan stared at Lingling. He noticed she had grown mature. In the past, she could not blurt out such words with confidence. Why are you staring at me? I'm just hoping that there will still be a continuous supply of tasty milk tea, Lingling defended herself. For me, my only concern is I'm afraid I won't run into such an adorable Shanghai girl anymore. Mo Fan smiled. Mo Fan, enough. If you want some sweet talk, come to me. Don't go after a young woman. Jiang Xiaoshu said ruthlessly. Lingling was right. If Mo Fan focused on finding totem beasts, Commander Hua would be more at ease. If we find a sacred totem beast, perhaps we can alter the current situation. Mo Fan heaved a sigh when he recalled the image of Commander Hua facing the sea on the hill alone. Even Commander Hua found their state to be hopeless. Could he still make a difference? What he had to do was to find the sacred totem beast. They had a clearer picture on the route to its location. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu had clues about the sacred totem beast. Although they did not know when the ocean demons would launch an attack, they had to race against time. So, that's settled. Lingling smiled. Finally, she could ignore the magic theory course that she had been memorizing since she was 7 years old. She had broken herself free from the group of narcissistic men. Those men had pretended as though they were humorous, handsome, and had profound knowledge. They were nothing but shallow and childish. Lingling, how are you drinking that tea? Mine tastes very bitter, said Mo Fan. The tea doesn't taste as good as milk tea. Ling Ling did not fancy the warm tea. Her only preference was milk tea with less sugar and pearls. We can depart after Song Feiyao arrives. Ah. Mo Fan, I envy you. You have 2 ladies, one from Parthenon Temple and the other at Fanshui Mountain waiting for you. Besides, you have some lovers like us to accompany you from time to time. Also, you always flirt with someone new. Jiang Xiaoshu drew circles in the air with his slender fingers. I don't mind if others say that to me. But you already know that I'm innocent. How dare you make fun of me? I can't do anything if you refuse to get married. I can't worry so much about you. To me, it's best if all of the world's beautiful ladies remain single. I don't mind admiring their beauty from afar, Mo Fan said frankly. Dream on. After the mission is accomplished, I'll basically go back to my hometown and get married. Ling Ling, you have to be careful. You're a beautiful woman now, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Men are not as fun compared to hunting demons, Ling Ling said disdainfully. Mo Fan and Jiang Xiaoshu were speechless. Chapter 2805. So-called high level of cultivation. Endless fantasy translation. Endless fantasy translation. At the Clear Sky Hunter Agency at Jing'an. Ding ding dong dong. The door was pushed open, it automatically bounced back to its place and disturbed a small wind chime. The wind chime produced a crisp and pleasant sound. The sound echoed within the tea house. Hi, I'm here looking for. Song Feiyao was dressed in black crop top, black silk trousers, and black conical hat. She had captured many passers-by's attention along the way because of her unique attire. Sure. A handsome man with golden hair stood up. He pretended to listen to her attentively. Song Feiyao stared at him in confusion. I sit here and wait for the guests expectantly every day. However, most of them always disappoint me. Today, as usual, I waited for the guests with some trepidation until you walked in, said the man. My day brightened up. Even though you are dressed entirely in black, you appear ever so vibrant in my eyes. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Manyang, and you can call me Xiao Tian. Aside from being an outstanding holy light mage, I'm also a modern poet. Thank you for shedding light on my somewhat dull poetry. May I know what I can do in return? You may ask me to do anything. I'll feel guilty if you don't. After all, you've done me a huge favor. I came here to find Mo Fan, Song Feiyao stated her business. She did not know what the man was blabbering about. Oh. So, you came to find Mo Fan. You came to find Mo Fan. She's such a pretty woman. How could Mo Fan be the one who? Zhao Manyang tried to remain calm. However, he was frustrated inwardly. Is he around? Song Feiyao asked. He is. Please look for him yourself. Zhao Manyang returned to his seat and ignored her. She wondered what was wrong with him. She found his behavior so odd. She ignored him and looked around the shop. The wind chime above the door rang again. Song Feiyao was about to walk to the backyard when she heard the handsome man stand up again. You're like a rainbow after the storm. Your stunning presence brightened my dull brain and inspired me greatly. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, really? This is my first time coming to Jing'an. I heard there are many petty tea houses here. I never expected to meet such a romantic poet. I'm so happy, said the girl. Song Feiyao walked to the backyard. She barely heard the man and woman from inside. She noticed there was a variety of greenery in the courtyard. Then, she noticed a person sitting on his knees concentrating on his cultivation. The tea house was surrounded by high-rise skyscrapers. There were several main streets in Jing'an. It was a crowded place. Even so, there was a sense of tranquility in the middle of chaos in the quiet backyard of the tea house. Song Feiyao did not disturb Mo Fan. She sat beside him and quietly observed the stardust glow on him. The colors were brown, purple, red, pure silver, moon white, dark glow, mixed shadow, blood ink. It was amazing that one person possessed so many shades of magical power. Each of them was extremely powerful. Mo Fan opened his eyes. The unique stardust hue soon faded from his eyes, and they returned to his normal black-brown color. It is done! Mo Fan smiled proudly. His smile grew wider until he noticed a presence beside him. He tried to wipe the grin off his face lest he look like an idiot. Song Feiyao tried to hold back her laughter. Your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. We've once allowed the outsiders to use the underground holy springs. It shows tremendous effect in the beginning, but it gradually fades. I rarely saw someone like you who can break through the barriers within such a short period of time. Song Feiyao fixed her gaze on his chest. When Mo Fan was in the middle of his cultivation, she noticed a unique glow on his chest. The light completely changed because of the underground holy spring. I'd relied on the underground holy spring when I first advanced to super level, Mo Fan said to Song Feiyao honestly. She was surprised. There are more than one underground holy spring. There's one in Bo City. However, it's a small spring that has almost dried up to the point where there is not much warmth left, said Mo Fan. He then briefly told the story of the underground holy spring at Bo City to her. He also mentioned the guardians from the ancient king's generation who stood guard over the underground holy spring. In other words, we're of the same kind, right? Song Feiyao asked, puzzled. Weiju clan from the ancient capital, Bo City, and Liching Afterglow Island are all related to the underground holy spring. Perhaps in the past, the clan standing guard over the underground holy spring had split. These springs are all that remains after so many years. When you mentioned another underground holy spring somewhere else, I knew it must have been another branch of it like Bo City and Liching Afterglow Island, said Mo Fan. I've never thought about it. No wonder the underground holy spring has such an effect on you, Song Feiyao said with a sigh. Mo Fan smiled. Truth was, the underground holy spring was not particularly effective to him. It was all because of Little Loach. Little Loach had become a movable premium underground holy spring for him. Those with super level had to search for the veins of Star Sea and figure out their magical path. They had to work very hard for it and exhausted tremendous energy and financial resources. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was different. Ever since he obtained the ancient king's soul essence, Little Loach transformed and became distinctive from others. With the addition of the underground holy spring, he would be close to invincible. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if Mo Fan slept and did nothing, his cultivation level could increase significantly and break through the solid barriers. Mo Fan had achieved super level in his earth element magical power within the short period when Song Feiyao was away. He had achieved super level in his summoning element magical power not very long ago. The time it took him to achieve it had shortened radically. And that was still not a big deal. If things went smoothly, he would achieve a breakthrough in his chaos element magical power, too. His space, shadow, and fire element magical powers were going to advance again. By the way, what is your cultivation level? The place that we're heading could be quite dangerous. The Green East Sea God cannot come with us, Mo Fan said. I've completed my cultivation in 4 elements. Well, you've been soaking in the underground holy spring since you were a child. You became who you are today under the Liching Afterglow Islander advantage. You don't have any major elements, heaven seeds, or supernatural power. You have no exclusive knowledge of your own super-level cultivation. Yet you claim to have a so-called high level of cultivation, HMPH. Chapter 2806. Returning to the Ancient Capital. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan had to venture outside once again. He found himself to be a true wandering child. He had never stayed in his house comfortably for a full month. He had to pack his stuff again. There was no choice. He was born in a tumultuous world, and he had to save it. He envied the Marvel superheroes. After the superheroes received their supernatural powers, they could immediately stand up to fight the crisis. Their innate abilities were sufficient to take on the disasters that befell their world. However, there was no such thing in the country. They had to stand up to fight for the country whenever they were needed. Besides, they had to learn their skills from scratch. They had to work hard for their cultivation. The road of cultivation alone was long and hard. It had to be so refined that each level of improvement had to be enumerated. Furthermore, after they advanced to a new level with great pains, they thought they could settle the crisis with their new level of power. Unfortunately, reality showed them that their abilities were never enough to solve anything. Perhaps, everyone had a different concept about their own world. In some people's world, they had a small family. However, in some other people's world, the city meant everything to them. To some people, the world was everything to them. There were different levels of difficulties. Protecting one's own family might seem difficult, but when one must protect an entire country, that was a whole new level of struggle. Mo Fan had a nice habit of informing about his family before every departure. After bidding farewell to Xinxia and Mu Ningxue, Mo Fan dialed the number of the British Fanshui Mountain Chamber of Commerce. "Dad, you seem to have adapted well to living overseas. You don't look like you're coming back anytime soon. Are you going to find me a stepmother from London?" asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan was always informal with his father. Mo Jussin had never taken his blunt words to heart. "Nonsense. There's nothing much for me to do at Fanshui Mountain. There's a shortage of manpower here, so I decided to stay here with Big Brother Trian. Even so, I've a better knowledge about the ins and outs of Fanshui Mountain than you. I'm aware of its imported and exported goods, selling prices, and partnerships." Mo Jussin said impatiently. "Fine. Anyway, I heard about the presence of ocean demons in London. Northern ice abyss beasts frequently appeared in Norway. Several large ships drowned. Also, several cities suffered different degrees of destruction. Even England is in the middle of preparation for war," Mo Fan warned Mo Jussin. Ocean coverage accounted for more than 70% of the Earth. Most of the affluent countries could not separate themselves from the ocean. They were in a dire situation. I often see groups of dragon rider mags flying in the sky in London. I suspect something big is about to happen. We're already used to it. After all, we don't run away from minor disasters, and we can't run away from big disasters. So, we might as well do our parts," said Mo Jussin. "Makes sense. I have to go to northern Xinjiang and will likely spend a long time there. This time, I'm going to search for something related to our hometown," Mo Fan told Mo Jussin everything. "Okay. Be careful. I'm going to Greece in a couple of days. I'll pay a visit to Xinxia when I'm on my way there." "Okay, Xinxia told me about it." After Mo Jussin hung up, he tossed his mobile phone to the side and continued to fix the vines of the China roses on the wall. Although the China roses were not as stunning and delicate as ordinary roses, they were always easier to maintain. "Young brother Mo, why haven't you packed your stuff yet?" Mu Shuyan stared at Mo Jussin in confusion. He was still trimming the plants at his leisure. "Why do I have to pack my stuff? We're going to Greece. The trip is ahead of schedule." "Aren't you aware of it?" asked Mu Shuyan. "Oh dear. My memory fails me. Wait for a while, I'm almost done." Mo Jussin put down his scissors. He turned back and looked at the climbing flowers. He wondered if the plants would still be alive by the time he returned. The green East Sea God's flying speed exceeded the Windrosaurus. Although the ancient capital was very far, they arrived at their destination in a short period of time. They barely finished playing more than 2 rounds of cards. Moreover, the green East Sea God's wings were furry. Its back was wide. Sitting on its back was more comfortable than a first-class seat on an airplane. Besides, they could enjoy a 180-degree panoramic sky view without any obstruction. Although Mo Fan possessed wings of dawn and dusk and that his flying ability was as good as the green East Sea God, why bother to do the extra work unnecessarily? When they landed at the ancient capital, they noticed that it had been reconstructed. Without the Undead's threat, the capital had become most of the coastal migrants' first choice. Mo Fan was relieved to see the ancient capital so prosperous. He had witnessed the disaster with his own eyes. He had thought that the capital was going to perish. It was a pleasant surprise to see it prosperous and lively. When they arrived at the ancient capital, a person came to receive them. That person was none other than the 1,000-year-old female haunted spirit that lived in the body of another girl. She wore traditional Tang attire, and her face was as pale as a ghost. "Have you resurrected in a new body?" Mo Fan recognized that she was the Queen of 9 Serenities. The girl often stays at home and plays online games. She's the reason for her current look. Even a ghost looks better than her. I cannot find a suitable body to possess, so I have to temporarily use her body. Also, it's a bonus that I can make her come out of her house and see the sunlight. I mean, look at her. Youngsters these days are so unhealthy. She is worse than me and I am a ghost. The Queen of 9 Serenities complained. The young girl was filled with yin energy and was suitable for the Queen of Serenities to use as its host. I didn't quite understand about the things you told me hastily on the phone, Mo Fan said to the Queen of 9 Serenities. Guys, don't keep talking among yourself. Mo Fan, why don't you introduce me to the beautiful woman next to you? Zhao Manyang drew close to Mo Fan while fixing his gaze on the Queen of 9 Serenities. Although the girl looked as pale as a ghost, she was indeed a beauty. The Queen of 9 Serenities was obsessed with beauty. She usually selected hosts who were beautiful. She is? Hi, I'm Zhao Xiaoqian. I'm a modern poet. The ancient capital provides such a pleasant living environment that it could produce a lovely lady like you. The ancient capital is not so ancient, after all. Zhao Manyang quickly took over the conversation. Ho ho ho. You're such a handsome scum. The Queen of 9 Serenities laughed so hard that her body trembled. Zhao Manyang was dumbfounded. He wondered why the young girl behaved so oddly. Am I really a scum? You're a bit weak, otherwise, you'll make a perfect candidate with young energy. The Queen of 9 Serenities stared at him. Zhao Manyang was speechless. Chapter 2807. New Forces. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. You came at the right time. The ancient capital seems to be at peace, but to tell you the truth, many undeads became restless after the king passed away. They plan to attack when the next red moon appears to expand the undead empire, the Queen of 9 Serenities said to Mo Fan. Can't the dead kings of the 8 directions control the undeads? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Besides the king, there were also the dead kings of the 8 directions, and each of them, especially Mountain Zombie, was a mighty warrior. Mountain Zombie was on the same level as the Black Totem Snake, so how could any undead defy its orders? It's dying, the Queen of 9 Serenities said. What happened? Mo Fan frowned. How could the Mountain Zombie be dying? So many experts had attacked it in the past and it had always survived. In the Battle of the Underworld, we had the upper hand and had a chance to use the Underworld as the new world for the undeads of the ancient capital. But after Khufu and Archangel Michael killed the king, the undeads of Egypt regained control of the Underworld. The undeads of the ancient capital couldn't fight against Khufu, so we could only return to the ancient capital and northern Xinjiang. The undeads have to rely on death energy to survive. The king was still alive in the past, and we needed to reclaim the underworld so we wouldn't disturb the people in the ancient capital and northern Xinjiang. However, we lost control of the underworld, and the population of the ancient capital and northern Xinjiang has grown significantly. Everyone was too hungry, and some new forces appeared and attacked the villages. A smart living dead should be the leader of these new forces. They have made many places appear as if they have been ravaged by beasts and demons. I went there with Red Skeleton before. The Queen of 9 Serenities explained the situation to Mo Fan. In the end, all these happened because the king passed away. When they had no king in the past, the undeads would wander near the city and attack at night. After they found a king, humans expanded their lands and reduced the habitats of the undeads. After the battle, Khufu and the undeads of Egypt occupied the underworld, so their conflict shifted to one between the residents of the ancient capital and the undeads. The residents of the ancient capital and northern Xinjiang respect some old rules and would not destroy tombs, spiritual lands, or dead swamps. However, many migrants who arrived did not know the rules. Their exploitation of natural resources and destruction caused many old undeads who followed the king's will to be dissatisfied, and they secretly joined the new forces. The new forces of the undeads of the ancient capital are expanding. I'm weak and don't have the king's support, so I can't control them. Besides, Mountain Zombie is severely injured. I believe the political situation of the undeads of the ancient capital will change soon, and the era of the dead kings of 8 directions will end. It seemed that the situation of the ancient capital was not as optimistic. In fact, various parts of the country, including the ancient capital, had huge hidden problems. In the past, there were many wars between humans and demons. They fought more frequently because of the extreme cold and rising sea levels that reduced their resources. When humans and demons fought for a warm place, most of them died. The ocean demons drove humans to the land, and the demons felt that humans were invading their territory. The undead's territory had been seriously encroached upon. When the dead kings of the 8 directions and many undeads obeyed the ancient king and competed with the undeads of Egypt for the underworld, they suffered a great loss. The Sphinx took revenge at the previous battle and severely injured Mountain Zombie. The dead kings of the 8 directions were either dead or injured, so their time as undead leaders was coming to an end. New undead forces were expanding, and they were targeting the humans. A new battle would soon begin near the ancient capital. Otherwise, the ancient capital would return to the time when its inhabitants could not travel at night. At the end of the day, it's not easy for everyone. Mo Fan sighed. It was inevitable that chaos would reign in the capital without the king of the undeads. A short period of peace was only possible because of the king of the undeads. Once the king passed away, everything would be the same as before. Many people in the east had misunderstood the ancient capital. They thought the ancient capital did not have the threat of demons, so it was the most suitable place for cultivation and rest. But they did not know that a battle with the undeads was just around the corner. Is there any solution? Mo Fan asked. There's none. Everything will return to the way it was before, the Queen of 9 Serenities said. All right, I'll warn Han Ji about it, Mo Fan said. How about I kill you, and you become the new king, the Queen of 9 Serenities asked. In that case, why don't I just get rid of all the undeads? Mo Fan said gruffly. You're right. However, even if the undead cease to exist, there are still Qinling feather demons and Kunlun demon kingdom. You better remind the human leaders not to provoke the Kunlun demon kingdom because of the threats of the ocean demons. The Kunlun demon kingdom can kill humans faster than the ocean demons, the Queen of 9 Serenities reminded Mo Fan. Is the Kunlun demon kingdom very strong? Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. If the Kunlun mountains are at the seaside, the ocean demons will be much more obedient, the Queen of 9 Serenities said. Mo Fan was surprised. Based on his understanding, the Kunlun demon kingdom should be on the same level as the Undead Empire. But according to the Queen of 9 Serenities, they were even stronger. He needed to talk with Chairman Xiaozhang. Hopefully, they did not plan to visit Kunlun. Mo Fan sent Han Ji a message from the Queen of 9 Serenities. Han Ji was still the chairman of the Magic Association of Ancient Capital. He would report this to all departments of Ancient Capital and take protective measures in time. Han Ji always acted decisively. He immediately gathered the Imperial Forbidden Mags and Imperial Forbidden Army. With some accurate information given by the Queen of 9 Serenities, they planned to act first and eliminate the new forces of the undeads. They could not allow those migrants to exploit the land of the undead at will anymore. Otherwise, a bigger war would be right around the corner. In contrast to other demons, the undead would not go extinct. Every creature that died appeared as the undead. The Undead Empire was still relatively weak. Humans could live in peace for the time being, but the undeads would become stronger. In the end, war was inevitable. Han Ji could only stall for time to delay the war and let the humans, who had been fighting with the ocean demons, have some time to rest. But how long could this situation last? In the uneven black soil, hungry roars echoed at dusk. Chapter 2808. In the same direction. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. If they wanted to go to northern Xinjiang, they needed a guide. Both Zhong Xiaohu and Mu Bai once set out from the ancient capital and walked all the way westward to reach the high-altitude Xinjiang. They also walked to the northwest and wandered for a long time near the border of northern Xinjiang. Both had traveled to the northwest region of the ancient capital for a long time. It just so happened that both were present this time around, too. Mo Fan thought Mu Bai would stay in Fanxue Mountain. After all, Mu Bai had more responsibility after becoming famous in the battle in Fanxue Mountain. However, he still came from far away to the ancient capital to join Mo Fan and the others when he heard they were looking for the sacred totem beast. Zhong Xiaohu arrived the next day. After Mo Fan reported his itinerary to Xiaozheng, he was happy to hear it and immediately talked to Commander Hua. The commander was also much happier knowing that Mo Fan had not stayed on the east coastline. He deliberately transferred Zhong Xiaohu, who was guarding Dalian, to the ancient capital and let Zhong Xiaohu return to the Imperial Forbidden Army as the chief commander. Xiaozheng and Commander Hua knew that if Mo Fan could find a surviving sacred totem beast, it would change the situation on the east coastline. It was significant to the whole country. While waiting for Zhong Xiaohu's arrival, Mo Fan asked Song Feya for information about the underground holy spring. Mu Bai was surprised when he heard that Liqing Afterglow Island was guarding the underground holy spring. When I traveled to the northwest by myself, I also found some information about the underground holy spring. However, I wasn't strong enough, so there were some places I couldn't go, said Mu Bai. You went to find the underground holy spring by yourself after the catastrophe of the ancient capital? Mo Fan asked. Not really. I was confused back then, and I found out about a spring similar to the spring Bo City guarded through some information. I wasn't sure if that was the underground holy spring and didn't know what purpose it served. I just chose to pursue it without a purpose. At that time, I walked to Helan Mountain. Mu Bai recounted his experience. If it is Helan Mountain, the targets we are looking for should be the same, Song Feiyao said. It was in Helan Mountain. Helan Mountain Place was a high-altitude area, and it was far away from the ancient capital. Mu Bai had walked alone to Helan Mountain. He was a hardcore backpacker. The information I got is incomplete, so it might not be as accurate as what she says. I inquired about some things locally. Unfortunately, a wild beast disaster broke out in Helan Mountain at that time, which destroyed many clues, Mu Bai recalled. Why didn't you say that earlier? It is the underground holy spring. Mo Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Mu Bai knew about the other underground holy spring from a long time ago. I didn't know it was the underground holy spring at first. She didn't mention Helan Mountain, and you guys didn't mention the underground holy spring. How could I link them together? Mu Bai raised his eyebrows innocently. Let's put the matter of the underground holy spring aside for now. Didn't you say you wanted to find the sacred totem beast? Jiang Xiaoshu interrupted them. Ling sat on the stone bench. She wore a pleated school skirt. Her favorite small laptop was on her lap. Her eyes did not look away from the screen. She said to Jiang Xiaoshu, "It's interesting. If we want to find the sacred totem beast, we must go to Jiangnan. Some Ningxia hunters discovered an archaeological site of the ancient road at the Yellow River. If we want to find the underground holy spring or the sacred totem beast, we must go to Ningxia." Mo Fan moved to Lingling's side and looked at her simplified map route. Helan Mountain and the archaeological site at the Yellow River were not too far away, so they could save a lot of time. Mo Fan felt happy when he saw the simplified picture. He was lucky to have the help of others at such a critical time. He could save a lot of time and did not need to run around the world without direction. How about this? When we arrive in Ningxia, we can separate into two groups. Some of us will go to find the underground holy spring, and the others will go to find the archaeological site with Totem, Jiang Xiaoshu suggested. Okay, that will be more efficient. We will set off as soon as Zhong Xiaohu arrives. Since they had a mythical beast like the Green East Sea God, the journey was very convenient. It could fly in the sky at a very high altitude, and it did not collide with the territory of those demons along the way. Besides, even if there were some careless demon tribes, they dared not to fight with the Green East Sea God. Most demons did not dare get near it. On the way to Nixia, the scenery was mostly brown. The place was desolate, and the clouds were white. They saw huge ravines, long canyons, and pine forest mountains. It was quiet at night, but the sun was magnificent. In such a unique world, Mo Fan suddenly imagined how Mu Bai might have felt traveling alone in this land. People would feel lost and intoxicated. When they arrived in Yinchuan, the weather turned cold. It was just night, and the temperature dropped. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. It was the difference between winter and summer. The temperature here is always like this. It doesn't seem to be greatly affected by the south cold wave, Mu Bai said. Unfortunately, the rainwater and soil are not good. Otherwise, people could build a large base city here to accommodate enough migrants. Zhong Xiaohu sighed. The people in the eastern part were still stubbornly resisting because this place was rich in resources, abundant in water, and had a balanced climate. It was not that humans could not adapt to the weather of different regions, but that the Lurs Plateau could not grow enough food, vegetables, and fruits due to its large population. The Yellow River had nurtured countless generations but could not support the sudden influx of 10 million, let alone 100 million people. Besides, the whole migration journey was full of the threat of demons. Many hungry demons were expecting a large number of prey like humans to arrive. Compared with demons, humans were still too weak. Only the mags among humans could face them. Migrating from the east to the west had too many problems. Many people would rather fight to the end than move. Let's start our journey. Moving at night won't have much impact on us, Mo Fan said to the crowd. Okay. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhao Manyang took Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu to the archaeological site at the Yellow River. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu would have enough time to conduct an on-site investigation. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Song Feya went to find the underground holy spring. Chapter 2809. Helan Mountain. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. They walked uphill to Helan Mountain. It was better to walk from the west as it was a level road. The mountains were barren, so plants could not grow. There were only rocks on the ground. At night, the wind blew the sand around the place. The road in the east was steep. Mu Bai, who had been here before, suggested going from the west so they did not have to climb over the mountains and would not lose their way in the deep valleys. They walked along the mountain and occasionally saw some herdsmen who raised a group of red deer. Each red deer was as big as a stallion and had large and exaggerated antlers, which made them look very mighty. These herdsmen were not ordinary. Most of them were mags, and many of them cultivated the psychic element. Psychic element mags could tame beasts, and many of them worked in the military. The most famous beastmaster came from the family of Duke Elaine of the United Kingdom. All the family members were masters in taming dragons. Red deer ran far better than war horses, and their antlers were natural weapons. In the past, there had been a group of mags called brave red deer riders. They rode strong red deer to fight against the wild beasts in northern Xinjiang and the elemental soldiers that only existed there. Hey there, are you guys going to the mountain to see the scenery? What are you guys thinking going to the mountain in the middle of the night? A man with thick eyebrows and a beard approached them riding a red deer. The antlers of the red deer were copper-colored. They looked more like smelted copperware. The body of the red deer glowed, making it look like an ancient copper statue that had just been unearthed but was still majestic. We came from the ancient capital to investigate the archaeological site, said Mo Fan. Investigate? Are you here to steal the? Of course not. We're looking for a group of people who migrated here during the Qin and Han dynasties. They once built some holy altars and springs near Helan Mountain, and we want to find these, Mo Fan said straightforwardly. It's impossible to find a stream here for a fresh source of water as it rarely rains. Even if there was one, it would have dried up long ago. You need to be careful if you want to go into the mountains. The elemental soldiers are looking for something. We had to give up the land for them, the man warned them. Don't worry, sir. We're quite strong, so we can handle the elemental soldiers, Mo Fan said sincerely. The man gave Mo Fan a thumbs up. It's been a long time since I last saw a young man like you who is so natural and unpretentious at boasting. Good luck! Song Feiyao's attire fully covered her body and was suitable for this kind of place where sandstorms were frequent. Mo Fan faced the sandstorm with his rough skin, while Mu Bai wore his soft armor. Mu Bai protected his body very well. He was well experienced. I didn't walk too far after I went up the mountain. The elemental soldiers that the man mentioned earlier fought with the wild beasts from the north, and there were corpses everywhere, Mu Bai said. Song Feiyao also took out a sketch drawn by the eldest granny. This sketch is only an outline, after all, it has been a long time. It is not easy to find the location of the underground holy spring with accuracy. That's not necessarily true. Follow me. Mo Fan smiled. Mu Bai felt that Mo Fan was being overconfident when they didn't actually know where they all were headed. Song Feiyao had inherited some information about the underground holy spring. The underground holy spring they guarded was more orthodox and bigger than the underground holy spring in Bo City. People in Bo City did not remember where the underground holy spring came from, but people from Licheng Afterglow Island knew everything about its source. Mu Bai had come here before to search for some clues about the ancient capital and Weiju clan. He was unable to search further at that time due to the war. No matter how one looked at it, Mo Fan was the one with the least knowledge and experience about this, so why was he taking the lead? Mo Fan did not reveal anything. It was not convenient for him to tell them how he knew about the spring without disclosing the secret of Little Loach Pendant. He would then have to explain the rate at which Little Loach had improved so drastically. When he was near the underground holy spring, Little Loach guided him automatically. If the Little Loach was not a pendant, it might have gone to the underground holy spring of Helan Mountain by itself. Little Loach would not be wrong about the location, so Mo Fan trusted its direction. Despite feeling a little skeptical, Mu Bai and Song Feiyao still followed Mo Fan as he led the way. Soon, they came upon a high-altitude area of the mountain. The height of the mountains was not much different, but those to the west were much steeper, as if the mountains were split into halves. Under these mountains, there were many sand and rocky valleys. If an ordinary person were to fall, they would die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they could not find their way back up as it was easy to get lost in those sand ditches. We need to get down. Mo Fan pointed at the steep slope of the mountain that faced the west. Are you sure you don't want to search up there first? Song Feiyao asked. Let's get down. It must be down there. It shouldn't be too far from us, said Mo Fan. Because of the war at the time, the Guardian clan of the underground holy spring either integrated into that era by hiding their names and hiding from the world. To prevent other people from stealing the underground holy spring, they might have hidden it in the sand ditch under the intricate Helan mountain, said Mu Bai. There is a sandstorm below, so the Green East Sea God can't see the deeper area clearly, said Song Feiyao. Let the Green East Sea God hunt for food nearby, and we'll go down by ourselves. Mo Fan looked at the sky and found that the sandstorm had covered the whole sky. The vast brownish-yellow color made them feel very small and insignificant. Let's not rush. The topography below is complicated, and it's inconvenient to walk and climb. Wait for me here. I'll rent a few blue sheep and red deer from the herders. These animals know the place and have excellent endurance. They can also help us enter some places we can't access, said Mu Bai. They were not afraid of demons since they were strong enough to wander in Helan Mountain. The problem was that the terrain was dangerous because the ground was full of rocks and sand. Chapter 28:10. Eye of the Mountain Pattern. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind died down. After a while, the weather became sunnier. Mo Fan stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the east. He saw a corner of the plain of Yinchuan at the end of the ravines. There was some vegetation there, too. He used his dragon sense and looked at the northeast area. He looked beyond those staggered ridges and vaguely saw a turbid river flowing through dozens of Lair slopes. It should be a small tributary of the Yellow River, and the source should be an iceberg on Helan Mountain. Mo Fan realized that Helan Mountain and the Yellow River were very close. The clues of the sacred totem beast and the underground holy spring were all here. He wondered if there was a close connection between the two. Mo Fan put his hand on his chest and gently held the little pendant that had accompanied him for many years. It also came from Bo City. He got it from an old man who guarded the back of a mountain at a school. The green East Sea god hovered in the sky with its wings stretched out. It had not left the coast for a long time. It was happy. It did not like the ocean. It belonged at the plateau, mountains, and the sky. The green East Sea god cried, and its cry reverberated over Helan Mountain. It was ecstatic. The green East Sea god had always advocated freedom, but it was locked in Liching Afterglow Island while carrying heavy sins. It could finally fly above rivers and mountains as high as it wanted. It was free. The wind from northern Xinjiang blew to Helan Mountain again. The sand slowly covered the magnificent mountain yet again. The green East Sea god waved its wings and flew slowly towards the sky. It heard a spiritual voice talking to him. That voice was Song Feiyao's. It did not need to continue guarding the three at high altitude, so it could wander on its own for a while. That was not a problem at all because it absolutely loved this place. The sandstorm started again. On one side, there were rocky mountains that looked like solemn fortresses of varying heights. On the other side was a steep slope that seemed to be split into halves. The intricate sand valleys, stone valleys, and gravel rivers were entrenched between the faults and the steep slope. The wind blew through the mountain. The water eroded the valleys. When the green East Sea god flew to the north and the sandstorm stopped, the patterns in Helan Mountain became clear. If the green East Sea god looked down, it would find that these patterns connected like an eye, and the ridge was the eye socket. For tens and thousands of years, it had been quietly staring at God. In Helan Mountain, the blue mountain sheep always jumped through the cliffs. The local people had mastered the method of taming animals. They tamed the blue sheep. They even rode the horned blue sheep to participate in the battle once. Mu Bai brought 5 combat blue sheep along with him. The kind herdsman gave them away for free. For free? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Yeah. They often do this kind of thing. If travelers fall to their deaths in the Helan Mountain, these animals will find their way back, usually with their corpses. The herdsmen either wait for their relatives to come to claim the corpses, or they will bury them. In return, all the belongings of the travelers will be theirs anyway, Mu Bai explained. They are waiting for us to die to get our money. Mo Fan's face darkened. It doesn't matter. Let's go. Mu Bai handed over a blue sheep each to Song Feiyao and Mo Fan. The combat blue sheep were stronger than horses. They were quite skilled in fighting, so ordinary demons did not dare challenge them. The combat blue sheep had excellent jumping agility. Even if there was only one edge on those cliffs, they could step and jump on it safely. They could even walk on a 90-degree vertical cliff. The 2 remaining blue sheep followed behind them. Mo Fan and the others did not need to give orders as these sheep were always within a close range. They were well trained. These are very tame, Mo Fan said in surprise. Tamed beasts came in several levels. The combat blue sheep had been domesticated to the highest level of safety. They were almost the same as dimensional beasts. Well, the herdsmen here are very skilled. It's a pity that there are only a few psychic element mags. Otherwise, they can form a great family with their skills, Mu Bai said. When Mu Bai first came here, he was surprised by the herdsmen. People addressed these beastmasters as the herdsmen. Those who came here for the first time would think they were people who tended and reared sheep and cows. The herdsmen were battle mages. They were powerful and mainly guarded Helan Mountain and the wild beasts of the northern Silver at the north of Yellow River. Mu Bai revealed his identity as a member of the South Wing Mage group, so he could borrow 5 combat blue sheep from them for free. Of course, it was true that the combat blue sheep would bring their corpses back if they were to die. With these flexible combat blue sheep, Mo Fan could save a lot of magical energy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to have to search every nook and cranny. There is a kind of guiding stone among the ocean demon crystals. In the past, the guiding stones were very scarce, and the awakening stones differed in quality. Many talented students who were more suitable for a certain element had awakened another element because of the impurities of the awakening stones, and they spent the rest of their lives accomplishing nothing, said Mu Bai. I did hear something from Mu Nujiao about this. Our country's overall strength will also be greatly improved if we can awaken a specific element through the awakening stones. Mo Fan nodded. The attack of the ocean demons also brought many resources that were difficult for humans to obtain, including those crystals that could greatly enhance the power of the mags. Old magic needed to be replaced. Mo Fan had experienced the entire magic growth process himself, and he had also discovered many shortcomings in the cultivation process. This had a lot to do with schools, magic associations, and the level of magic civilization in the entire world. When it came to this kind of thing, Mo Fan would think of Feng Julong. Awakening is a reserve force after all, and it can't change the current situation, Mu Bai said worriedly. Mo Fan understood. Commander Hua might have been right. It will take 5 years to change things. In the past, mags had to face demons. Mo Fan wondered if they had been as worried and uneasy as them. The ocean demons were too powerful, and humans were not strong enough. To become stronger, humans needed new changes in magic. Chapter 28:11. Rock Paintings. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Only the staff of the magic department could take care of the changes in magic. Mo Fan knew nothing about it. Even though Mo Fan had almost cultivated his skills to the peak, he still felt helpless sometimes. He was strong, but he could not help other people become stronger. At the end of the day, he was only a good enough mage. In the future, he could only fight with demons when he was needed. Although he enjoyed it, he was still not as good as a scientific researcher at the spiritual level. The little loach guided them in a direction. There were huge mountains and valleys along the way. Little Loach guided them to turn right to reach their destination. However, there was a surging river on their right, so they could cross it. Little Loach should have directed them to a bridge. The wind was strong, and the gravel that hit their bodies caused pain. Mo Fan did not want to waste his magic energy on such trivial things, so he could only lower his body and bury his head in the broad neck of the combat blue sheep and wish for it to be over soon. Although the smell of wool was strong, it was better than letting the gravel hit his face. The visibility is too low. Mo Fan, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Mu Bai began to doubt. They had known each other for many years, and Mu Bai knew for a fact that Mo Fan had a very bad sense of direction. How could someone with no sense of direction lead the way? Trust me, said Mo Fan. Look below. There are rock paintings, Song Feiyao pointed to a cliff. The two walked over and looked in the direction Song Feiyao pointed at. At first glance, it looked like the rocks were eroded by the strong wind so much so that it left deep cracks on them. It didn't look like a rock painting, however. When Mo Fan and Mu Bai rode the combat blue sheep to the other end and looked at the cliff, the messy patterns merged into a distinct shape. You can recognize it even if it is upside down. Mo Fan admired Song Feiyao's eyesight. We were taught about these ancient paintings since we were young, and we can recognize them even if there is only a part of them, said Song Feiyao. What does it mean? Mo Fan asked. A door. There is a door, and we need to find another rock painting to know the specific location of the door, Song Feiyao said with certainty. Since they had found the right place and knew the secrets, they could find the target easily. The most troublesome thing was finding something without any clues and directions. The rock painting spanned a very large area. Mo Fan and Mu Bai searched south and east for several kilometers before they found another rock painting. Mu Bai was smart. he reminded Mo Fan that if the people of the underground Holy Spring clan wanted to leave a mark on Helan Mountain, they would choose a rock that would not be easily eroded by strong winds, acid rain, ice, and even snow. Otherwise, nature would destroy the rock paintings in no time. After screening out several special rock structures, it became much easier to find details on the rock through the dragon sense even if dust and thick sand were covering them. Even so, they spent 2 whole days here, and the combat blue sheep grew impatient and wanted to go home. We found everything. Do we need to interpret it in a certain order? Mo Fan asked impatiently. Underground Holy Spring. In these few days, Mo Fan had felt that his fire element was about to break through. His cultivation skyrocketed even though he did nothing. It fueled Mo Fan's infinite desire to find the new underground Holy Spring quickly. We have to put them together to be able to decode them, Song Feiyao said with a frown. It's impossible. The rock paintings in the south are 7 kilometers apart from the rock paintings in the north, and they are all imprinted on the rocks with special methods. Forcibly moving them will only destroy the rock paintings, Mu Bai shook his head. What about copying it? Mo Fan asked. It's also difficult. These rock paintings point to a certain mountain pass. If we copy it, we might not find the mountain pass accurately, said Mu Bai. Song Feiyao pondered. She raised her head and stared at the brown and cloudy sky. The murky sky made it hard to tell what time it was. I remembered an ancient method of staring. We can look at these ancient paintings from a certain angle in the sky. Unfortunately, the weather is bad. We can't see all the rock paintings if we fly too low, but we also can't see the mountains if we fly too high, said Song Feiyao. When I borrowed the sheep, the herdsman told me that the weather would be sunny in 2 days. If we are going to go through with it, we need to find a cave to take shelter. Let's find the way when it is sunny, said Mu Bai. Okay, let's wait for 2 more days. We need to find a cave to take shelter. I can also check if my fire element can break through, said Mo Fan. Didn't your lightning element just break through? Mu Bai asked in surprise. Well, the things our ancestors left us are mysterious, Mo Fan said vaguely. If they could not find a cave, they might as well dig one themselves. Which was exactly what they did. It was not a difficult thing. Besides, the cave they dug was clean and comfortable. They set up a tent at the entrance of the cave. When the tent flap was open, they could see the magnificent scenery of the steep and dangerous mountains. With a view like that, it wasn't such a bad idea to stay here. I want to drink mutton soup. Mo Fan was about to sit down and cultivate when a light flashed suddenly. Second-level protected war beasts, Mu Bai said without looking up. We didn't get to taste the mutton-steamed buns in the ancient capital before we left. Mo Fan sighed. He had a strange obsession with food even in times like these. How did you meet her? Mu Bai asked in a low voice, gesturing toward Song Feiyao's tent. Song Feiyao had a tent of her own. She had proposed digging her own cave and setting up a tent. The tent flap was closed. She must have been sleeping. She didn't want the 2 men to watch her while she slept. She needed her privacy. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short. She admires me for being young, handsome, and strong. I told her I have a partner, but she said she didn't mind. I am not asleep yet and I can hear you, you know, said Song Feiyao from inside her tent. Oh, we met at Licheng Afterglow Island. We both shared the common interest of freeing the totem beast, said Mo Fan indifferently. Mu Bai, tell me about the time when you left the ancient capital and traveled to Helan Mountain, Mo Fan said. There's nothing special. I was just a little confused. Do you want to listen to what I did in the National Institute with Zhao Manyang? Mo Fan asked with raised eyebrows. Ha ha. Mu Bai sneered. He was too lazy to listen to that. So, Zhao Manyang almost did it with a female thief. Mu Bai was speechless. Chapter 28:12. Human Body Mural. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The herdsman knew the weather in Helan Mountain very well. After 2 days, the sunlight dazzled the mountain terrain in the morning. Mo Fan stretched and smiled. He never thought there would be such a day when cultivation could be so easy. It would have been great if Little Loach had reached such a level from the beginning. He would probably become the youngest forbidden mage in the world who was skilled in multiple elements. His fire element had reached the 3rd level. The form of the Flame Demon King was Mo Fan's strongest ability, and it could even compete with strong ruler-level creatures. His fire element had entered its peak. His entanglement with Little Flame Bell, as well as the Great Heaven Seed, Chongming Divine Fire, and Tiendi Flame Calamity, would make him comparable to the goddess Soul Shadow from during the catastrophe of the ancient capital. At that time, it even defeated the mountain zombie. Mo Fan's mood was as bright as Helan Mountain in the brilliant sun. "What did you dream about?" Mu Bai asked, seeing him so happy. Mo Fan touched his face and found that his cheeks were hot, and he grinned like an idiot. He wanted to hide his advancement and show his skills only when it was critical. But it turned out it was harder to hide his excitement. "The sky is clear. Let's hurry up and find the underground holy spring quickly," Mo Fan said. Song Feiyao had woken up earlier than the two of them. She washed up with the clean water she carried before leaving the tent. She was looking for a suitable viewing angle. When Mo Fan and Mu Bai found Song Feiyao, she seemed to have already determined the location. "Would you like me to take you for a ride? I can fly very high." Mo Fan wanted to show off his black dragon wings to her. "No, that's okay." On Song Feiyao's palm, there was a greenish-red seed constantly absorbing sunlight. The seed slid down to the barren soil and quickly spread out its strong roots beneath the soil. After the roots stabilized, a slender vine moved toward the air like a small green snake. The vines were very long. After it climbed for a while, Song Feiyao grabbed one position, and she flew into the air with the rapidly rising vines. "This environmentally friendly sightseeing elevator is good," Mo Fan commented. Afterward, the two followed the vines that had grown to the sky into the air together. When they reached the same height as Song Feiyao, Mo Fan looked at the marked rock paintings. All the rock paintings were to the east of them. At first, Mo Fan could not understand them, but as his field of vision became wider and his observation angle increased, Mo Fan was surprised to find that the rock paintings were getting closer. Of course, the rock paintings weren't moving. All the rock paintings were arranged according to the shape of Helan Mountain. A large rock painting occupied the entire mountain wall in that area as far as the eyes could see. They saw the end of the rock painting on the sloped cliff when they looked down from a height. On the mountainside on the left was an engraving of another rock painting. From their current angle and height, the peak of the mountain touched the rock painting on the edge of the cliff. Several rock paintings merged owing to the different heights, sizes, and locations of the mountains. They had become one complete rock painting at the mountain pass. In Mo Fan's opinion, the designer was too bored to think of such a mural. But Mo Fan also had to admit that the ancients were very good at making these fancy puzzle-like drawings. If Song Feiyao did not know how to observe them, they would never have been able to decode the meaning of the paintings. The mountain pass is just to the east. An underground tributary of the Yellow River flows into it. The people who live in isolation won't be affected even if some huge mountains cover it, Song Feiyao said confidently. The rock paintings marked the secluded place of the clan that guarded the underground holy spring and marked a special underground valley. They could easily find where they wanted to go if they followed the water source. "There won't be people living there, right?" Mu Bai asked. "It's unlikely to have people living there. Bo City, Liching Afterglow Island, and Weiju clan have all assimilated. No matter how isolated the places are, the residents must have left such a place," said Mo Fan. "We'll know after we go in and look around. I hope these people didn't disappear. The underground holy spring will be very weak if no one was there to protect it," said Song Feiyao. They found the mountain pass, but there was no river there. Instead, an obvious alluvial fan had formed, like a completely dry delta. It was not a natural phenomenon in Helan Mountain. They walked along the gravel-filled mountain pass. Those steep peaks were like gates of heaven that would fall at any time in front of the three of them. Without stepping into it, they could only see the dangerous mountain. They never thought that there was a road below. There was still sunlight in the morning, but it became very dark in the afternoon. The passage through the mountain pass was not stable, and a lot of gravel and thick soil slid down. If it was the rainy season, there would be a disastrous flood. Mud, boulders, and sand would flow like wild beasts. Fortunately, it had not rained recently. The deeper they went, the more traces they found of life lived in this place. They even saw a few stone houses standing alone by the cliff. They looked at the outpost of the village. People might have used that to guard the entrance. However, the stone houses had long been abandoned, and it was not clear when. The guardians of the underground holy spring of Helan Mountain seemed to like rock paintings, murals, and geoglyphs, and they were mostly represented by human body shapes, movements, and postures. Mubai observed. The floor they walked on and the cliffs on both sides had a human shape that had been cut. The way it was cut was very fascinating. It seemed like when the cement had not even dried completely, a cat and a dog had accidentally stepped on it. Their small footprints had been immortalized on the wall and the floor. It was the same for the human shapes. They had different postures. It seemed that when everything was still being fabricated and shaped, many people posed differently to leave their mark. It was some sort of sculpture art. Most of the mural sculptures were convex, but some were concave. Chapter 28:13. The Underground Holy Spring. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. As they continued to go deeper into the cave, they found a clean stream. The stream flowed through the mountain valley they had been walking on. Song Feiyao told them this was the exact stream they were looking for that crossed the ancient village before reaching the Yellow River. The clear stream water suggested that the stream did not flow on the surface. Otherwise, the surrounding mud and dirt could easily turn it muddy. The stream water spilled out from the rock strata, then passed by a fault valley blocked by the rocks. The mysterious and ancient village where the underground holy spring was located at the fault valley. The rock mass on top of the mountain within the fault valley resembled a gigantic umbrella that blocked the sun from view. It covered the entire fault valley. Even if one looked down from the sky, they could not possibly notice the cave down there. The crystal-clear stream water flowed out of the fault valley through the cracks that were either formed naturally or man-made. The water flowed along the steep rocks and formed a transparent pool at the back of the village. It was truly a rare scenery to behold. The village was surrounded by rocks and wood. Most of the houses were made of wood. When they got closer to it, the village did not look much different from any other quiet mountain village. There were roads, a village entrance, a fortress wall, and rusted farming tools strewn about. The village was so quiet that the visitors dared not venture inside to ask questions even when they stood right at the entrance. "It's deserted." Song Feiyao sighed. Unlike Licheng Afterglow Island, all the guardians of the underground holy springs did not remain as a complete society. Not all of them knew the significance of what had been passed down by their ancestors. After all, it had been a long time since the guardian tribes were formed. In the past, dozens of guardian tribe branches stood guard over the underground holy spring. However, hardly any of them had survived till today. There are some farming tools with some words on them. They look like they are from the modern era. Mo Fan used his dragon sense to search for clues from his surroundings. In other words, it hasn't been long since the village was deserted. It's possible that the villagers guarded the underground holy spring until recently, said Mu Bai. Mo Fan nodded. He hoped the underground holy spring was not nearly dried up like the one he had seen in Bo City. Judging from the current amount of sustenance Little Loach needed per day, it would be a waste of a trip if Mo Fan did not get an underground holy spring that was on par with the one at Licheng Afterglow Island. "Let's split up and look around. I'll explore the pool under the waterfall," said Mo Fan. "I'll look around the village. I'll explore outside the village." Mo Fan walked toward the waterfall. Not all waterfalls flowed down with force and a rumble. The waterfall here was small. It flowed quietly along the fault valley's cracks formed over the years into a pool of water. The pool was not very deep. After all, there was no impact from the downward flow of water. It looked like a huge spring which might have served as drinking water for the villagers. Mo Fan had the strong urge of rolling up his pant legs and soaking his legs inside the clean and refreshing spring water. He often did that when he was young. He took off the pendant hanging on his chest, then soaked and washed it inside the water. Mo Fan had been keeping his pendant well hidden to prevent himself from exposing Little Loach to the public. He sweated quite a bit and it was due for a wash. As soon as he put his pendant inside the cold spring of the Fault Valley, Little Loach shone, making the pendant look as if it was alive. It broke itself free from Mo Fan's grasp and burrowed into the shallow cold spring. Mo Fan was puzzled. But he was not in a hurry to pick it back up. He seldom saw Little Loach so impatient. It slid to the bottom of the spring. When it glowed, Mo Fan realized there was another layer of liquid with different density at the bottom of the spring. Ordinary stream water had very low density and floated on the upper layer. Meanwhile, liquid with high density rested at the bottom. It looked like it had been sealed by a layer of something that resembled thin ice. When the spring water flowed down and struck it, it would sway, just like any other liquid. However, the liquid moved with a sense of sluggishness, making it seem like it would not break free of the ice even if a gargantuan force struck it. Mo Fan smiled. So, the underground holy spring was sealed at the bottom of the spring. The underground holy spring was completely different from ordinary water. The underground holy spring was like sunken oil. There was a clear layer of boundary that separated the stream water from the underground holy spring. Even a water element mage could not expose it with ease, let alone the villagers who collected water from it. The underground holy spring was hidden within the normal spring. It was a brilliant way of concealing it. Even if people with ulterior motives found the pool, they would have a hard time finding the underground holy spring. Fortunately, Mo Fan had Little Loach with him. Otherwise, they would have spent a lot of effort in finding the underground holy spring. Mo Fan, Song Feiyao, and Mu Bai would have subconsciously looked for it at the hidden caves, mysterious realm, and underground places, inside the village with no result. The village itself was secretly hidden between the Fault Valley of Helan Mountain. It was difficult to discover the petroglyphs unless they were the guardian tribe of the underground holy spring. Only the leader of the guardian tribe had the knowledge of combining all the petroglyphs. Those who used this method to hide the location of the underground holy spring had done so to prevent the insiders rather than the outsiders from stealing it. Little Loach was not restrained by the layer of forbidden system. It was literally a movable underground holy spring storage. Hence, the forbidden system recognized it as part of the spring. The moment it reached the bottom of the spring, Little Loach quickly absorbed the holy spring essence. Meanwhile, Mo Fan kept a close eye on their surroundings on the shore. Something was strange. There was no one in the village, and the underground holy spring was skillfully hidden. If no one was here to manage it, how did the spring thrive? How had it not dried up? If there was no water inside the pool, could the forbidden system transform into sand and continue to keep the underground holy spring hidden? No one had discovered the secret of the petroglyphs. No one had barged into this place and discovered the guardians of the underground holy spring secrets yet. Little Loach absorbed the holy spring essence rapidly. Mo Fan let down his guard. Obtaining the underground holy spring was more crucial than anything else. Before Mo Fan could celebrate, Mu Bai rushed over to him after surveying the surrounding of the village. "It doesn't seem as simple as it appears to be, right?" asked Mo Fan. "Simple? Have you found the underground holy spring?" Mu Bai was stunned. "Yes, and I've kept it." Mo Fan nodded. "Do you still remember the engraved frescoes when we entered through the cave?" Mu Bai asked. Chapter 28:14. The War of the Humanoid. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Roar. Before Mu Bai finished his words, a roar came from the majestic fault valley above them. A giant, rocky leg trampled the steep, huge mountain. Its foot landed near Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Its foot was as huge as a stone house they had seen on their way here. It could easily trample animals and humans into meat pies. With this foot down, the other one moved out of the remains of the mountain wall. Mo Fan and Mu Bai looked up and saw the giant's waist in the middle of the stone wall. It slowly detached its waist from the wall. After its waist was detached from the wall, it began to pull its upper body out. It was as if its flesh, skin, and bones grew on the rocks, and it was trying to peel them out. Finally, the giant removed itself from the rocks and stood before Mo Fan and Mu Bai. It was as tall as the peak of the mountain. It towered over everything. Mo Fan looked at the giant and then at the mountain wall along which the spring water flowed, only to realize that an enormous shape of a human had dented the mountain wall. What the heck? It was not a performance art piece, it's a living body. When they walked all the way in, they saw many human shapes dented on the mountain walls. It was clear that those were the living rocky giants like the one they had seen. They had been wandering around this area from the beginning. Roar! The humanoid golem roared, as if declaring a war against all the tribes in Helan Mountain. It radiated an imposing and terrifying aura. Mo Fan and Mu Bai dared not slow down. They exchanged glances and decided to leave the rocky place and to fight the rocky giants in an open space. However, the humanoid golem did not notice the duo under its feet. It stretched out its rocky arm and grabbed the rock mass that blocked the sun view. It climbed out of the mountain valley through it. The mountain valley shook. Brown humanoid golems crawled out of the mountain wall one after another. The afternoon sun gleamed into the mountain valley and reflected on the humanoid golems. They shone like the Buddha. They looked holy and majestic. More humanoid golems pulled themselves out of the steep cliff along the stone walls. They crawled outside and followed their leader. A huge and majestic humanoid golem army was formed within a short period of time. They made their ways to the outside world. The mountain valley was covered with countless dented traces that resembled footprints. Mo Fan and Mu Bai were shocked. "It seems like they are not coming for us," said Mu Bai after a long silence. Mo Fan was stunned. He had thought that the humanoid golems guarding the underground holy spring had discovered him stealing the spring. However, the humanoid golems ignored them completely and made their way out of the cave. Mo Fan and Mu Bai did not know what was happening outside. "Shall we follow them?" asked Mu Bai. "Yes." Mo Fan had no idea where the humanoid golems were heading. If they swarmed the cities nearby Helan Mountain, Mo Fan and his group would have committed a sinful deed. Mo Fan was an earth element mage. The surrounding earth element was so rich that his earth element magical power increased by multiple folds. Mo Fan went after the humanoid golems along the rocks. Song Feiyao and Mu Bai followed closely behind. They were worried that their invasion might have led to a disaster. After the humanoid golems crawled out of the mountain valley, they found themselves on a land that faced the east. However, they moved toward the bulging mountains in the north. The peak of the mountains crossed with one another like huge swords clashing one another. Even the rocks that resembled the schists and spears laced with one another. There were no flat grounds. Below the mountain peaks and rocks were cliffs that fell hundreds of meters down. The deep valley was bottomless with visible cracks. It was a large hollow piece of land with large rocks. If ordinary people were to walk on top of the land, they may slip and fall to the bottom of the mountain and shatter into pieces. The humanoid golems spread across the hollow land made of rocks on top of the mountain. They heavily guarded and sealed the area. They unanimously turned to the north. Meanwhile, the giant beasts covered in thick fur were seen at a higher mountain in the north. They leaped over the ridge and got closer to the humanoid golems. The giant beasts looked strong and ferocious. They bared their fangs. They were stronger and more powerful than the beasts within the forest. They gathered in a large group on the mountain line. The beasts' roaring shook the surrounding rocks. The rocks fell and crashed down. The humanoid golems were undaunted. They stood guard over their territory and were ready to fight the blood beasts from northern Xinjiang. "The blood beasts want to cross the Helan Mountain," Mu Bai exclaimed. The thick-haired demons were the blood beasts from northern Xinjiang. These ferocious demons usually cooped up on the higher grounds in groups. The killing between humans and the blood beasts in Xinjiang had never ceased, and the war continued for several dynasties. Roar! Roar! The far end of the mountain was covered in crimson. The blood beasts roared in fury. One of them was covered with blood-red mane, and it stood in the middle of the blood beasts. It was the leader of the blood beasts. Roar! Likewise, the leader of the humanoid golems roared back in rage. They did not leave their positions. The confrontation did not last for long. Both sides were gathering their soldiers. In the end, the blood beasts could no longer hold back their thirst for the northern border and charged at the humanoid golems. There was no bloodshed in this war. The humanoid golems had no blood. They were elemental substances. The residents of Helan Mountain knew them as the elemental soldiers. Similarly, the blood beasts did not bleed. Their blood fused with their muscles, which then transformed into a terrifying force that could tear their enemies apart. Even though not a single drop of blood was shed in this war, it was brutal. The blood beasts bit off some of the humanoid golems' heads and threw their bodies into the bottomless pit. The blood beasts pounced on some of the humanoid golems, crushing them into pieces and scattering them across the gap between the rocks. The blood beasts crushed some of the humanoid golems into powder, and the powder flew away in the breeze. Chapter 28:15. Soul entering the rocks. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The war was chaotic. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Song Feiyao stood there and watched the two parties fighting each other. Both the humanoid golems and the blood beasts turned a blind eye to them. Why did they kill each other? Was this purely another senseless battle between the demons, they wondered. The humanoid golems possessed elemental lives. They did not have to fight for any resources with the blood beasts. Meanwhile, the blood beasts were purely carnivorous. They could not possibly find the elemental lives to be useful to them. Could the humanoid golems be the reason why the blood beasts can't go over to Helan Mountain? Mo Bai asked. There was a large blood beast tribe in the north of Helan Mountain. They were rampant and large in number. They had to cross Helan Mountain to invade human territories. However, the elemental soldiers inhabited Helan Mountain. They would awaken whenever they sensed a large number of blood beasts encroaching on northern Xinjiang. BAA! BAA! The combat blue sheep bleated. But they did not sound as if they were intimidated by the blood beasts. Mo Fan turned and saw several men and women in local herdsman attire behind them. They might have rushed over after such a large commotion, or they could have been waiting here because they knew the war would happen. Guys, come over here lest the blood beasts hurt you, said one of the herdsmen with his tanned arms exposed. The trio retreated to the top of the fault valley in confusion. It was just the right height to watch the war unfold. Did you find what you were looking for? He asked the chief of the herdsmen with a round hat. Did you find the combat blue sheep to be useful? The man whom the trio had first met at the bottom of the mountain grinned and revealed his yellowish teeth. Mo Fan glanced at the crowd. The number of the herdsmen was scarce. Each of them rode on horses and deer. It was clear that they were used to the brutal and horrific war before them. What exactly is going on? Mu Bai could not stop himself from asking. Even though Helan Mountain is very near to the beast kingdom of northern Xinjiang, there's not a single fortress and army to protect the mountain. We're the only ones who stand guard over here. Do you really think we possess some sort of supernatural powers, or that Helan Mountain is so lofty and dangerous that the blood beasts can't cross it? Said the man with the yellowish teeth. The chief with the round hat raised his hand, signaling the man to watch his words. The chief then stared at Mo Fan, looking like he knew something more. However, he looked away and said nothing. He fixed his gaze on the leader of the humanoid golem, as if looking at an old friend. The crowd turned quiet suddenly. The roar on top of the mountain intensified. Several blood beasts were ruthlessly thrown from the mountain. Their bodies smashed onto the fault valley below and ended up in a bloodless mess. The leader of the humanoid golems and the blood beast covered in blood-red mane were in the middle of an intense fight. The mountain peak and rocks continued to collapse and fall into the deep valley. Countless rocks as huge as the houses crashed and fell down the mountain. Are they helping you to guard Helan Mountain? Mo Fan asked. Do you know why we're known as the herdsman? The chief asked. Because you're the beast tamer. You tame the horses, deer, and combat blue sheep, answered Mo Fan. No. 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 We don't tame animals. We tend the elemental spirit of Helan Mountain, said the chief of herdsmen. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Song Feia were shocked. Did the elemental soldiers listen to their orders? The elemental soldiers were powerful and large in number. They were more powerful than an army of elites. What spell do you use? Mo Fan asked. What kind of power summoned the elemental soldiers? Could it be the psychic element magical power? We don't summon the elemental soldiers. They live here in the Helan Mountain. They don't completely listen to my instructions. They will only awake when the blood beasts come and temporarily become our soldiers to fight the beasts. Otherwise, they are dormant in Helan Mountain most of the time, said the chief. So, you're using the psychic element magical power, right? Mo Fan asked again. Yes and no. Let me tell you a story from a long time ago. If you stay here for a while longer, you'll learn that this is a story that has been passed down from ages ago. A smile was finally seen on the chief's face. Mo Fan was all ears. We used to be ordinary herdsmen. We're neither combat mags nor patrolling border team. No matter how many livestock we tended, we always had trouble making ends meet because the blood beasts often crossed Helan Mountain and hunted for food. The blood beasts are powerful creatures, and we're weak. Soon, our livestock were insufficient for them. The blood beasts then targeted the residents in the cities. One fine afternoon, the blood beasts covered Helan Mountain and swarmed us in groups. We thought we were going to die. Little did we know about a village in the depths of Helan Mountain. The villagers stood up and cast powerful magic to defeat the blood beasts. However, all of them ended up dead. They were hermits. Even though the blood beasts had not discovered their valley, they stood up for us. Only a few of them survived the battle. We invited them to stay with us. Unfortunately, they turned down our offer. There's a person in the village skilled in black magic. He substituted the wine with spring water and sprinkled it across the entire valley to commemorate the deceased. Later, he branded their souls on the high rocks, mountain wall stones, and large valleys. We were puzzled and asked him the purpose of it. We wondered why he didn't allow the respectable souls to leave of their own free will. He told us that the deceased souls had to stand guard over something. Even though they had become ghosts and spirits, they had to continue guarding their ancestral inheritance. Their souls entered the mountain and gave lives to the rocks. The elemental soldiers originated from the villagers' souls. They forgot about the thing they were supposed to protect, but they always fought for us against the blood beasts. When the chief told the story, his gaze focused on Mo Fan. He emphasized his words and stared hard at Mo Fan. Substituting wine with spring water. The spring the chief had referred to was not the spring that spilled out of the rocks. He was referring to the underground holy spring. The underground holy spring was the only thing granted those rocks with extraordinary power and life. Chapter 28:16. The Chosen One. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The first question that the chief had asked was, "Did you find what you were looking for?" He knew everything. He knew Mo Fan had found the underground holy spring and stolen it from the bottom of the spring for himself. He had narrated that story so that Mo Fan could understand that the underground holy spring was what granted the rocks life. The lives of the deceased people from the village. The villagers were all gone. They had died protecting Helan Mountain. While the guardians of the underground holy spring at Helan Mountain stood up and faced the disaster with bravery, the people from Mingwu Ancient City and Liching Afterglow Island decided to keep themselves away from the war. Go now. Since you found this place, I believe you're not far from the truth, said the chief to Mo Fan. Mo Fan knew he had to return the underground holy spring to them. The underground holy spring was needed to summon the elemental soldiers at Helan Mountain. He could not take it away from them. He could not afford to steal the spring for his own cultivation at the expense of the southern cities at Helan Mountain. I understand it hasn't been easy for you to protect Helan Mountain. I'll return the thing that I've taken from you, said Mo Fan to the chief. However, the chief shook his head. The reason I told you the story is not to raise your conscience, I'm telling you so that we will never forget our ancestral tradition. Our ancestors have used up half of the underground holy spring to protect the residents at Helan Mountain, and they continued to stand guard over the remaining half in an undead elemental form. I understand. Mo Fan was guilty. Say no more. I already know who you are and your background. You're the same as the villagers. Go now. Go for the sake of saving the residents of Helan Mountain and protecting the east coastline. By doing so, our ancestors' effort of guarding the underground holy spring for so many years would not go to waste, said the chief. How about Helan Mountain? Using half of it is already sufficient. Besides, they were the ones who owed it to that person. If not, why would they have guarded the underground holy spring? The villagers strongly believe that that person will come someday. When that person comes and takes the underground holy spring, the spring must be in complete form. It's their fault if they fail to protect the spring, said the chief. The true purpose of standing guard over the underground holy spring was to wait for the right person to take it away, instead of allowing the spring to dry up or possess it without a purpose. Both Bow City and Liching Afterglow Island had failed to stand guard over the underground holy spring, even Helan Mountain had done it only half right. Fortunately, the fragmented, sealed, and incomplete springs were still functional. You will do us a huge favor as long as you don't take back the elemental soldiers' lives, said the chief as he cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Mo Fan could not possibly call back the elemental soldiers' lives. Mo Fan did not quite understand why the chief said they only required half of the underground holy spring. Also, why was the chief so sure that Mo Fan and his group were the ones they had been waiting for? The chief was firm in his decision. Mo Fan did not turn down his offer. After all, the underground holy spring was hard to understand. Instead of allowing it to dry up in a no-man's island, he might as well use it well like the guardians of the underground holy spring. With the presence of the herdsmen and the elemental soldiers, the blood beasts could not possibly cross towards the Helan Mountain. The mountain's defense line was more robust than any other fortress with an army. The elemental soldiers were the purest souls that would fight the blood demons till the end. Maybe they didn't even know why they still fought. After watching Mo Fan, Song Feiyao, and Mu Bai depart to the east, the herdsmen remain in their positions. They continued watching the chaotic battlefield. Some of the herdsmen quietly chanted an ancient spell to summon the scattered souls back to the rock mountain. Chief, are you sure that kid is the person we've been waiting for? Asked the man with yellow teeth. Why would that matter? If yes, we can finally break ourselves free. If not, he has taken advantage of us, said the man. The ancestors never told us who we should give the underground holy spring to, said the chief. I wonder why the elemental soldiers allowed him to take the underground holy spring without stopping him. Normally, the elemental soldiers would attack anyone who got near to the underground holy spring, said the man. So, then it must be him. We can finally break ourselves free, said the chief calmly. There was a narrow area somewhere around the Yellow River at Helan Mountain. There was a rope bridge above it. Mo Fan and his group reached that place, but they could not stop looking back. Mo Fan, they look like the surviving villagers. They have become part of the herdsmen, said Mu Bai. I know. If they were the herdsmen, they couldn't possibly have known about the history of the underground holy spring so well. Song Feiyao, what do you think? Mo Fan turned around to Song Feiyao. After all, Song Feiyao was a genuine guardian of the underground holy spring. Yes. Their analyses are the same as mine, said Song Feiyao. Analyses? What analyses are you talking about? Mo Fan asked in confusion. Someone will take the underground holy spring someday. I don't know who the person is. Nobody does. But it's possible that the person might be you, said Song Feiyao solemnly. Was he the chosen one? Could it be? What is the basis of your analyses? Mo Fan found this to be ridiculous. He did not believe he could be the chosen one. Although he believed he was gifted and extraordinary, and even Mo Drasin had mentioned there was a thunderstorm on the day he was born, he wondered what made them think he was that person the Guardians had been waiting for. Not everyone can take the underground holy spring whenever they want. Throughout the years, no one has ever stolen the underground holy spring. It's a holy relic, and it's indestructible. Nothing can hide its great aura. Even if it's stolen, we can find it back. If one steals it, it means that they are protecting the underground holy spring on our behalf, said Song Feiyao. I don't understand, said Mo Fan. There must be something on you that allows you to digest the tremendous energy from the underground holy spring, as well as preventing the energy from spreading. Mo Fan panicked. She has discovered Little Loach's existence. Since you're capable of digesting the holy spring, you must be the one destined to take the underground holy spring away, said Song Feiyao. She had discovered this when they were at Liching Afterglow Island. Chapter 28:17. Overeagerness ruins the growth. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. While not everyone could take the underground holy spring and digest it, Mo Fan was the exception. The intense warmth from the underground holy spring attracted many demons to fight for it. Only the guardians of the underground holy spring knew how to keep its energy well hidden to prevent trouble. Mo Fan took the underground holy spring and prevented the spread of its energy. On top of that, he could use the underground holy spring energy to accelerate his growth of cultivation instead of going through a long, arduous cultivation journey. Did this not show that the underground holy spring belonged to him? Regardless of whether Mo Fan was a perfect match for the underground holy spring and could absorb the spring energy through his physique, or there was something on him that enabled him to absorb the spring energy and possess the spring, it showed that Mo Fan was the one the guardians of the underground holy spring had been waiting for. Even if Mo Fan was not that person, so what? The guardians of the underground holy spring could not possibly continue to stand guard over the spring forever until it dried up. If that was the case, the underground holy spring's guardians might as well give the spring to the person they believed was the one to end the curse placed on them over thousands of years. The guardians' mission was accomplished when that person arrived and took the underground holy spring. They no longer had to hide or fight among themselves because of the mysterious treasure. Mo Fan, you don't have to feel pressured. You came from Bo City. Uncle Shuyan is the person in charge of the underground holy spring at Bo City. He will pass the spring down to Mu Ningxue sooner or later, and she is part of your family. It will eventually fall into your hands. The guardians of the underground holy spring have assimilated, split, and disappeared over the years. So, it's only normal that you be the one to protect the remaining underground holy spring. You don't have to care too much if you are truly the one they've been waiting for. If someday there comes that person who truly is for the spring, he will defeat you. Mu Bai patted Mo Fan's shoulder and tried to comfort him. Mu Bai noticed that Mo Fan did not look pressured. In fact, Mo Fan was more than willing to take the place of the chosen one. Why do I even need to comfort him, thought Mu Bai. He sighed. It's obvious he is enjoying the attention and the assumption. Even if he isn't the right person, he will strive to become one. Since you've said so, I'll force myself to accept it, then. Mo Fan smiled. Song Feiyao did not know Mo Fan as well as Mu Bai. She nodded. Hopefully we can find the remaining long-lost underground holy spring so that you can dabble into the realm of Forbidden Curse. Forbidden Curse. Mo Fan could not help but cry out loud. Isn't the earth pistol required for the Forbidden Curse? Mu Bai asked in confusion. The genuine underground holy spring energy is as powerful as the earth pistol. In fact, eldest grandpa and eldest granny strongly believed that if I continue to cultivate in the underground holy spring at Liching Afterglow Island, I might be able to dabble into the realm of Forbidden Curse within 10 years. However, I didn't think so. Instead, I believe undue haste will only spoil the growth of my cultivation. I find my cultivation to be different compared to those who work hard to build their foundations and are familiar with magical skills, just like you two, said Song Feiyao. Makes sense. Both Mo Fan and Mu Bai had experienced various fights to sharpen their skills. They continued to break through their cultivation in the middle of a crisis and stimulated their spiritual potential. Although they were young, they had a wealth of experience in combat compared to many old mags who lived in comfort. Most people were selfish, lazy, and waited for others to provide for them. They strove hard in the beginning of their cultivation, but when they had a decent life, they slacked off. Many people cultivated in their own backyards, or they relied on their own network, social status, and wealth to accumulate resources for their cultivation. Even if they always secluded themselves from others to cultivate, they were always inferior to the mags who risked their lives in the battlefield. Cultivation based on resources would only ruin their growth. Cultivation did not represent one's real strength. Even Mu Bai could defeat the so-called mags who had completed their cultivation, let alone Mo Fan with his large amount of heaven seeds. By the time Mo Fan and Mu Bai completed their cultivation, their peers would be no match for them. The reason Zhao Jing was a strong opponent was because his strength was on par with Mo Fan and Mu Bai. They possessed heaven seeds, something that many third-grade super-level mags desired. While they could spend money to buy soul seeds, they could not do the same for heaven seeds. Sub-heaven seeds alone were priceless, let alone the great heaven seeds. Besides, Song Feiyao had not achieved super level for several of her elements. Even though both Song Feiyao and Mo Fan were third-grade super level mags, Mo Fan could inflict direct damage to a supreme ruler with his fire element. Song Feiyao, on the other hand, could only peel off a layer of the supreme ruler's skin. The reason Song Feiyao agreed to follow Mo Fan and Mu Bai was not only to search for the underground holy spring and totem beast, but also to gain some experience for herself. She had a high level of cultivation, but she needed to strengthen herself by gaining more experience by venturing outside. She believed she still had a large room for improvement. Without practical experience, she could not reach the realm of Forbidden Curse even if she was provided with 10 underground holy springs. Resting on one's laurels was Liching Afterglow Islander's biggest weakness. Song Feiyao knew this would only lead them to a dead end soon. They placed all their hope on the underground holy spring. But the underground holy spring would only bring them death. The moment the ocean demons arrived at their island, all of them would be wiped out and nobody would actually be able to fight. Song Feiyao had never betrayed her people. All she did was find a way of survival for the islanders. Even though the road would be tough, at least they would be alive. She didn't mind if none of them understood her purpose. It did not matter that they continued to misunderstand and blame her. She was fine with anything if Liching Afterglow Islanders had a shot at survival. Mu Bai, did you go to Helan Mountain just to enjoy the scenery? Mo Fan recalled. Actually, I heard about a type of bug in the valley of Helan Mountain. Its scientific name is... Stop talking about the strange bug. Do you plan to find it during this trip? Asked Mo Fan. The valley at Helan Mountain is complicated. There are many fault valleys. It will consume a lot of time to find the bug. Moreover, we have something else to do, said Mu Bai. Zhong Xiaohu hasn't given us any clear clues. I don't think we can help much even if we go to him. Let us go to the bug valley with you, said Mo Fan. Will this? We can't find the totem beast in a day or two. What matters most is that our strengths have increased compared to the past. You were still too weak to go to the bug valley back then. But you're different now. If your purpose is clear, with our current strengths, we won't have to spend a lot of time in finding the bug, said Mo Fan. Makes sense. Let's go, then. There's an entrance to the bug valley at the east of the Helan Mountain foothill. Mu Bai nodded. Song Feiyao had no qualms about it. After all, her purpose of venturing outside was to gain experience. Chapter 28:18. The Bizarre Star Bug. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. At Yinchuan Plain, when they looked down from the sky, the form of the Yellow River resembled a Chinese word. The water-washed sediments accumulated at the river's bottom to the shore and formed a rich plain. The ocean demons frequently encroached on Chang River and Zhu River because these rivers were situated along the coast. They found it harder to invade the Yellow River. One of the reasons was that Zhong Xiaohu had destroyed the massive underground river tunnel of Bo City. Another reason was that a large amount of sediments and impurities accumulating in the Yellow River had severely hindered the ocean demons from marching to it. The Yellow River water flowed rapidly. It was difficult to control its speed. It often led to disaster. The turbulent flow of water made the low-level ocean demons difficult to swim. The ocean demon army was mostly made up of low-level ocean demons. By the time they swam to the Yellow River, they were already exhausted. How could they still have the strength to encroach on the cities of the Yellow River? This was the fallen area of the plateau. Even though it was only plains, the altitude was more than 1,000 meters. The ocean demons had difficulty reaching the zone. Most civilization was impossible without the water. They needed water to irrigate, farm, generate electricity, and even for transport. Mo Fan wondered where the water came from. Probably rainwater. Meanwhile, those areas where the rain was scarce had to rely on the snow and ice from the mountain. When the temperature rose, the snow on the mountains melted. The melted snow flowed to the lower areas and formed streams. The streams converged at a certain point to form rivers. When the rivers converged, they formed bigger water bodies. Prosperous cities were formed around these water bodies. It had been this way since ancient times. However, a cold wave befell China. The snow on the mountains hardly melted. Many rivers had dried up. Without the supply of water, the crops died. Even transportation by river was hampered. Even though the sea water could keep the difference of temperature along the coast balanced, many ocean demons attacked the coasts. The weather was bitterly cold, and the rivers were frozen. With the ocean demons' attack, humans were left with only 5 base cities to rely on. The South Emperor joined forces with the ocean godly horde of the Pacific Ocean. This was no different from ending humans' all possible means of survival. If they gave up the east coastline and retreated to the country, could humans truly survive under such a poor environment? Zhao Xiaohu used to serve in the military both within the country and along the coast. He was absorbed in his thoughts while staring at the icy cold Yellow River. A lot of ridiculous ideas were published on many websites. They suggested retreating from the east coastline and focusing on destroying the ocean demons in the country. They suggested taking back their territories from the weaker ocean demons to alleviate the current situation. The seemingly wise people came up with endless plots. They made analyses and came up with winning scenarios. As a result, the admirers began to question the government's decisions. The truth was those wise people had never fought at the front lines. They were narrow-minded and thought they could solve the problems only by their words. They had never witnessed the ocean demons' brutality. They had never seen the hopelessness and disappointment reflected on the citizens' faces when they stared at the snow mountain where the snow no longer melted to provide them with a reliable water source. There was no peace. No places to hide. The country had to ignore those suggestions and its supporters. It had to resolve the issue surrounding the snow mountain, kill the ocean demons, and save the people from desperate situations. In fact, the people needed ways of preventing their crops from freezing, they needed ways to melt the snow mountains, they needed more advanced water transportation, they needed more powerful mags to fight the ocean demons, and they needed a lot more solutions than the wise people behind their keyboards giving suggestions. The country was in a dire situation. As the cold wave continued, the upstream water might freeze forever. By then, there would be no water supply to irrigate the crops. The dams could not generate electricity. The country's civilization would regress. Even if humans were not entirely wiped out, the ocean demons would have won. Chairman Xiao Zheng was not impeached. He is somewhere he is needed the most. He always has a farther vision than others, Zhong Xiaohu said to himself. Hey, are you daydreaming? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu. Zhong Xiaohu returned to his senses, only to realize that 2 women had crawled to the bottom of the plain and discovered some clues on the river banks. I've checked the surroundings. There are no demons around this area, said Zhong Xiaohu. Okay, we'll go down there, then. Lingling and I found a river monument. I believe this is what we're looking for, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Good. I'll continue to keep a close eye on the surroundings. Let me know if anything happens, said Zhong Xiaohu. You're indeed an experienced soldier. You could even lure the golden sand demon tigers away. How did you do that? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu. The ability to evade demon hordes in the wilderness was very important. Even if one had a very high level of cultivation and could easily kill a demon horde, the vibration from the use of spell and smell of blood could attract a larger number of demon hordes. I was a scout when I first joined the army. So, scouting is my strongest ability. Zhong Xiaohu smiled. He was quite proud of his scouting ability. Okay. You may continue fooling those golden sand demon tigers. We'll copy the words and patterns on the river monument before leaving, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Is that a sacred totem beast's clue? Zhao Xiaohu asked. It must be, Jiang Xiaoshu said. Great! On the east foothill of Helan Mountain, a large flock of tens and thousands of creatures that resembled crows swarmed out of the valley. The creatures had venomous purple pupils. They flew in flocks in the sky. It almost looked like a night sky spangled with stars. However, it was noon, and the sun was still bright. The view made one palpitate. Damn it! Are you setting me up? The Bug Valley is barely considered a small horde. 3 people were speeding on the plains. They looked like tiny dots. The bizarre star bugs were behind them. Some blood beasts had been wandering on the plains and preying on the bison. But when the blood beasts saw the bizarre star bugs swarming them, they fled. The blood beasts were slow. The star bugs passed by them like a gust of black wind, and the next moment, the blood beasts were reduced to bones. Even the surrounding plants were gone. It was a frightening sight to behold. Instead of teasing me, why don't you kill them with your fire element magical power? I remember there's a special effect of your flames. It can jinx those bugs. Mubai cried out. Are you kidding me? They placed their eggs in a valley rock fire for them to hatch. If they are afraid of fire, why do we even have to run, cussed Mofan? It's because your fire power isn't strong enough. Huh? Then why are you running away? I just don't want to mess with them, Mubai said coolly. Chapter 28:19. The Ancient City Wall. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mofan and Mubai had assumed that with their current strengths, they could do anything they wanted at the Bug Valley of Helan Mountain. However, the situation in the Bug Valley was more dangerous than it appeared to be. Every different creature had their own principles. The bizarre star bugs possessed extremely powerful soul-sucking abilities. The moment Mofan, Mubai, and Songfeyo entered the Bug Valley, the star bug slowly absorbed the intruder's soul energy. If it had not been for the fact that Little Loach warned Mofan about the star bugs, they would have only found out about them by the time most of their soul energy had been sucked away. The valley was enveloped with fog that had anesthetic effects. The fog leaf bug was the source of the anesthetic fog. They were a perfect match for the strange star bugs. The fog leaf bug spread anesthetic fog in the air while the star bug sucked human souls. After one soul was sucked, they could not recover from the severe damage. Although Mofan and Mubai had traveled to various places, they had never learned of the existence of such a bug in this world until now. They had to find their nest and take back their soul energy. When one soul energy was impaired, their abilities would be suppressed significantly. Mofan and his group took their soul energy back, as well as the other soul energy that had been accumulated in the nest. However, they did not want to confront the star bugs. The Bug Valley dominated Helan Mountain. The war between the elemental soldier and blood beasts provided them with an ample amount of food. As a result, the nest grew. Besides, the topography of Helan Mountain was complicated. There were many faults and cliffs. Thus, it served as a suitable habitat for the bugs. It was only when Mofan and Mubai stepped into the Bug Valley that they realized the existence of such a terrifying bug dynasty within Helan Mountain. Fortunately, the bugs did not show interest in humans. Given the natural advantage in Helan Mountain, the bugs rarely left the Bug Valley. Otherwise, the bug nest would have been far more threatening than the blood beasts. The bugs were like the Americans in the Second World War. They grew up in war. Even though the trip to the Bug Valley was dangerous, Bai reaped a great harvest. He had once come here in the past. However, his lack of strength had prevented him from entering the Bug Valley. At that time, he resolved to enter the Bug Valley only when he reached super level. But now it seemed that even a super level mage could easily die in the Bug Valley. The bizarre star bugs hoarded the soul energy, and the massive energy served as a wealth crystal. Bai and Mo Fan benefited from taking the energy for themselves. Taking the risk was not a bad thing, after all. They finally got rid of the strange star bugs after speeding for hundreds of kilometers. They had manifested their high level of cultivation. If the road was not blocked, the demons could not catch up with them as they fled. The trio found a resting place. Bai took out some ointment and glanced at the swollen Song Feiyao. He tried to hold back his laughter. Song Feiyao graciously accepted the ointment. She was annoyed. The two men were fine. But she was the one who had suffered. She wondered if the areas that got stung would leave scars. Mo Fan went to the river to see if there was any cell tower. He could not contact Zhong Xiaohu and his group if there was no signal. "Hi, where are you?" "We've just come out of Helan Mountain." Mo Fan took out his phone and raised it high. He wondered if this would help his phone receive a better signal. "Yes." "Have you settled the things on your end?" "Good, where are we going next?" "There are traces of the ancient city wall." "I have a poor sense of direction." "How about we wait for you here, and you come to us?" Zhong Xiaohu and his group arrived within an hour. They were not far from Mo Fan and his group. Song Feiyao kept her face well hidden because she didn't want Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu to laugh at her. Mo Fan pointed at Helan Mountain. "There's a bug valley inside. It is very dangerous. But there are many premium quality soul honey. We can harvest them once every several years. Soul honey serves as a useful medicine for healing soul damage." Medicines for healing soul damage were rare. They could sell soul honey at a very high price at an auction. "I've recorded the location," said Bai. Mo Fan considered telling Lynching about it. He would ask someone from Fanshui Mountain to obtain the star bug soul crystal regularly. By doing so, they could suppress the Bug Valley's domination in Helan Mountain to prevent the powerful bugs from invading the cities near the mountain. Also, they could earn a lucrative sum for Fanshui Mountain. Honey industry was a profitable business. Of course, Mo Fan would also take a trip down to kill some of the bugs. He was afraid that the vanguard, by Hongfei, could not take on them alone. In fact, it would be best if Mu Ningxue personally came to the Bug Valley. The bizarre star bugs was not afraid of fire. Mu Ningxue was an ice element expert, and she could intimidate the star bugs. If Mu Ningxue came in as a team, they could basically wipe out the Bug Valley. Bai was an ice element mage, too. However, his ice element magical power was still weak. After the investigation, we noticed that the materials of the river monument are the same as the ancient city wall. It could have come from the same craftsman in ancient times, said Lingling. "Will the ancient city wall be buried under the Lurs? Is it difficult to find it?" Mo Fan asked in concern. "No. It has always been there. It is very well protected. By the way, Big Brother Fan, the Great Wall of Northern Line starts from the north of Helan Mountain. The ancient city wall with the sacred totem beast's trace happens to be a ruin in the middle of the Great Wall of Ningxia," said Zhong Xiaohu. "The ancient city wall, the Great Wall of the Northern Line, the Great Wall of Ningxia. Could the sacred totem beast be related to the ancient Great Wall?" When they were at Beiguan town, a heavenly wall appeared from the ancient Great Wall's land. Millions of Khufu spirits were trapped there. Mo Fan vividly remembered the sight. He was bewildered whenever he recalled that image. What was the sacred totem beast that was related to the ancient Great Wall? Mo Fan was looking forward to finding it. Some of the ruins were buried under the Lurs. There are remains of base cities and crumbling beacons. The Great Wall of Nicaea has more than 1,500 kilometers of ruins. Fortunately, the part we are looking for is still well preserved. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the ancient city wall in a short period of time even if we summon a team of archaeologists, said Lingling. Then, let's go now without further delay. According to the record on the river monument, the ancient city wall was known as Kang Wall. It was a part of the ancient fortress city. It was not part of the ancient Great Wall ruins. Kang Wall had a very long history. It was a small relay station in times of peace. But it flourished in times of war. It was not near the river or on the ground. There were no mines. After the unification, there was no war. It gradually fell into disuse and was left with an exquisite ancient city wall. When Mo Fan and his group arrived at the destination, they noticed the place was occupied. It had grown into a small town. Most of the people in the town conducted business through the barter system. Chapter 2820. Awakened at the age of 10. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ancient city gate faced the sunset with its back facing the east. Several children in simple clothes played at the gate. They climbed to the top, then they slid down along the pile of sand. They rolled down and were covered in dust and mud. It was hard to identify them with their muddy faces. Soon, their parents shouted at them from afar. The children ran to the side of hay that had been tied up and jumped on it. Mo Fan noticed a child at the corner of the wall. The child was drawing with a tree branch. The walls of the ancient city wall were covered in mud. The child picked out the mud from the cracks of the walls. When Mo Fan approached the child, he was focused on picking out the mud from the cracks. "Kid, what are you doing?" Mo Fan asked. "Are you blind?" "Can't you see?" the kid shot back. "You want me to beat you up, ho?" Mo Fan rolled his sleeves up. Lingling was by his side. She stopped Mo Fan and rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you scraping the dirt off the wall?" "Do you know what it means to scrape this area?" asked Lingling. "My dad used to do that. He said he doesn't want the things passed down from the ancestors to be buried by the sand and dust, or let the wind spoil the drawings on the wall," the child answered. "Where's your dad?" Lingling asked. The child stared at Lingling. He must have never seen such a beautiful woman from the city. He blushed bright red. "My dad will be back at night." "Can we wait for him?" asked Lingling. "No. He doesn't like meeting people," the child said. "If you take us to him, I am sure he will be willing to talk to us. After all, we know the secret of the ancient city wall." "Do you think I look like a bad girl?" said Lingling. "You don't, but he does," said the child, pointing at Mo Fan. Mo Fan raised his fist and gestured to hit the child. Lingling glared at him. After a bit of persuasion, the child agreed to take them to his father. However, they had to stay until the night. His father worked very late into the night. "We can't pamper the child. If we strike him, he will spill everything out. Why did you have to tempt him with your beauty?" Mo Fan had a problem with the child who viewed him hostilely. Humans always have a thing for pretty stuff. They have a good impression about beautiful people. The child must have thought you're ugly and fierce. Zhao Manyang mocked Mo Fan. Mo Fan ignored his mockery. He climbed to the top of the ancient city wall and found a space with a wide horizon. He then sat there and focused on his cultivation. He had found another underground holy spring. Even though half of it had been used, the remaining half was as powerful as the spring at Liching Afterglow Island. The guardians of the underground holy spring at Helan Mountain took their ancestors' words seriously. The spring was undoubtedly very well preserved. Dusk came, and everything turned dark, including the ancient city gate. The town was lively during the day. When the sun was up, the place below was abuzz with markets, stalls, cars and even horse traders. But when dusk fell, the stalls were hurriedly closed, and the people returned to their respective houses. The children playing near the ancient city gate left with their parents. The sky had turned dark, but the child's mother still had not come to fetch him. Mo Fan and his group had thought the town was fairly big in the day because of so many people in the streets, but the moment it began turning dark, every corner was deserted. After Mo Fan and his group strolled around for a while, they realized the houses in the town were basically empty. The tools were covered in dust. The vendors did not live here. The bazaar was temporarily set up by the vendors from various towns, villages, and counties. There was no one left at the ancient city gate except the child who scraped the wall. It was late at night, the cold breeze blew. Still, no one came to pick the child up. "What's your name?" Mo Fan opened his eyes and realized the kid was still there. "Xiao Tai," answered the child. "Where's your mother?" "Everyone has disappeared." "Are you still waiting for your father to come back from work?" asked Mo Fan. "Yes." "Why is there no one living here? Did you live somewhere else?" "I live here." "Okay. So, you and your family live here. It's quite crowded during the day. But it's cold and eerie at night. It must be difficult for a child like you to live here," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan suspected that the reason the ancient city wall was so well preserved was related to this child's family. People usually had a strong desire to destroy things. The historic ancient city wall would have long been destroyed if somebody wasn't looking after it. "What were you doing just now? Are you doing your homework?" Xiao Tai was curious about Mo Fan's cultivation. "I was cultivating," Mo Fan replied. "You can consider it as a sort of homework." They attended 9 years of compulsory magical education and cultivated after each class. So, it could be considered as a kind of homework. "No one taught me that." "Can you teach me?" asked Xiao Tai. "Didn't you say I look like a bad guy? How can you learn things from a bad guy?" Mo Fan said. "After I learn it, I won't do bad things like you." "There are good and bad people, but there are no good and bad abilities," answered Xiao Tai. Mo Fan was at a loss for words. But others burst out in laughter. "You're still very young, so I can't teach you. You must build up a good foundation in magic. After 15 weeks, when your physical condition is suitable for learning, only then you can awaken your first element of magical power. When you gain your first magic stardust, you can cultivate like me. However, not everyone can become a mage. You don't seem like you know anything else apart from scraping the wall. So, let's stop dreaming of becoming a mage," Mo Fan dissuaded Xiao Tai while patting his shoulder. "Is this the stardust that you've been talking about?" Xiao Tai stretched out his palm, and a pale yellow swirling light pattern appeared on it. It looked like some sort of yellow peaceful stardust from a distant starry universe. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. How old is this brat? He must be 10 at most. How could he have already awakened the earth element? Who gave him the awakening stone? Was that person trying to get Xiao Tai into trouble? The reason awakening had to be done after 15 weeks was because it put a huge mental and physical pressure on the one who attempted it. Children who were under 15 years old had incomplete brain development and mental capacity. Therefore, awakening them early would risk damaging their minds. If their minds were damaged, it would pose even greater difficulty in the path of cultivation in the future. They would not be able to focus on their cultivation, much less increase it. They would even feel their minds hurt during cultivation. Chapter 28-21. Even the undead are afraid of. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Who would have awakened a 10-year-old child? This was no different from delivering a severe blow to someone whose brain was not fully developed yet. Did your dad awaken you? Mo Fan frowned. He was furious. This would destroy a child's road to magic in the future. If that happened, Xiao Tai basically could never become an intermediate mage. He would lack a solid mind foundation. His soul might have already been damaged. Xiao Tai shook his head. He was about to say something when he turned and stared outside the ancient city gate. There was a road outside the gate. It looked more like a rough path with tire tracks than a road. A figure slowly approached the ancient city gate. My dad has come. Xiao Tai's eyes lit up. The man walked to them. He wore a conical hat made of straw so they could not see his face. The man's clothes were disheveled, as if he had just been looted. Xiao Tai did not go up to him. He waited by the gate. When the man finally arrived at the gate, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, Zhong Xiaohu, Jiang Xiaoshu, Lingling, and Song Feiyao frowned. They were surprised. They could tell from the smell that the man wasn't human. A pair of green glowing eyes were revealed under the conical hat. His face was as pale as a ghost. There was a claw mark on his face, revealing his cheekbone and rows of teeth. The empty town looked even more scary and creepy in the middle of the night. Dad! Xiao Tai seemed to be familiar with this routine. An undead! Mu Bai and Zhao Xiaohu said unanimously. An undead had intelligence akin to a human. It stood there and fixed its gaze on Mo Fan and his group. Did you come to capture me? You must make sure you can do so first. The undead grinned smugly. When it grinned and revealed its front teeth, blood stains tainted the gap. It had just murdered someone not long ago. We were following some ancient clues, and they brought us here. Were you a guardian of this ancient city wall back in those days? We would like to know the meaning of the words engraved on the wall, asked Lingling. They were not scared of it. After all, they had seen many undeads in the ancient capital. However, they had never thought Xiao Tai waited for an undead to come back home every day. This is a portal that leads to a mausoleum. I'm a mausoleum watcher. I've guarded for. I don't remember how long I've been standing guard over it, the undead answered. How do we get in? Asked Mo Fan. Very simple. You come to me, then you will reach the mausoleum after walking out of the gate, said the undead. Dad, they are not bad people. Xiao Tai said anxiously. But I'm not a good man either. The undead chuckled. It stared at Mo Fan and his group with its green eyes begrudgingly. I've just killed a person. And I am sure that person deserved to be killed, said Mo Fan. How can you tell? The undead was puzzled. If that person was the one who awakened your son, he deserves to die, said Mo Fan. He has harmed many. He sold Awakening Stone at a very high price and to whoever he pleased, the undead said after a pause. The Magic Association doesn't recognize such awakening. Even if the child reaches an appropriate age, the Magic Association will treat them as heretics and arrest them. Their future will be ruined, Mu Bai added. The undead removed its conical hat and put it on the wall. So, I take it you are not the roving hunters who want to capture me and add to their list of achievements. We are not here for that. We just want to know the meaning of the words engraved on this ancient city wall. If it is a portal, how does it open? Where does the portal lead to? Mo Fan asked. The undead took its conical hat with one of its hands and waved at Xiao Tai with its other, signaling him to step to his side. Mo Fan did not stop Xiao Tai. He allowed the child to go to the undead side. After all, Mo Fan had no intention of holding him hostage. I've been standing guard over here. What do you think is my purpose for doing so? My purpose is to prevent unnecessary people like you from barging in, said the undead firmly. Xiao Tai hid behind his father. Since you're standing guard over it, there must be some people who are allowed in. Can those who defeat you get in? Mo Fan took a few steps forward. You look very confident. As I mentioned earlier, I've been living for a very, very long time. A bone-chilling light flashed in the undead's eyes. If not for the fact that the undead looked like a corpse, it basically was not much different from a human. The undead that resembled a human so closely was always of a higher level. Most of the undead desired complete thinking. They were born powerful with immortal bodies. However, if they were given normal brains, they would have long become the rulers of the earth. Let's make it simple. If we defeat you, will you let us through? Asked Mo Fan. Regardless of whether I'm defeated, I won't tell you through the portal, said the undead. Dad, but why? If they win, shouldn't you tell them the truth? Xiao Tai asked in confusion. This is not a child's play. If they defeat me and reveal my secret that I've kept for so many years about the treasure hidden inside the mausoleum, what do I get in return? Nothing. Instead, I'm going to lose the job, said the undead. Mo Fan was silent. It seemed even undeads were afraid of losing their jobs. We can help you to heal your son's mental damage so that he can attend magic school. I'm sure you don't want to keep your son in this remote place, right? Said Mo Fan. Really? The undead's green eyes lit up. Do we look like we're going to harm you and your son? We're just searching for the totem beast clues passed down from our ancestors. We need the totem beast's help to solve the country's crisis. The ancient king is my mentor. The Queen of Nine Serenities is my friend. We are very close to many undeads. You're no different from a normal being. What's the point of putting yourself in such a difficult position? Said Mo Fan. Deal. Do you still want to fight? Asked Mo Fan. No need. If you dare to cheat me, you will end up like the teacher. I mean what I said, said the undead. Chapter 28-22. The Sacred Totem Beast's Mausoleum. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The crowd was surprised. They had assumed the undead had no room for negotiation, and that they were going to have to engage in a brutal fight. Who would have thought the undead to be so concerned about its son? Even though the undead did not mention anything about its relationship with Xiao Tai, it was obvious that he was not the undead's biological son. The undead had been standing guard over the ancient city wall for many years. Its strength was not inferior to the dead kings of the Eight Directions. When Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhong Xiaohu contacted the undead, they clearly sensed that its aura was of a ruler level. The undead had lived for several thousand years. How could it possibly give birth to a living human son? It was most likely that Xiao Tai was an abandoned orphan in the town who might have been adopted by the undead. He stayed with the vendors during the day and occasionally played with the vendors' children. Meanwhile, the undead took care of him at night. Xiao Tai was the only one who spent the nights in the town. He must have mentioned that his father works during the day and returns late at night. No one remained at night in the town to discover that his father was an undead. The child had no family and stayed alone in the marketplace that was deserted at night. He spent his nights with an undead that had stood guard over the ancient city wall for many years. Xiao Tai was adopted by an undead. The undead was powerless in the day. So, it had to rely on the vendors and town people to take care of him. It could only accompany him at night. It was not easy for Xiao Tai to grow up safely at this stage. He ran into some unscrupulous people. The mage that awakened him at the age of 10 was one of them. The devious mage must have noticed something valuable in Xiao Tai's hand. So, he fooled the ignorant town people and awakened Xiao Tai. Don't you find it meaningless standing guard over here for so many years? Zhao Manyang asked. This is none of your business, the undead said coolly. Speak a little less, will you? Especially if you don't know what you are talking about. Jiang Xiaoshu glared at Zhao Manyang. Fine, go ahead since you're so good at it. Zhao Manyang stood at the side. Mo Fan waved his hand, calling Xiao Tai to come to him. Even if they hadn't made the deal with the undead, Mo Fan would have healed Xiao Tai's mental damage, anyway. He and Mu Bai had obtained soul honey from the Bug Valley at Helan Mountain. Soul honey was the best medicine to cure one's mental damage. Without the unique soul honey, they would have to send Xiao Tai to the Parthenon temple for a chance of recovery. Take this. This can nurture his soul. As an undead, you should know how to use it best. Mo Fan took out a small portion of soul honey and passed it to Xiao Tai for him to pass it to his father. When the undead obtained the soul honey, its bone-chilling aura subsided. The undead was genuinely concerned about Xiao Tai. Thank you. The undead's fierce green eyes dimmed and revealed black pupils. You mentioned there's a mausoleum down there. Whose mausoleum is it? Mo Fan asked. I thought you already knew that since you were able to find your way here, said the undead. It's the Sacred Totem Beast's Mausoleum, Lingling answered. The undead nodded. The crowd looked helpless and dejected. They had put in great effort in finding so many totem beasts. They had taken great pains in searching for complete clues that led them to the sacred totem beast, only to end up finding its mausoleum guarded by an undead. Was there truly no other living sacred totem beasts in this world anymore? The horns of the divine deer, the carcass of the black snake, the claw of the green East Sea god, the skull of the heavenly scar sacred tiger, and the scales of Alfu, Lingling mumbled. She and Jiang Shaoxiu had originally thought that each totem beast represented the split parts of a sacred totem beast. However, after they obtained the clues from the green East Sea god, they realized that the various totem beasts did not actually represent a single sacred totem beast. A totem beast may have the bloodline of two sacred totem beasts. For instance, the black totem snake represented the head and tail of Dark Tortoise. It also represented the body of the Mural, giant serpent on the cloud, on the stone wall at Lake Island. Lingling reorganized the totem beast's clues to another sacred totem beast, and she finally found most of the outline of the great serpent on the cloud at Lake Island. She thought that it was most likely that it would lead to the surviving living sacred totem beast in this world, but they had only ended up in a mausoleum. They were very disappointed. If it was only a mausoleum, they could at least gain the sacred totem beast's remaining power to strengthen themselves. However, it would not help them resolve the crises that the entire east coastline was facing. "Are we going down there or not?" asked Zhao Manyang. "We are. Who knows, we might find clues about other sacred totem beasts. The white tiger totem beast is in Kunlun. The worst that can possibly happen is we'll barge in Kunlun Mountain. We'll salvage whatever we can, even if there's only a pile of bones." Mo Fan assured them. The mysterious feathers are left with only a pool of feathers at Lanyang City. The great serpent on the cloud is left with its mausoleum. The two greatest sacred totem beasts have been confirmed dead. The white tiger from Kunlun and the dark tortoise in the ocean are the only two remaining sacred totem beasts. Jiang Shao let out a sigh. Regardless of whether it was the great serpent on the cloud or the sacred totem beast with the mysterious feathers, these two sacred totem beasts were more powerful than the dark tortoise and white tiger. This was especially so for the great serpent on the cloud. Its mural on Lake Island had suggested that it was a sacred beast and ancestor of the black totem snake. It was at least an emperor-level sacred totem beast. It was also loyal to humans. Its existence was much more meaningful than a forbidden mage. Even though it might have difficulty in protecting 5 base cities, it could preserve the base city where it was placed. If one of the base cities was still surviving, humans had a ray of hope of reclaiming their territories along the coasts. If the entire east coastline collapsed, human survival would be threatened. Death would be inevitable. "I'll let you in. Remember, don't simply barge elsewhere inside the mausoleum. Just focus on searching for the totem beast you are looking for. Otherwise, you might die exploring," said the undead. "Thank you," Mo Fan said gratefully. "If we take something from the inside, what will happen to you?" Lingling asked. The undead considered the question for a while and smiled. "Doesn't matter. After all, you're not the first batch of people who entered the mausoleum. I'm not a very competent watchman." The undead walked to the wall crack where Xiao Tai had previously scraped the mud out of. It stretched out its finger and moved along the patterns on the wall. The area where its finger brushed glowed faintly. Chapter 28-23. The Vision of the Divine Walls. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the undead finished drawing a door on the wall, the moon was high above the ancient city gate in the clear sky. The moon shone brightly like a white curtain. The moonlight reflected the ordinary plains outside the ancient city gate. But when light fell on the area inside the ancient city gate, they were greeted with a completely different sight than what they had seen in the day. Under the reflection of the moonlight, many buildings from the ancient era appeared inside the ancient city gate. Although the streets, people, and soldiers were just phantoms, Mo Fan and his group felt as if they had traveled back in time. Their surroundings were crowded, lively, and vivid. "Come, let's go to the sky-observing city once more." The undead invited the crowd out from the ancient city gate, gesturing for them to walk out under the gate, and then walk in through the gate again. What an awesome design! The use of the ancient chaos and space element magical power is as advanced as virtual reality in the modern era. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. When they re-entered the sky-observing city, they found themselves in a different world. They were no longer at the rundown bazaar in a small town. Sky-observing city in the past was more prosperous than its current state. Mo Fan and his group saw many pavilions, palaces, temples, and the tall and majestic ancient city wall forest. It was hard to imagine and understand that they were in the middle of a city that they had only heard about. It was unbelievably realistic. They felt the coldness and hardness of the bricks when they stretched their hands out to touch them. Did we travel through time? Zhao Manyang's jaw dropped. The crowd surveyed their surroundings. For a moment, they wondered if their minds were playing tricks on them, or if there was truly an existence of such an ancient city that someone had sealed it with a heavenly spell, withstanding even time itself. The streets were crowded. A large group of cavalry mags charged toward the ancient city gate, and the crowd quickly paved a way for them. The cavalry mags were charging toward Mo Fan and his group. However, the cavalry mags swarmed them as if they did not see them there. They rode right past their group. This is like a ghost city. The moonlight acts as a photographic film while the ancient city gate serves as the projection. What we're seeing is just the images projected from the ancient era, said Lingling. Why did they record these things? Are they trying to tell us something about what happened here? Jiang Xiaoxiu said while surveying his surroundings. It must have a certain special meaning. The crowd continued to walk deeper into sky-observing city. Suddenly, the sky turned flaming red. The next moment, the houses and the walls within the city seemed as if it was burning in fire. The peaceful city turned chaotic in an instant. The residents on the streets fled. The ancient officials and mags quickly gathered together and fought against something in the sky. Bizarre and destructive power struck the city from various directions. Many people turned into a pool of blood because of these energies. The city seemed to be under some kind of attack. Fire was burning everywhere in the city. Bodies were scattered. Many widows and children lost their homes and cried for help. Dong! 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 A loud bang came from the direction of the ancient city walls. The towering walls of the city shook violently. Mo Fan turned his head around and looked at the ancient city wall where they had entered from, only to realize that the wall had come to life and metamorphosed into ancient soldiers entirely made up of walls and bricks. Not only the ancient city walls, but the walls that surrounded the sky-observing city underwent a drastic transformation. They were split and stood independently. They became ancient soldiers with lances and stood neatly in a row. They were tall and majestic. They stood guard over the sky-observing city. What kind of magic can transform the ancient city walls into warriors? Mo Fan cried out in surprise. The sight was shocking to behold. A while ago, the ancient city wall was about to be destroyed. The next moment, the walls came alive and defended against some attack on the sky-observing city. With the protection from the soldiers, they soon ended the war. Mo Fan watched in disbelief as the soldiers returned to their position side by side and transformed back into the ancient and robust city wall that surrounded the ancient city. Mingwu Ancient City. Mingwu Ancient City, Song Feiyao mumbled. Mo Fan heard her murmur. Did Mingwu Ancient City show the same vision? Didn't you see the statues at Mingwu Ancient City? The materials of the ancient city wall are the same as the statues from Mingwu Ancient City. Grandpas and grannies told us that the statues can come to life. However, we've lost the ancient spell, so we cannot summon them. We can only rely on their remaining divine power to deter the demons, said Song Feiyao. Mo Fan remembered the statues. He realized that the materials from the ancient city walls were indeed the same as the statues from Mingwu Ancient City. Did the statues of Mingwu Ancient City originate here? The Mingwu Ancient City owned some special statues. However, the entire sky-observing city was surrounded by these statues. Who had cast such great and amazing magical power back then? How did they bring the ancient city walls to life and transfer them to other places? Besides, it was clear that Sky Observing City had extended majestic walls. Why was it left with only an ancient city gate now? What about the other parts? And what did all this have to do with the sacred totem beast? Mo Fan, I have a theory, Lingling said solemnly. Mo Fan turned to look at Lingling. The rest waited for her to speak. You are the guardians of the underground holy spring. You could have been guarding the sacred totem beast all the while, said Lingling. What does the underground holy spring have to do with the sacred totem beast? Do you have any evidence? Mo Fan was confused. We'll know the answer as we continue to walk to the city center, said Lingling while pointing at the Avenue of Heavy Soldier in the middle of the city. The Avenue of Heavy Soldier was a standard cross that led to four corners of the Sky Observing City. There was only one entrance, which was the ancient city gate where they had entered from. The rest were surrounded by walls with very narrow doors. They did not usually open those narrow doors. The crowd followed Lingling to the cross and found an ancient well at the Avenue of Heavy Soldiers. The well was like a human's eye. It was round and clear. And it stared into the sky. Mo Fan and Song Feiya were very familiar with the underground holy spring. When they walked to the edge of the ancient well, their faces were filled with shock. The underground holy spring, the ancient city wall, and the sacred totem beast. Could the guardians of the underground holy spring have been standing guard over one of the sacred totem beasts instead of the underground holy spring over the years? This explained the reason for the unique warmth of the underground holy spring. It was actually the totem power. Chapter 28-24. Otem Holy Spring. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan tried to get closer so that Little Loach could identify it. But after considering it carefully, these ancient images were presented using the contortion of space and chaos to show them some sort of a holographic movie. How could it emit energy and let Little Loach absorb it? Mo Fan was familiar with the water in the well. It was soft, flowed slowly, and the molecules moved differently than water. Its purity and luster were very distinctive. Is it the underground holy spring? Mu Bai and Zhong Xiaohu took a closer look. They had not seen the underground holy spring in so long, so they were unfamiliar with it. They looked at Mo Fan for confirmation. Yes, it must be the underground holy spring, Song Feiya answered affirmatively. She had been cultivating on Licheng Afterglow Island spiritual land from very young. That spiritual land had let her build her cultivation base to what it was now. So, she was very sure of what she saw. If that's true, then the sacred totem beast should be here all this time, but why haven't we noticed anything so far? Mo Fan was confused. They had found the underground holy spring, so where was the sacred totem beast? All they could see were some soldiers of the ancient city who could survive in the ancient city walls, but they did not see the sacred totem beast, not even a trace of it. If this place was the tomb of the sacred totem beast, where is its skeleton, wondered Mo Fan. The underground holy spring is the totem power of the sacred totem beast. Lingling walked around the source of the underground holy spring to Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang sighed. It is hopeless now. We should have traveled along the four oceans to see if Dark Tortoise is still alive. My black totem turtle likes to follow the ocean currents when it has nothing to do. When I asked what it was doing, it said it was looking for something, but it wasn't sure what it was. In my opinion, the black totem turtle is looking for its dad, the dark tortoise. It's either in the Arctic Ocean or the Antarctic Ocean, he said. They felt disappointed at having worked so hard and achieved such a result. It felt like they were back at square one. They finally figured out the origin of the underground holy spring and knew what the totem power was, but it did not make any difference at all. Forget about the dark tortoise. What happened to the magical city walls? Why is it gone now? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. People most probably demolished them. There are some in Mingwu Ancient City, and the gate is here. The others were part of some cities for thousands of years and have long disappeared, Zhao Manyang said. We can ask Zhao Tai's father about it. Since he has been guarding this place, he should know. Wow, look at that guy with the rotten face. Zhong Xiaohu suddenly pointed at a general on Heavy Military Avenue. The general was wearing tattered armor. His hair was disheveled, and he walked wearily towards Moon, observing well. He looked like Xiao Tai's father. Oh my, this guy has lived for a long time. This city probably existed 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, Zhao Manyang said in surprise. He had lived for that long. They wondered what his level was now. Fortunately, they did not have to fight him. Should we keep on searching? I feel like this is the end. The sacred totem beast already died thousands of years ago. Zhong Xiaohu felt undecided. Let's get out of here and ask the undead. Mo Fan sighed. As everyone walked to the ancient city gate, the scene in the ancient city pond returned to its original state. It was quiet and still. Soon, the sky would be red again. Day after day, this anomalous phenomenon would keep repeating. They did not know what message it held for them or the future generation. Or if it was just an echo which had become natural in its repetition. It was like those guardians of the underground holy spring they had come across. They had forgotten why they guarded it. The undead in the tomb were no longer obsessed with preventing people from entering this mysterious realm. Should we find those divine walls? I think they will be helpful to us, Jiang Xiaoshu suggested. We have no clue where exactly the walls were moved. The only information we have is that there are some statues in Mingwu Ancient City, but those statues are only a small part of it. Mo Fan shook his head. He did not think they could progress any further with what they knew. The sacred totem beast had disappeared thousands of years ago. He saw no point in looking for its remains. The totems that were still alive, such as the black totem snake, white tiger, green east sea god, and moon moth phoenix, may have been the incarnations of the sacred totem beasts. 2 of the 4 sacred totem beasts had died. They did not know where to find the other 2 and did not know if it was too late to find them. Let's go to Kunlun. Kunlun must have things we want to know, and there are some totems that we have never learned about, Zhong Xiaohu suggested. Mo Fan shook his head. They would go to Kunlun but not right now. There was no clue to the seal of totem beast, so it was just a waste of time to go to Kunlun. They must have a clear direction of the location of the white tiger before going to Kunlun, otherwise their journey would be unnecessarily long. We should go to the ancient capital. It just so happens that we need to wipe out the undeads in the ancient capital. Once we take care of the back, we can fight in the east at ease, Zhong Xiaohu said. The situation in the ancient capital has always been like that. The ancient king suppressed the undeads, so it is natural for them to have grievances. It's just like dams and rivers. How can the dams block the rivers all the time? We should open a small gate that won't flood the farmlands and villages. In this way, the undeads can provide us with some supplies and protection instead, Mo Fan suggested. The undeads of the ancient capital had maintained that state for thousands of years. The undeads would not go extinct, and the ancient king could not protect the ancient capital forever. As the Queen of 9 Serenities predicted, the ancient capital must handle itself by coexisting with the undeads, relying on their protection, and battling them, if necessary. Mu Bai nodded. The ancient capital had always been this way. The catastrophe caused the ancient capital to suffer heavy losses. At that time, the ancient king restrained the undeads and gave the ancient capital time to recuperate. The ancient capital had become prosperous again. The existence of the undeads resulted in strong mags and incomes. It was part of the land. There were hurricanes in the south, earthquakes in the mainland, and sandstorms in the north. However, people could protect themselves from hurricanes, earthquakes, and sandstorms. Most people had accepted these disasters as part of their lives and did not leave their homes. Let's follow Brother Zhao's suggestion and go to the Arctic Ocean to find the Dark Tortoise. I haven't been to the Arctic Ocean yet, Zhong Xiaohu said. Zhao Manyang slapped Zhong Xiaohu on the back playfully. He laughed. I was just joking. How can we go to the Arctic Ocean? The iceberg beasts are vicious, and the whole of northern Europe suffers from it. Xiaohu, you seem to want to keep us engaged in something else. Mo Fan frowned and stared at Zhong Xiaohu. No, I don't. I'm just. Zhong Xiaohu was tongue-tied as he faced Mo Fan. Zhong Xiaohu was always nervous and flustered when he faced Mo Fan since childhood. Whenever Mo Fan turned serious, he forgot that he was a famous general who didn't have to feel so nervous. Could it be that Commander Hua doesn't want us to return? Did something happen along the coast? Mo Fan asked. Chapter 28-25. Sky Gap and Pale Waterfall. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan saw through Zhong Xiaohu's plan. Faced with Mo Fan's questioning, Zhong Xiaohu did not dare to hide it any longer. It is true that Commander Hua wants me to keep everyone away from the war on the east coastline. The ocean demons will attack soon. Mo Fan asked. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. It hadn't been announced officially, but Zhong Xiaohu had worked on Emperor Qin Island, so he had learnt about a lot of things. Commander Hua was eager to kill the Mirage Dragon King and Mother because he wanted to weaken the strength of the ocean demons before the upcoming attack. Even so, it wasn't enough to make a difference against the attack of ocean demons, which was inevitable. The ocean demons would likely attack in a few days. So fast. Zhao Manyang was surprised. Everyone had known that the ocean demons would attack sooner or later, but they hadn't expected it to be this soon. There were always signs of the ocean demon being active, but this was unexpected. The sudden rise in sea level had caused huge changes in the security of the east coastline. Many cities were under the threat of the ocean demons. People abandoned many cities and relocated to the 5 main base cities. The situation on the east coastline suddenly became grave as living space and resources reduced gradually. The world was different from what they knew in the past. Mo Fan happened to be absent during the 2 huge cataclysms. The first time was in northern Xinjiang. Kufa attacked northern Xinjiang, but they could not get any reinforcements due to a sudden war with the ocean demons on the east coastline. The second time was when Mo Fan was dragged into the Dark Plain. When Mo Fan came out of the Dark Plain, the coastal area had changed completely. Ocean demons roamed around the nearby sea area recklessly, which made the area outside the base city extremely dangerous. The oppressing situation was like an apocalyptic scene that caused people to suffer endlessly. It was just the beginning. A massive attack of the ocean demons was yet to happen. Commander Hua was worried. The east coastline was preparing to face the all-out attack from the ocean demons. According to Zhong Xiaohu, it would be within these few days. The mood suddenly became heavy. On one hand, the monstrous tsunami swept across the east like a demon claw from the sky. After hanging in the sky for a long time, the demon claw finally fell. On the other hand, they could not find the sacred totem beast, so they were powerless to do anything for the upcoming crisis. When they walked out of the sky-observing city, thick dark clouds covered the moon in the night sky and the surrounding was already pitch black. When they looked back, the ancient city gate was still the same, but the prosperous city behind the ancient city gate had disappeared. They could only see a pile of sand and rubble. There was nothing much left. Did you find the answer you were looking for? The tomb keeper smiled sadly as if he had already known that they could find nothing in those rubbles. Mo Fan had a lot of questions, but he did not know where to start. The air was suffocating, and there was no wind at all. Commander Hua had asked Zhong Xiaohu to accompany them because he had hoped the group could be kept back from participating in the battle. However, would it be right for them to escape the battle and hide? Could they survive if they retreat? Mo Fan did not think so. If there were no extreme South Emperor, nothing would change even if they gave away the rich coastline to the ocean demons. The ocean demons were not much different from other demons when they were not at sea. But knowing the mainland, Mo Fan understood the situation was not optimistic. The most serious problem was the cold weather and the lack of water sources. Mo Fan, watch this. Lingling unlocked her phone and played a video for Mo Fan. When Lingling played the video, Mo Fan heard the sound of buildings collapsing and the roar of magic. The video seemed to take place in the Magic City. Mo Fan saw the skyscrapers in the Lu family's mouth, which were the symbols of the Magic City. The skyscrapers were constantly glowing with white electric light. The protective barrier used to resist the undeads under the sea had opened again, and a huge light barrier separated the Huangpu River. Mo Fan thought this huge barrier could protect the city for a while. The camera shifted to show huge openings in the sky like a ragged cloth with holes. Some places were completely vacant. The sound of the waterfall overwhelmed all the noise. Mo Fan saw seawater flowing down with brute force from the gaps in the sky and flooding several urban areas in the Magic City. The pale waterfall was surging like destructive white dragons. They were ruthlessly destroying the Magic City. Those who escaped and mags who were trying to defend the city seemed insignificant in the face of it all. The Magic City was submerged. The sky was torn apart. Tons of seawater poured into the city, and the pale waterfall stirred. Even if this was just a video, it still looked shocking and terrifying. The Magic City also could not escape from such a disaster. Didn't you say we still had a few days left? Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Bai, Lingling, and Zhao Manyang stared blankly at the video they received. Zhong Xiaohu was surprised as well. Commander Hua had told him that there was still time. Had Commander Hua deliberately deceived me? He didn't tell me anything about this, thought Zhong Xiaohu. Brother Fan. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Mo Fan. Let's go back. Grandpa and the others are still in the Magic City. The ocean demons have attacked, Lingling said hurriedly. Those gaps in the sky caused a large amount of seawater to hit the city, and many ocean demons entered through them. They had hard scales, sharp fangs, huge demon tails, and sturdy bodies. A whole troop of ocean demons rushed down from the sky gap waterfall, and their scaled blades flashed with cold light as they swung toward the citizens of the Magic City. We worked hard to build the seawall and set up various powerful protective barriers in the skyscrapers. And yet, these ocean demons fell directly from the sky. How could this happen? Why did it suddenly become like this? Zhong Xiaohu found it unbelievable. There was no giant tsunami, and the sea level did not rise. However, one huge gap after another appeared in the sky above the Magic City. The seawater flowed down with great force, and the army of ocean demons landed directly inside the city. It completely disrupted the deployment of humans. There were so many ocean demons, and the urban area was flooded. How were they going to withstand the attack? Chapter 28-26. He is a forbidden mage. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. On the Azure Pearl campuses of Pearl Institute, there was a huge gap above the track field. The missing sky was like an abyss under the sea. People shuddered when they looked at it. The gap lasted for only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the seawater flowed down from it. If it was just an ordinary waterfall, the people could drain it the moment it fell on the Magic City. The gap was large. The White Dragon had completely covered the field of the Azure Pearl campuses. The seawater spread for several kilometers at an impossible speed. As the water rose, the track field, teaching buildings, stadium, cafeteria, and magic practice room of Azure Pearl campuses were all flooded. When the water depth exceeded 2 meters, many ocean demons came out of the sky gap waterfall. Their combat capabilities were terrifying, and they defeated the mags instantly. The ocean demons were very cunning. Those weak ordinary humans were not a threat to them because they knew only mags were of consequence. They would only target the mags. They wanted to eliminate the armed forces of humans in the shortest time. Once the mags were done with, they could kill the humans however they wanted. Pearl Institute was a place with many mags. After all, it was a magic school. The powerful fishmen generals were akin to demon kings in front of these intermediate-level magic students. Their scales could defend against most intermediate-level magic, and the bone sticks in their hands posed a big threat to the vulnerable magic students. Hurry up and run to the emergency shelter. Hurry up and run to the emergency shelter, several magic teachers shouted. When they built the base city, they set up emergency shelters at various important locations. The shelters prevented the war from spreading directly into the city, and most of them were provided for ordinary citizens for safety. Ah! Run! Don't run over there. In the teaching building, a large group of students was taking classes. There were about 1,000 new students, all of whom had entered the school more than a month ago. Most new students were still at the basic level, and their combat power was not comparable to that of the seniors. They were also not as organized and combat-ready as their seniors. The students could not fight alone with the commander-level fishmen generals. However, they learned to work together and form an emergency team of mags from different departments during this time of crisis. Together, these mage teams could resist the fishmen generals. However, the new students were only at the basic level. Their magic could not even scrape off the scales of the fishmen generals. Even though more than 1,000 mags formed a group, they could not withstand the destructive attack of a group of fishmen generals. The number of fishmen generals was still increasing. Hundreds of fishmen generals rushed down from the Sky Gap waterfall. The ocean demons seemed to have their plan on point. They knew this magic school could hinder them, so they dispatched an army of ocean demons with terrifying strength right from the beginning. Most of them were commander-level fishmen generals, so the new students could not fight against them. Besides, there were hundreds of them in the Azure Pearl campuses. The situation was dire, and everyone felt hopeless. People had worked hard to build a magical civilization, and the students had worked hard to learn magic, hoping to change the world one day. However, when they saw these brutal commander-level demons, they felt insignificant and felt like the magic they had learnt was useless against the enemies. They wondered if being a mage had a meaning at all in this world. Go back to the bottom of the sea. Amidst the cries, a solemn chant sounded from the highest part of the teaching building. His voice was full of power, as if a giant bell reverberated across the expanse. He wore simple robes, had a fluttering beard, and the silver-blue brilliance all over his body was so dazzling that the sky looked dull. He waved his palm, and the restless seawater in the Azure Pearl campuses began to flow in a trajectory. The current was turbulent. The plain-robed man controlled all the seawater and made it flow in the opposite direction. The seawater began to spin violently near the field. Looking down from a height, people realized that the seawater had turned into a huge vortex, and the vortex grew ever more powerful. The fishmen generals that were going to attack were constantly sucked to the bottom of the vortex. It was unknown where the bottom of the vortex ended. It was a destructive army with hundreds of fishmen generals. However, they were all sucked and pulled into another space below the vortex. The seawater was also flowing into this bottomless vortex. The Azure Pearl campuses gradually came out of its submersion. In the sky, seawater was still flowing out of the gap. The vortex in the field redirected the seawater to other places, barely forming a balance. Dean Xiao, is it possible to block the gap in the sky? Mr. Baimai was anxious. It's not easy to block it, Dean Xiao said. What kind of magic is this? It can tear the sky apart and pour the seawater down. So many ocean demons have invaded the city. How are we going to fight in this battle? Minister Wu said. Ms. Zhu, hurry up and take the children to the emergency shelter first. If they are willing to fight, they can stay. Dean Xiao appeared sad. It was too sudden and too terrifying. Even if Dean Xiao, the town-level holy mage in the Magic City, knew the ocean demons would attack, he would never have imagined that they would have attacked in this manner. Which demon king could tear apart the sky and pour seawater into the city through this method? If they did not kill this demon king, they would lose this battle. The ocean demons did not attack ordinary citizens but kept attacking the mags. They probably wanted to enslave and keep humans in captivity. Without the mags, the citizens in the entire Bay City would be defenseless and left with no choice but to be enslaved. Dean Xiao. In mid-air, a man with eagle wings flew with a cold expression. Dean Xiao raised his head and glanced at the man. The Forbidden Curse Association ordered me to come, the eagle-winged man said. I know, but I can't leave right now. You are the only water element forbidden mage in the Magic City, and the Magic City needs you even more, the eagle-winged man said solemnly. Mr. Baimai was stunned. She stared at Dean Xiao in surprise. The entire Pearl Institute knew that Dean Xiao was highly respected and had been focusing on cultivating new students in the Azure Pearl campuses. They knew he had a high cultivation and was an outstanding formation mage. However, none of them knew he was a forbidden mage, too. Chapter 28-27 Rain in the Sky Hole. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. When people stood on the terrace of the library of Treasure Mountain Excellence High School, they could see the turbid blue sea immediately. Although it was not the most intoxicating blue, it was enough to put a person in a daze. Mu Nujiao was in a rebellious state because of the difficult demands of the family. She had left Jing'an School and went to Excellence High School in Treasure Mountain. She wanted to stay away from the complicated battles and meaningless comparisons in her own family. At that time, she had always liked going to the library terrace. She could study alone and quietly watch the sea not very far away. She served as the deputy director of Excellence High School. When she came here again, she saw a tall sea wall. Many soldiers patrolled the dike, and she could not see the sea anymore. Today was a day for Excellence Magic High School students to practice. In this era, it was not easy for these students, who could not even cast spells, to find a suitable place to practice, but every high school must get it done. The weather was good. Mu Nujiao took her lunch break to meditate on the terrace. It was a habit, and it was this place that always helped her calm down even when she was 15. She would always come here to practice, study, or think when she was annoyed. Why did it suddenly rain? Mu Nujiao was about to close her eyes when she suddenly felt a drop of cold rain fall on her forehead. She looked up and found that a strange black spot appeared in the clear sky. If the sky and clouds were a light blue drawing board covering the earth, then there was a small hole in the middle of the drawing board. The water droplets fell from the small hole and were blown away by the wind before falling on her forehead. Mu Nujiao stared at the hole. She found that the water droplets formed a thin line of rain and landed straight on the school playground. The students gathered on the playground. They would set off for the northern border of the base city in half an hour. Even though it was only for practice, it was no less than visiting the military fortress on the edge of the protective barrier. They could no longer handle the ocean demons. It's raining. The rain is so strange. How does it only fall in a straight line in one place? Someone questioned on the playground. There was only one white line of rain, and it hit the concrete playground softly. A group of teenagers in school uniforms thought it was strange and amusing, so they watched the splashing water from the side. Mu Nujiao did not look away. She soon discovered that the small hole in the sky was getting bigger, and the raindrops that fell were getting thicker. It was as thin as a strand of hair at first but slowly became as thick as a finger. When the rain hit the playground, they could hear some sounds. Mu Nujiao's expression changed. When she discovered that the hole in the sky was still expanding, she realized something was wrong. "Get out of there! Get out of there!" Mu Nujiao shouted at the students who were still at the playground. The hole in the sky was getting bigger, and a thick water column descended. The icy water overflowed the entire playground. More water fell from the sky at an impossible speed. The white water column smashed down and shattered the ground of the playground. The water splash rose high and spread out toward the surrounding area like waves in a beach. Those who did not stand firm would fall or get swept away. "Hurry up and go to the emergency shelter!" Mu Nujiao shouted again. "Deputy Director, the weather may be weird for a while." "Everything is fine, right?" asked the principal. The principal was a middle-aged woman. Her hair was permed and dyed into a beautiful color to cover up the signs of aging. Mu Nujiao's decision to evacuate immediately felt very drastic to Principal Fan. After all, they had already made an appointment to go to the north to visit the battlefield. If all of them rushed to the emergency shelter, it would delay the visit and the practice session. It is not an ordinary climate. I think the war is starting. It is high-level sorcery. Cancel the practice and take the students to the shelter. Mu Nujiao said with certainty. Mu Nujiao had been to the sea and Japan, and she had dealt with many ocean demons. Although she had never seen this kind of sorcery, the icy water that poured down was unusual. Mu Nujiao had no direct evidence that this was the ocean demons doing. However, Her intuition told her that the ocean demons were behind it. Deputy Director Mu, you have provided many resources to this school and won many practical opportunities for our school. We are very grateful, but we can't cancel the school's plan because of such a trivial matter. Besides, we must apply with the officials of Treasure Mountain for emergency evacuation, or the Treasure Mountain Security Department will issue a warning signal. We have not received the relevant documents yet, Principal Fan said solemnly. Mu Nujiao frowned. Indeed, school affairs were not under her control, but this phenomenon was too strange. No matter what, it was illogical to risk the lives of these students. I also hope this is a false alarm, but if you insist on letting the students gather here, I will immediately propose a transfer to the board of directors. Your lack of sense of urgency in such a situation shows that you are unfit to be the principal of this school. Mu Nujiao did not want to talk to Principal Fan. It was pointless to argue with her. Mu Nujiao, you are only a deputy director. Principal Fan said angrily. Principal Fan was displeased. Mu Nujiao had no right to give her orders in the Excellence High School. She was from a renowned family, but it did not mean she could do whatever she pleased. Every school director is a member of the Talent International Union University, and I am the president. You can either evacuate the students to the emergency shelter immediately or pack up and leave. I will personally organize the evacuation. Mu Nujiao did not want to play meaningless games with this principal. Principal Fan had gotten in the way of Mu Nujiao many times, causing her to withhold many of her educational ideas and reforms. Since Principal Fan was older and wiser than her, Mu Nujiao had always respected her and backed down. But this time, it was very important for her to stand her ground. Some people lived comfortable lives. They became so neglectful and ignorant that they habitually became lulled even in danger. It would kill many people. The longer people lived comfortably in the metropolis, the harder it became for them to sense a crisis. Several other directors and teachers looked at Mu Nujiao in surprise. They did not expect this young deputy director to be so assertive today. She even asked the principal to pack up and leave. It was not something ordinary people could do. Chapter 28-28. Black Alert. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Principal Fan was angry. But when she thought of Mu Nujiao's various identities, she had no power to argue with. The International Union University was a school organization formed by many top universities, including Pearl Institute, Temple Institute, and the top 3 international institutes in the Alps, Europe Institute, Sacred Hall Institute, and St. Petersburg Institute. The principals of many famous schools were just members of this organization, but Mu Nujiao was the president. The position of deputy director was ordinary, but the president of Talent International Union University was considered very influential. Principal Fan had no courage. But she refused to admit to being inferior. Students have lost this rare opportunity to practice, so you need to explain to the Ministry of Education. You also need to explain to the officials of Treasure Mountain for using the emergency shelter for unimportant reasons. Principal Fan issued an emergency evacuation order to every teacher. Most students did not know what was happening. They were still watching the water column flowing down from the sky. The water column had turned into a long waterfall, and the water that flowed down had shattered the playground. The drainage channel began to load, and it could no longer drain the seawater. When the manatee saw the humans, it violently rushed over with 2 ice axes. It threw its ice axes fiercely. The 2 axes formed an X and cut several frightened magic teachers before returning to the manatee. The weapon was not stained with blood. Students screamed in fright and ran away to follow the evacuation order. Only then did the teachers remember to use their magic, but their intermediate spells that did not even have soul seeds could not hurt this marine warrior who was covered in marine ice armor. The ice axe manatee sensed the presence of many humans. It raised the ice axes in its hand and threw them at the magic students who did not have time to evacuate. The axes flew threateningly. 1,000 woods through the heart. Mu Nujiao shouted. Countless sturdy wood flew out from her back, and they flew toward the ice axe manatee. The wood mercilessly pierced its incomparably hard ice armor. The wood was like a pine forest, but it grew horizontally. The front ends were all spike-shaped, and it nailed the ice axe manatee. Even so, the ice axe manatee was still trying to attack. It raised the two axes and threw them at Principal Fan. Principal Fan's water curtain barrier shattered. A string of vines wrapped around her and pulled her to the side before the ice axes struck. She managed to escape from the ice axes. The belated sound of a siren erupted. The alert signal light rushed into the sky. When it reached the top, it slowly illuminated the entire land of the Magic City. It was a shocking black. An orange alert, bloody alert, purple alert. This time, it was black alert. Black, Mu Nujiao raised her head and saw the black alert. She took a deep breath, but it didn't help with the suffocation she felt. Black alert. Unprecedented black alert. Rehearsals were conducted according to the Purple Alert plan, and all strategies were rehearsed based on historical disasters. However, the ruthlessness and magnitude of the disaster far exceeded people's estimates. Black meant extinction. The sound of the black alert was no longer an early warning of war or disaster but directly indicated that Shanghai had lost. Was there no hope? They built dams and shelters for everyone, dispatched heavy troops from the major military departments across the country, created a base city plan, and killed the Mirage Dragon King and Mother. Was all their effort meaningless? Black? Why was it a black alert? If it were a fake purple alert, people would fight to the death with the ocean demon for survival. This black alert meant that all the mags in Shanghai did not need to resist. They should run away and try their best to survive. But where could they escape? There was no habitat, food, water source, and housing. They would die no matter where they went. Moo! 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 While Mu Nujiao was lost in her thoughts, the hole in the sky expanded, and a dozen ice axe manatees stepped out of the waterfall with demonic energy. The surrounding buildings swayed due to the rushing seawater. These manatees stood in the most turbulent waterfall but were still sturdy. They were cruel, ugly, strong, and terrifying. Mu Nujiao looked back and found that the group of students had already left the campus. She felt a little relief. But her relief was soon followed by hopelessness. It didn't matter where they evacuated, the outcome would be the same. The first target of all the ocean demons were the mags, especially mags with high cultivation. The ice axe manatees glanced at their companion, which was nailed, and quickly targeted Mu Nujiao. It seemed that this woman was the only one who could pose some threat to the ice axe manatees in this area. Chapter 28-29. White Disastrous Cloud. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. A loud noise reverberated from the direction of the seawall. Mu Nujiao followed the sound and found that the dam that blocked the sea surface had collapsed. During the construction, the battle mages had emphasized that these seawalls were heavy rocks transferred from Ding City and could withstand advanced level magic. They had assured them that if there was ever an attack from Asia monster, they could withstand it for a long, long time. But what Mu Nujiao saw was not a solid dam at all. There was only dust and rubble where the dam used to be. It had collapsed so easily. Moo! 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 The ice axe manatees got closer, and Mu Nujiao had to retreat to the collapsed dam to prevent these ocean demons from chasing the students. There is a big demon coming this way, so don't go in that direction. In midair, a battle mage riding a heavenly eagle saw Mu Nujiao. Mu Nujiao ignored him and ran in that direction. A strange sound of rolling stones colliding came from the direction of the dam, and Mu Nujiao saw that many white shells were constantly hitting those rocks. Those shells were pure white. Their thick bodies were comparable to an armed tank, and hard thorns covered the outer layer. When they stretched their bodies, they looked like evil maggots. However, they transformed into a powerful gear tank when they curled up. These white shell demons broke the sturdy dam into pieces, leaving the battle mages guarding the dam without any support at all. The ocean demons finally launched an all-out attack on the defensive line. They first used the supreme supernatural power to open the sky, poured the seawater into the city, let a part of the ocean demons launch an attack, and quickly eliminated those mags who resisted. Then, these white shell demons smashed and knocked down the dam. The towering dam collapsed, and Mu Nujiao could finally see the sea again. However, she did not see turbid blue water but countless shell demons that glowed with a dazzling luster under the light. The shell demons covered the sea until there was nothing else. Mu Nujiao did not know when the shell demons had covered the sea. When she looked closely, she found that the white salamander and white shell demons were floating, crawling, and wriggling on the surface. There were so many of them that she could not see the end of the army of white salamanders and white shell demons. The vast sea was overcrowded. White disastrous cloud. The white disastrous cloud above the Pacific Ocean was a terrifying phenomenon of the attack of the ocean demons that the patrol helicopter of the American Sacred Hall of Liberty discovered. It was approaching the coastal land. People had known for a long time that it was extremely dangerous. There were so many of them that the sea level would rise several meters instantly. The sea was over 1 million square kilometers. When the white disastrous cloud came, the sea level rose rapidly, which could instantly engulf most cities in the same sea level. Now that the white disastrous cloud had appeared on the seaside of the Magic City, humans could not withstand the attack of this vast army of salamanders and shell demons. The green East Sea God flew above the Ningxia Plateau. When it shuttled through the stratosphere, it saw a long line of airflow running through the sky, and it did not disperse after the green East Sea God left for a long time. How did the white disastrous cloud come to Shanghai? How did it do it? Zhao Manyang exclaimed again while looking at the video. At high altitudes, the signal was not very good. The last information they received was a recording of the white disastrous cloud attacking the city. They were rushing to the Magic City. The ocean demons have never launched a major attack like this before. On one hand, it is to test how many forbidden mags we have. On the other hand, it is preparing meticulously for mass destruction. They are waiting for the white disastrous cloud, Zhong Xiaohu said. White disastrous cloud. It was the all-out attack plan of the ocean demons, and the Mirage Dragon King and Mother had been just a foil. They relied on the white disastrous cloud to engulf the human coastline and the nearly 20,000-kilometer coastal defense line. The shells of the salamanders and shell demons have a certain degree of immunity to human elemental magic. The ocean godly horde first launched a surprise attack with the Sky Gap Waterfall and used the army of salamanders and shell demons with magic immunity as the vanguard and shield army. In the end, they launched a full-scale attack. The ocean demons have launched a devastating war on our base city. Mo Fan's face darkened. Mo Fan had dealt with those salamanders before. According to Lingling's meticulous research, salamanders were mutants with unparalleled reproductive ability. Cao Qinchin had been to Japan, and Japan had dealt with the white disastrous cloud in the past. Cao Qinchin reported that the silver shell armor among the shell demons could partially reduce the power of a magic spell. Partially reducing the power of a magic spell meant the power of a super-level magic would be reduced by 40% when it hit the shell demons. If it were a high-level shell demon, the power of the magic would be reduced by 70%. When the salamanders were fully armed, they could break through the solid seawall. The ability of the shell demons to reduce the power of magic abolished the firepower of several important magic fortresses along the coast. The enemy attacked the city, and countless high-level ocean demons landed in the city to slaughter mags. The army of salamanders and shell demons attacked the defense line of the seawall. Even if Mo Fan was not present at the scene of destruction, he could still feel the desperation in the Magic City. Mo Fan, we shouldn't return. There's nothing we can do to help, Jiang Xiaoshu said despondently. We have to do something. We're not going to sacrifice ourselves. We're just going to help, said Mo Fan. I just received an emergency strategy from my father. Ding City will be used as the evacuation point. Since you are an honorary counselor of Ding City, you need to quickly remove all the demons between the Magic City and the rock capital of Ding City. This is what we have to do, Jiang Xiaoshu said loudly. Ding City. Instead of going to the Magic City, they should go to Ding City. Mo Fan was very familiar with the environment of Ding City. There were only rocks there. It couldn't be compared to the richness of the Magic City. Ding City could not support so many people. I agree with Jiang Xiaoshu. The Magic City has fallen, and it makes no sense for us to rush there now, Zhao Manyang said. What about other base cities? Mo Fan asked. There is no news of them being attacked for the time being. Mo Fan looked at them. He could not make up his mind. He felt uncomfortable when he was indecisive. He never liked feeling that way, so he kept trying to become stronger. But no matter how strong and powerful he got, the hopelessness remained. Wait! Wait! Lingling suddenly shouted. Her voice was filled with excitement, which made everyone confused. Chapter 28:30. The Split Parts of the Divine Walls. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wait! Lingling shouted once again. Song Feiyao turned to Mo Fan. He nodded. Lingling was smart. She was someone who considered the bigger picture. She wasn't a coward, nor was she reckless without reason. Her sense of morality was more accurate and reliable than Mo Fan in his opinion. Song Feiyao asked the Green East Sea God to come to a halt. The Green East Sea God spread its wings and slanted slightly. Its feathers were blown upright because of the air, and it hovered in the air. Zhong Xiaohu, is that northern Xinjiang down there? Asked Lingling. Zhong Xiaohu looked down. It was difficult to know for sure from such a high altitude. But he was all too familiar with the land in northern Xinjiang because he had fought in a war there a long time ago. It's northern Xinjiang, Zhong Xiaohu said with great conviction. How high can the Green East Sea God fly? Lingling asked Song Feiyao. As high as the space above this sky. What do you want to do? Song Feiyao asked in confusion. I want it to fly as high as possible. Besides, the weather must be clear at higher altitude, Lingling said with great urgency. No one knew what Lingling was up to. But she looked like she had a plan and could not explain everything to them right now. The Green East Sea God can manipulate the clouds and wind. However, it will have to stay in the troposphere. It cannot take you to the space above the sky, said Song Feiyao. I'll take her to the space above the sky. Meanwhile, you let the Green East Sea God manipulate the clouds and wind. Mo Fan walked to Lingling's side. The wings of dusk and dawn on his back spread open. His black dragon wings glowed like black alloy and blocked the bright sunshine, making him look like a dark angel. Zhao Manyang was puzzled. Seriously, why do you have the mood to admire the scenery in China right now? Perhaps we won't have a chance anymore in the future. Come, Lingling. Mo Fan stretched out his hand. Lingling wrapped her arms around Mo Fan's neck without hesitation, allowing Mo Fan to lift her up into the sky. Swoosh! An enormous black figure soared up towards the highest point of the sky. Mo Fan's black dragon wings were not inferior to the Green East Sea God's. He could fly as high as it could. They flew toward the space above the sky. Even though Mo Fan did not understand why Lingling wanted to reach such a high altitude, he trusted her. She must have discovered something. When Mo Fan reached the space above the sky, the Green East Sea God below them began manipulating the wind and clouds. They could see a large expanse of land when they looked down from the space above the sky. This meant that the Green East Sea God had to make a large area of clouds scatter, and that area spanned hundreds and thousands of kilometers. Fortunately, the low altitude of the sky had only a few clouds condensed, and the weather was clear. The Green East Sea God only had to send the thin clouds away so that Mo Fan and Lingling could see the lands from the space above the sky. This was exactly what Lingling had wanted. She wanted to see the large piece of land from the space above the sky. She wanted to look at the vast land of China. The light shining from the space above the sky was splendid and not too glaring. It was simply breathtaking. This was Lingling's first time reaching the space above the sky, and she could not take her eyes off the beautiful scenery. However, she did not forget about the things she had to do. She closed her eyes. All the geographical locations appeared in her mind. Then she recalled Helan Mountain, the monument at the Yellow River, the ancient city gate, Baiguan Town, Shunmu City, Jiayu City, the ancient capital, the imperial capital, Emperor Qin Island. "What are you doing?" Mo Fan asked in confusion. Lingling opened her eyes. The light from the space above the sky reflected in her eyes, and she looked even more ethereal. A hint of delight appeared in her eyes, too. "I know where the divine walls from Sky Observing City are." Lingling sounded thrilled. Even though this was not what Mo Fan had wanted to know about the most, he asked, "Where are they?" "They are the ancient Great Walls." "Do you still remember them?" When the beacon at Baiguan Town lit up, the ancient Great Walls rose from the ground at Baiguan Town and stretched all the way to Divinewood City. Regardless of whether they are still well preserved or buried under the Lurse, the divine power from the ancient Great Walls of Baiguan Town is most likely a part of the divine walls of Sky Observing City. Lingling could not contain her excitement. The ancient Great Walls at Baiguan Town. When they fought Khufu, the undead had covered the entire plain. The walls that rose from the ground and served as the watchtowers had blocked the undead outside northern Xinjiang. Mo Fan still vividly remembered that spectacular and majestic incident. If not for the ancient city wall summoning the divine walls and serving as an ancient defense line, Mo Fan and his group would not have been able to stall for time and wait for John Kong and his undead army's arrival. Indeed, it was all because of the ancient city wall and the divine walls. Did this not fit perfectly with the divine power of the ancient Great Wall? The divine walls at Sky Observing City are split into Great Walls to safeguard the country. The Great Walls were built during the Ancient King's era. The Ancient King has achieved apex level in his Earth element magical power. He was the one who destroyed Sky Observing City and expanded the divine walls. The divine walls then served as the defense line on the north of China and continued to expand in the following dynasties because the emperors of those dynasties were able to find similar building materials to the divine walls. Lingling continued. "Look at the seal of the sacred totem beast before turning to the Great Walls again." Lingling pointed at a piece of large land that had shrunk into a curved slab. Mo Fan possessed a dragon sense so he could see very far. However, Lingling did not see the land. All she saw was a painting plate with a mixture of yellow, brown, black, and green colors. Mo Fan used his dragon sense to see things within 10,000 miles. He saw the incomplete Great Wall relics. It was difficult to zoom in and see all the relics at such a high altitude. Still, Mo Fan tried his best to make up for the missing pieces. "It's not high enough. We must fly higher," said Mo Fan. They crossed a historic relic in a province. Mo Fan wanted to combine the Great Walls near Ningxia and Helan Mountain with the ancient city gate and ancient city wall at Baiguan Town. To gain an overall view of this, they had to reach the highest point of the sky and had to have incredible eyesight. "It must be it. It must be it. Mo Fan, my deduction must be right," Lingling said in excitement. However, her face had turned slightly blue. "Lingling, it's too cold up here." "You could," began Mo Fan. "It's okay. I'm fine," said Lingling weakly. Suddenly, a cloud of bright flame flared up. Mo Fan's hair and skin was ablaze. The flames danced wildly. They were sacred and solemn. Mo Fan had transformed into the Chongming Divine Flame Man and was flying toward the highest point of the space above the sky. Even meteors and stars were inferior to Mo Fan's supreme divine flames. Swoosh! 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 Mo Fan held Lingling close to him and continued flying toward the space above the sky. He was not aiming for a mountain or geographical area. He was looking for the Great Walls of China that spanned for thousands of miles. Chapter 28-31. The Sacred Totem Beast and the Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The surrounding was dark and quiet. Mo Fan had never flown to such a high altitude before. He turned to Lingling and saw that she was about to pass out. He stood still, as if he was standing on the surface of the lake at Divinewood Well. He felt fear and restlessness. Mo Fan focused on using his dragon sense to maximize his vision. The sacred totem beast. The ancient great walls. If the ancient great walls are the divine walls, and the underground holy spring is the source that brings them to life, then we can summon the ancient wall sacred soldiers. We can bring the ancient wall sacred soldiers to the magic city. The ancient wall sacred soldiers are the sacred totem beast that we've been searching for, stammered Lingling. Each word caused her pain. They had found the sacred totem beast. Lingling. I'm going to take you back now. Even though Mo Fan was in the form of divine flame, his heat could not withstand the black wind and ice invasion in the space above the sky. Mo Fan felt Lingling's breath coming in gasps. Lingling tugged at his shirt tightly. She would not leave. Not unless Mo Fan had seen and verified the sacred totem beast. That might be the only hope they had. She murmured softly. Something about the ancient Great Wall's location so that Mo Fan could relate the ancient relics with the seal of the sacred totem beast. She had all the information in her head, but she needed Mo Fan to see and combine the Great Walls from different provinces. Lingling, I'll take you back now. Mo Fan did not fly higher. The invasion of ice had surpassed his divine flames. No. Lingling, the Western people refer to the space above the sky as heaven. Likewise, the Eastern people always believe that God sees and knows everything. Despite the absence of the Holy Spirit, I believe God knows your sincerity and has given you a perfect answer. Mo Fan looked away. He had learned about everything. He began to fall and swooped. The space above the sky was only fit for deities. It wasn't meant for ordinary humans. Flying to the space above the sky once to obtain the answer was more than enough. Have we found the sacred totem beast? Lingling asked weakly. Mo Fan nodded. He let Lingling bury her head in his arms. He hugged her tightly to relay some warmth to her. I used to admire Feng Julong the most. But you've replaced him now. Lingling was a genius. She had found the sacred totem beast. The fragmented Great Walls and especially the well-preserved ancient city wall formed the patterns of the combination of various totem beasts. It was the sacred totem beast they had been searching for. It was alive all this time. Its bones had become rocks, its muscles had become soil. It had always been standing guard at the border. When Lingling felt the warmth of the sunlight, she regained her consciousness. Everyone was delighted when they saw her awake. Let us bring the sacred totem beast back and summon the ancient wall sacred soldiers. Bringing the ancient wall sacred soldiers of China back to the magic city is more meaningful than anything else. Zhong Xiaohu said excitedly. The ancient wall sacred soldiers were powerful. There were many fragments of the ancient city walls. If they summoned the ancient wall sacred soldiers, it would lead to a large army made up of divine walls. There's still another issue. Lingling shook her head. She drank a mouthful of warm water before she continued. Many ancient Great Walls have lost the cultivation base of the underground holy spring. They are abandoned. I guess only the fragmented sections at Beiguan Town are the remaining soldiers that we can bring back to life. We have the underground holy spring, but it will consume a lot of time to allow the spring to flow into the fragments of the ancient Great Walls. Moreover, it's difficult to locate the remaining fragments of the ancient Great Walls. It will take more than a month for the remaining fragments of the ancient Great Walls to receive the cultivation base from the underground holy spring, Mu Bai said to Mo Fan. Many ancient city walls were abandoned. The underground holy spring was the only thing that could make the divine walls regain their power. The ancient well from the sky observing city had told them the truth. This was the true purpose of the guardian tribe of the underground holy spring. The ancient cities and ancient walls had been buried over the years. However, if the underground holy spring was still well preserved, the walls would come back to life. If it takes a month to allow the spring to flow into the divine walls, the magic city would be gone. Zhao Manlang let out a sigh. It looked like the sacred totem beast had to protect other base cities. We don't need a month. We only need half a day to do it, said Mo Fan. Lingling turned to Mo Fan in bewilderment. She wondered if he had a solution to shower the underground holy spring on the great walls that stretched up to thousands of miles within half a day. The Black Vatican hasn't done anything good, but they taught us a trick, summoning the rain. Mo Fan looked at Zhao Manyang and his water Buddha beads. The deceased, Wu Ku, was the reason the Black Vatican could summon the rain. The water Buddha beads contained Wu Ku's essence. Zhao Manyang possessed most of the water Buddha beads' power, including summoning the rain. The Black Vatican had once used some unique features from the underground holy spring to create Mad Spring. As a result, the undead at the ancient capital and the people from Undead Union fell into madness. Mo Fan and his group could use the same trick. It would take more than a month to douse great walls with the underground holy spring. The most effective way was to allow the underground holy spring to blend in with the rain, then make it rain in several important provinces. By doing so, the rain with the underground holy spring could shower both the well-preserved ancient city walls and those that were buried under the Lurs. I can make it rain. But I can only make it rain for a few hundred kilometers only. If you want me to make it rain for thousands of miles, I'm afraid it's out of my ability. I can make it only if I become a water element forbidden mage. Zhao Manyang shook his head. It was too difficult for him to make it rain on a large area of land. If we find a water element forbidden mage to assist you, can you make it rain? Lingling asked in desperation. I can try. But where do we find a water element forbidden mage? As far as I'm concerned, we don't have any water element forbidden mage in the country, said Zhao Manyang. We have one. Mo Fan said. Who? Din Xiao, said Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang frowned. He did not mean to disappoint Mo Fan, but they had to be realistic. I've never heard of Din Xiao being a forbidden mage. What makes you think that he's a water element forbidden mage? Most of the forbidden mags refuse to reveal their true identities because they will be assigned with forbidden tasks. I've seen Din Xiao fight before. After Ding Yumian transformed into a wicked soul, Din Xiao killed it in a split second. An apex-grade mage or a semi-forbidden mage could not possibly have done that. I suspected for a long time that perhaps Din Xiao is a forbidden mage, said Mo Fan. But how can you be sure that he is a water element forbidden mage? He could be a forbidden mage in another element, Zhao Manyang said. It will most likely be the water element because he is most skilled in the water element magical power, said Mo Fan. We will find out once we're there. We're running out of time now, and we don't have any other choice. Let's go to Din Xiao and seek his help to scatter the rain, said Zhong Xiaohu. We'll go and find Din Xiao now. He should be at the magic city. We need to leave immediately, said Zhao Manyang. Chapter 2832. The Ancient King's Underground Holy Spring. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The crowd hopped onto the Green East Sea God's back. Mo Fan helped Lingling up, but he did not join them. Aren't you coming with us? Zhong Xiaohu asked in confusion. Mo Fan shook his head. The Magic City is in a deep crisis. If you don't come with us, I'm afraid we can't handle it by ourselves, said Zhao Manyang. Manyang, do you still remember Bin Wei, the female general? She's the watcher of the ancient Great Wall, said Mo Fan. Of course, I remember. She's the one who activated the ancient Great Wall's royal sky pattern to fight Kufo's army that spanned dozens of kilometers, said Zhong Xiaohu. It finally dawned on the others. The ancient Great Wall Watcher was the key that allowed the ancient Great Wall to rise from the ground. The existence of the royal sky pattern suggests that there are other ancient Great Wall patterns, too. And the ancient Wall Sacred Soldiers are one of them. We have to understand the ancient curse to ensure we are the ones in command when we bring the ancient Great Walls to life, said Mo Fan to Zhong Xiaohu. Okay. I can do this. Zhao Xiaohu gave a military salute and quickly hopped off the Green East Sea God's back. Without delay, Zhao Xiaohu headed to Beiguan Town on his wind spirit feather. Bin Wei was the watcher of the ancient Great Wall. She was the key woman in summoning the sacred totem beast. Old Zhao, Mu Bai, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Song Feiyao, I'm not going to the Magic City. You have a heavy task ahead. The Magic City is in a war now. The situation is chaotic, and your life might be at risk. Mo Fan looked at the crowd on the back of the green East Sea god. Darn you! Hurry up and say what you want to say. Zhao Manyang shouted. I must go somewhere else. So, I'm relying on you to inform Dean Xiao about the summoning of the rain on the divine walls. The rain is crucial in this case. I need your help with this, Mo Fan said earnestly. Although the crowd had no idea where Mo Fan was heading, they knew from his intense gaze that he had no intention of avoiding the war in the Magic City. He just had something urgent he needed to handle. Leave it to us, said Mu Bai. Even if Dean Xiao is not a water element forbidden mage, I'll drag him over, assured Zhao Manyang. The green East Sea god spread its wings. When it flipped its wings, a sand tornado rose and vanished as it soared into the sky and vanished, leaving Mo Fan and Lingling behind. Lingling's condition had improved a lot. She stared at Mo Fan and wondered where intended to go next. We're going to the ancient capital, said Mo Fan to Lingling. Why? Lingling was confused. Who built the ancient Great Wall? The ancient king. When I was in northern Xinjiang, the chief military instructor, Zhong Kong, appeared behind me. He looked at the royal sky pattern on the ancient city walls and told me something. I'm starting to understand his words now, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan vividly remembered. He recalled Zhong Kong and the words he had uttered. He remembered that when Zhong King stomped on his leg, the undead army across the mountains and wilderness worshipped him as the one and only emperor. He stared at the ancient city wall, then turned to Mo Fan and his group and said that they had wasted his masterpiece at that time. His masterpiece? He was referring to the ancient city wall. Mo Fan clearly remembered that the ancient king had reached apex level in his earth element magical power in that era. The ancient king had destroyed the sky-observing city and broke the divine walls. He was the one who executed the miracles of the great walls that stretched up to thousands of miles. What must he do in order to not waste Zhong Kong's masterpiece, wondered Mo Fan. He had to make another trip to the Dark Abyss. He had to go to the ancient king's White Tomb Palace. That must be the place where he could find his answer. The Dark Abyss had once appeared in the Holy City. Where did it migrate to? Mo Fan supposed the Queen of Nine Serenities had knowledge about its whereabouts. Therefore, Mo Fan decided to return to the ancient capital. With the help of his black dragon wings, he could quickly complete the 2 trips even though the distance was 1,000 miles. The time agreed upon was a day. In a day's time, Zhong Xiaohu had to find Bin Wei. Bin Wei had been transferred to stand guard over the ancient Great Wall. She was a descendant from the sky-observing city. She was the only one who knew about the ancient curse. Hopefully, she knew how to bring the ancient wall's sacred soldiers alive so that they could bring the army to Magic City. Zhong Xiaohu's mission was not complicated. If he found Wei Bin's military registration and asked some questions about her whereabouts, he would be able to locate her. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Song Feiya were given a much more daunting task. They had to head to the Magic City. The war had already begun. A large number of ocean demons swarmed and occupied the city. They had to locate Dean Xiao under the chaotic situation. They had to persuade him to leave the Magic City and head to the ancient city wall. It was a very difficult task, and they only had a day's time to accomplish the mission. Mo Fan had wanted to go to the Magic City himself. He believed that Dean Xiao would be much more willing to listen to him. Mo Fan trusted him and Dean Xiao trusted Mo Fan. However, someone had to go to the Dark Abyss. The ancient king's White Tomb Palace had left many things behind. Mo Fan believed there might be certain things that were related to the ancient king's masterpiece. There must be something related to it. As soon as he arrived at the ancient capital, Zhong Xiaohu called him. Hello? Big Brother Fan, I've contacted Bin Wei. She's in the desert. With my current speed, I believe I can get there soon. My part is done. But Bin Wei told me that she only knows about the ancient curse of the royal sky pattern. She doesn't know where the rest of the curses are, said Zhong Xiaohu. Did you tell her about the sky-observing city? Asked Mo Fan. Yes, I told her, and she already knew about it. However, she mentioned that the inheritance of the curses is incomplete. If they want to find the complete curse, they must go to the ancient mausoleum, specifically the ancient king's mausoleum, said Zhong Xiaohu. Okay, I'm on my way now. Mo Fan nodded. He felt more at ease. He was right. The ancient Great Wall was that man's masterpiece. Big Brother Fan, are you going to the Dark Abyss? Zhong Xiaohu was surprised. Yes, I am. But the chief military instructor is? He must have left something behind, Mo Fan said with great conviction. Okay. I never thought the chief military instructor was a blessing all this while, said Zhong Xiaohu. There was no issue on Zhao Xiaohu's end. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had to see what harvest he could reap from his trip to the Dark Abyss. The Queen of Nine Serenities was surprised with Mo Fan's theory. If there was truly a curse that could bring the divine walls to life, why didn't the ancient king use that curse when confronting Khufu? Why didn't he use the curse during the underworld battle? I guess he didn't have the underground holy spring, said Mo Fan. The underground holy spring was scattered among the various holy guardian tribes. The holy guardian tribes were the ancient king's descendants. The ancient king had been waiting for his own resurrection. After he was resurrected, he would ask for the underground holy spring from the holy guardian tribes. When the ancient king fused with Zhong Kong's soul, Zhong Kong refused to look for the underground holy spring. Things got sorted out by themselves. It was only then that Mo Fan realized the person that the holy guardian of the underground holy spring had been waiting for was the ancient king, and not him. They had been waiting for the ancient king to awaken after several thousand years. The ancient king wanted to reclaim his underground holy spring. Chapter 2833. The Invaded White Tomb Palace. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ancient king has a divine army. I saw it once from the mural on the pillar inside his white tomb palace. If your deduction is true, then... Mo Fan sighed. His love for beauty became his downfall. If it had not been for Qin Yuya, the first thing that the ancient king would do after he is awakened would be to reclaim the underground holy spring from the holy guardian tribes. Then he will sprinkle the ancient great walls that had been buried underground for so many years with the underground holy spring. He will own millions of undead as his army, as well as the ancient wall sacred soldiers. By then, he can even destroy Khufu's unified underworld. The Queen of Nine Serenities looked furious after Mo Fan explained the situation. The ancient king was the true king because he possessed the ancient divine army. The ancient king was a powerful and talented man in the past. Many people were amazed by him. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that his awakening would be symbiotic with a human, and that the human would die alongside his beloved woman. This was no different than giving up his entire world. It was no wonder the Queen of Nine Serenities showed such an expression. However, Mo Fan disagreed. The ancient king was very powerful. But why didn't he swallow Zhong Kong's soul, and instead let Zhong Kong take advantage of him? Even if the ancient king was awakened on his throne, the city and the country were no longer his. His people had long been buried in the graves and were corpses under the ground. He had found a way to live an eternal life. But was this eternal life really what he desired? After the ancient king awakened, the first thing he did would be to go to the Tuanshan mountain and find Qin Yuo instead of gathering all the underground holy spring. This was the only wish he left while he was still alive. Okay. I admit that no one can kill him except himself. The Queen of Nine Serenities let out a sigh. The battle at the Holy City was the ancient king's bridge of reincarnation instead of a divine feast for the angels. That was why he had told Mo Fan that that was his battle. It was clear that he had defeated Archangel Michael, yet he decided to let the Holy City gain the victory. I give you the world. You can celebrate all you want. Enough of the talking. We're in a hurry. Where's the entrance to the Dark Abyss? Asked Mo Fan. Do you really want to go to the Dark Abyss? The Queen of Nine Serenities asked. Of course. I have the underground holy spring, and I can bring the divine army back to life, said Mo Fan. Don't forget that we've been defeated in the underworld battle before, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. What does this have to do with the Dark Abyss? Mo Fan asked in puzzlement. The White Tomb Palace is our final stand. The Dark Abyss is the passage that connects to the portal of the underworld. This means that the underworld creatures can barge into the Dark Abyss. Do you know why the mountain zombie is dying? It's standing guard over the ancient king's final purgatory, the White Tomb Palace, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. Do you mean Khufu wants to take over the White Tomb Palace by force, too? Mo Fan was shocked. Khufu is the one that initiated the battle at Holy City. Of course, he has the intention to annex our country because by doing so, the undead can increase his power in the underworld. With that, he can fight against the Dark King, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. Then, how's the situation at the White Tomb Palace now? Is Khufu there? Mo Fan asked with a great sense of urgency. If the White Tomb Palace was annexed, where was he supposed to go and find the curses that can bring back the divine army at the Sky Observing City to life? Bin Wei knew the royal sky pattern only. But the invaders came from the east coastline instead of northern Xinjiang. Khufu hasn't appeared. The Sphinx led Medusa, the Mummy, the Dark Sword Master, and the Underworld Frog to attack the White Tomb Palace. The Skeleton Demon Lord and the White Corpse King are struggling to hold them back, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. The Sphinx had the face of a human and the body of a lion. It was the national beast of Egypt. Mo Fan did not expect Khufu to take advantage of the opportunity to wreak havoc on the underworld while the east coastline was under the ocean demon's attack. Khufu and his group wanted to take over the White Tomb Palace. In other words, they wanted to take control of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was one of the ancient king's masterpieces. Khufu's underworld army required the underworld light to move. If it took over the Dark Abyss, then its underworld army could easily appear in any land they desired. The moment they took over the Dark Abyss, Khufu could wipe out Egypt, including China's lands. Khufu was truly cunning. But I only have 1 day's time, Mo Fan said to the Queen of Nine Serenities. Don't worry. I will handle the underworld issues. The land belongs not only to the living, but also to the undead. We won't let Khufu take over the White Tomb Palace with ease, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. I'll help you to handle the Sphinx, and you'll help me to find the Watchman's Curse of the ancient Great Wall, Mo Fan said solemnly. Of course, I'll help you to find the Watchman's Curse. As for taking on the Sphinx, you should just forget about it. It almost killed the mountain zombie. The Queen of Nine Serenities shook her head. She did not want Mo Fan to take the risk. The White Tomb Palace is the key, and it must not fall into Khufu's hand. If it takes over the Dark Abyss and the White Tomb Palace, the first thing it will do is to make a comeback at northern Xinjiang. It also desires a large piece of undead land. When that happens, the ancient city will become the only city for the rest of the base cities to retreat. If Khufu takes over the ancient capital, we don't have a second place to retreat in the war against the ocean demons, said Mo Fan. Indeed. But the Sphinx is too powerful. You must enlist help from the totem beasts to fight it. The Queen of Nine Serenities was concerned about Mo Fan's safety. In the eyes of the Queen of Nine Serenities, Mo Fan was still Wang's student, as well as his successor. The Queen of Nine Serenities wanted to build a good relationship with Mo Fan while he was still alive. When Mo Fan died after 70 or 80 years, a new king would be born to the undead of ancient city. Mo Fan was still not very powerful yet. If he died early, he could not contribute much to the world of the undead. If the Queen of Nine Serenities had any ulterior motives, he would have killed her on the spot. Don't underestimate me. I can take this opportunity to settle my feuds with the Sphinx from the past. Mo Fan clenched his fists. The Sphinx had injured him severely in northern Xinjiang because of its large pyramid undead army. Even though Mo Fan could not use his demon element magical power, he had no fear in confronting it. Okay. I'll help you to find the Watchman's Curse. I'll leave the White Tomb Palace to you. The Queen of Nine Serenities nodded. How about the Dark Abyss? I'll guide you. Thank you, Queen of Nine Serenities. The future of the undead of ancient capital rests on you. After you die as a forbidden mage, don't go to heaven. It's good to become an undead and join us. Mo Fan was speechless. The Dark Abyss and the White Tomb Palace were always shrouded in dark clouds and gloomy rainfall. Whenever Mo Fan stepped onto this lifeless land, he felt endless pathos. Chapter 2834. The Disaster at Magic City. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky at the Magic City was covered with holes, as if magical crossbows had pierced it relentlessly. Sea water poured down through the holes in the sky, splashing against the skyscrapers and disintegrating the concrete buildings. They were greeted by a destructive sight. The strong flow of current struck the streets, causing the sewer system of the entire city to be stuck. Garbage and sewage flooded everywhere. The ocean demons were covered in scales. They treated the chaotic place as their nest. They roamed in groups among the streets and houses. Heaps of eggs piled up into mountains within the residential areas. The mucous membranes were sticky and covered in strange demonic liquid. The latex-like mucus was everywhere, as if someone had simply sprayed the walls with them. Quack! Quack! The strange sound caused one to palpitate in fear. Several ocean demons in red broke out of their shells. They resembled giant salamanders. They had powerful claws and they screeched like crying babies. The ocean demon babies were hungry. They screeched and screamed. Some mags and residents had assumed the sound to be of some abandoned human babies. When they had reached the monsters, they had ended up as food to the ocean demon babies. Jingen was the most prosperous ancient city. The residential and office buildings were closely lined up, depicting the artistic and modern high-rise buildings that belonged to the city, as if one were in the old Shanghai's Longtang. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was located at Jingen. However, by the time Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Song Feiyao, and Jiang Xiaoxiu arrived at their destination, Jingen was covered in a huge white sticky membrane. When they looked down from the sky, they were shocked to see that the magic city had turned into a terrifying sea cave. It did not look like the magic city they had known. Instead, it looked more like a huge ocean demon nest. The large expanse of urban area that led to various directions were covered by a layer of white and sticky membrane. The sky was filled with holes. Sea water poured into the city endlessly. The white mucus membrane nest looked like a sponge that kept absorbing the sea water, and it continued to expand. Do we really have to get down there? Zhao Manyan's face turned as white as a sheet. Was this the same magic city that they had been to? How did it turn into this lair in just a day? It did not look like an urban city where humans had once lived. It had turned into a demon kingdom with various ocean demons wandering around and hunting down the mags. The population of the ocean demons was overwhelming compared to what they had seen from the video footage. The ocean demons were as big as the skyscrapers in the magic city. Their hideous and horrifying figures were visible from afar. Their shoulders almost touched the sky as they roamed about on the streets. It looked like the end of the world. If we don't go down, how are we supposed to find Dean Xiao? Asked Jiang Xiaoxiu. Dean Xiao was in Pearl Institute at Jingen. Jingen was covered by a layer of white mucus that resembled a spider's web. The spider web was so large that it could cover the entire city. What sort of ocean demon had cast such a terrifying spell? Zhao Manyang sighed. Let's go to Pearl Institute and get it over with. We have nothing to lose, after all. The Green East Sea God cannot not land down there. It's best to let it hover in the sky, said Song Feiyao. Okay. That's a good idea if we need to flee, said Zhao Manyang shakily. Why did the city turn out like this? Why? How can the peaceful magic city become this way? The water poured down from the sky like transparent waterfalls that resembled demonic dragons. The continued flow of water destroyed everything in the city. Dust flew everywhere in the air. The destruction of the city did not look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai and the rest entered through the white membrane, they realized the white fluorescent membrane had spread everywhere. Some of it spread across the street, some of it penetrated more than a dozen buildings, and some suspended in mid-air. The white membrane had formed its own traffic system. Little Green Kraken, since you're more familiar with the ocean demons, lead the way for us. Zhao Manyang summoned the glutton through his ring. Little Green Kraken had mastered the art of changing its body mass. It could swim around Zhao Manyang like a small green fish or transform into a giant whale huge enough to carry everyone through. The sea water did not flood the nest within the white membrane. The white sticky membrane must have absorbed most of the water. However, Jing'an was wet. They felt as though they had fallen into the stomach of an ancient demon. When the light shone, the space inside the membrane was not entirely pitch black. But there was some strange luster to them, and that made it even more horrifying. Most of the buildings were covered in a layer of white membrane. As a result, it was difficult to identify the terrains. Fortunately, Zhao Manyang was very familiar with Pearl Institute. Little Green Kraken had a good understanding of ocean demons. It could use a special sound wave to lure the group of ocean demons to another place and pave a safe path for Zhao Manyang and his group to continue to their destination. The ocean demon babies shrieked. Song Feya wanted to take a look, but Zhao Manyang stopped her. Listen to me. Trust me, that sound is not from human babies. Most ocean demons are capable of imitating human voices. If you go, you won't come across human babies, you will meet ferocious ocean demons, instead. They will tear you apart, said Zhao Manyang. Song Feya nodded. It was best not to act alone. HMPH. Since you monsters like to cry like babies, I'll kill you in one shot. Little Green Kraken, imitate the sound and lure them over here. When they come, you can eat all of them, said Zhao Manyang. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the ocean demon babies like to imitate the human voices to lure people to them, Little Green Kraken would gladly return the same favor. After all, Little Green Kraken was not a picky eater. Little Green Kraken was famished. It opened its mouth and imitated the sound of a group of people talking and engaging in a discussion. True to their nature, the ocean demon babies came rushing into the trap. They gathered and headed in the direction of the sound, anticipating an encounter with humans so that they could eat them. Little Green Kraken crouched at a corner. The ocean demon babies had no idea they were about to enter a large devouring maw. They slid into Little Green Kraken's stomach like rotating sushi. Chapter 2835. White Monster Lair in the City. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Burp! Little Green Kraken ate its food happily and waved its tail. It was probably the only one that felt happy over the fall of the Magic City. The city had turned into a seafood restaurant of its taste. Enough. Let's go. There are still many unhatched ocean demon babies. We can't possibly finish clearing all the eggs. It's best if we find Dean Xiao as soon as possible, said Mu Bai. Little Green Kraken continued to keep a close eye on their surroundings. They dared not take the powerful ocean demons lightly. There were several towering giant beasts. If they caught the beasts' attention, it would be difficult to break themselves free from the creatures. Can you sense where humans are now? Zhao Manyang asked Little Green Kraken. Little Green Kraken transformed into a mini-sized clownfish and swam nimbly among the corals. Soon, Little Green Kraken led them to Pearl Institute. They arrived at the comprehensive stadium near the Azure Pearl campuses. The comprehensive stadium was the same place where Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan had worked hand in hand in killing the Mother Scale Skin Phantom. It had been restructured as a refuge. It was made of steel and other materials which interfered with the demon senses. Many ocean demon troops passed by the stadium and were unaware that many people were hiding inside. Many people must have died. But where are their corpses? Mu Bai sensed that something was strange. The ocean demons encroached on the Magic City. It had been densely populated, so the death rate must have been relatively high. However, they hardly saw any corpses within the White Monster Lair in this city. It did not make any sense. The ocean demons were powerful and many in number. They must have killed so many mags and other residents of the city. However, their group couldn't see any corpses along the way. They could have been devoured by the ocean demons. Little Green Kraken said there were many humans under the ground. Dean Xiao must have been protecting the students, said Zhao Manyang. Cork! 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 The roaring sound came from the dark pool of water. Several heads covered with spiky whiskers poked out of the surface and stared at Zhao Manyang and the group. Cork! Cork! The sound intensified. Many fishmen jumped out of the deep pool of water. They wielded sticks made of bones and smashed the dormitory that blocked their way. They are at commander level, and there are so many of them. Jiang Xiaoxiu looked troubled. Old Zhao, take them down. We need to learn more about the situation. Meanwhile, I'll handle the ocean demons, said Mu Bai. Okay. Be careful, said Zhao Manyang. I think you should be more careful. Things down there are too strange, said Mu Bai solemnly. The fishmen generals wielded bone drills and marched towards Mu Bai. The bone drills were stained with blood. Mu Bai had not seen a single corpse since he entered the White Lair. The only corpse he saw was pierced on a fishman general's bone drill, like a cockroach that had accidentally gotten stuck in a gear wheel. Mu Bai flew into a fit of rage. His hands transformed into claws and stretched out. A giant ice claw appeared from the wet ground and grabbed a fishman general. The fishman general reacted quickly. It smashed the ice claw with its bone drill. Little did it know that that was not the only claw. Many ice claws that reached dozens of meters in height appeared around the fishman general. The ice claws tore a fishman general into shreds. The rest of the fishmen generals were dumbstruck after witnessing their companion's brutal death. They had been fighting mags whom they could basically kill with a snap of their fingers. Even the more powerful mags had not been able to survive their attacks. Humans were weak. The fishmen generals could easily wipe out hundreds and thousands of them. However, it was clear to them that Mu Bai was different. He killed one of their companions so effortlessly. The fishmen generals were aware that they were no match for Mu Bai. They had to inform the fishman chief about him. Cork! 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 The fishman general summoned the fishman chief. Mu Bai acted swiftly. He came up with an iron pen with his other hand. The tip of the pen was as white as an ice goose's feather. When he flung the pen out, the space vibrated suddenly. Countless ice iron spears appeared behind Mu Bai's back. Swish! 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 The ice iron spears darted at the fishmen generals. Before they could scream, hundreds and thousands of ice iron spears struck them and reduced them to pools of blood. Their armor scattered on the ground. The ice iron pen returned to Mu Bai without any blood stain. The afterimages of the ice iron spears merged and returned to the ice iron pen. Mu Bai let out a sigh. He surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no other fishmen generals, he kept his ice iron pen in his pocket. I have to act vigilantly to avoid alerting the giant ocean demons, Mu Bai muttered to himself. He could not cast powerful spells. Otherwise, it would only attract the other more powerful ocean demons. The ocean demons had gained an upper hand in the magic city. They had to be careful in every step they took. Senior! Senior! Cried a voice. It came from the dormitory that had been crushed into pieces. Mu Bai approached it and noticed several students from the ruins. They had nowhere to go, so they hid inside the building. Mu Bai wondered how they avoided the fishmen generals from sniffing them out. Please help us. We beg you, one of the freshmen pleaded. Mu Bai looked at the stadium. He hesitated for a while before walking to the dormitory. What's going on here? Where are the others? Why can't I see any mags here? Asked Mu Bai. They have been caught and trapped inside. The boy with stains on his face pointed at the stadium. Caught and trapped. Mu Bai's eyes widened. A colossal white demon came and turned all the mags into white chrysalises. Everyone is wrapped in that gooey thing and thrown in the stadium. The colossal white demon seems to be extracting some sort of energy from them, the boy said anxiously. Where's Dean Xiao? The boy could not speak clearly. Perhaps he was too frightened. A colossal white demon. Mu Bai had not seen it since he entered the place. Dean Xiao. He went away with a person with eagle wings, said a freshman from the Azure Pearl campuses. The freshman was around when he had seen Bai Mai and Dean Xiao. Where exactly did he go? We have to ask Mr. Bai Mai. Chapter 2836. Human Chrysalis. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. I need help. Mu Bai. Mu Bai. Zhao Manyan's high-pitched rang out from the stadium. Mu Bai glanced at the students. Mags like us are exposed to higher risks compared to you. I might as well take care of our survival before yours first. The students were stunned. The next moment, Mu Bai had vanished out of their sight. The ocean demons target the mags, especially those with a high level of cultivation. They didn't discover us for a very long time. This means that our method is effective, said the boy who had spoken to Mu Bai before. But how long are we going to hide here? We must find a way to leave this place. Black alert means there's no way out. It was clear that the stadium was the most dangerous place of all. The reason Mu Bai had abandoned the helpless students was because he would only be endangering them more if he had brought them with him. After Mu Bai entered the stadium, it was only then that he found the stadium was covered by a layer of white membrane. When he saw the building from afar, he thought that was the stadium's original architectural design. The distorted shape looked exactly like a huge white egg. Mu Bai followed Zhao Manyan's voice. The inner space of the stadium was extremely bright. When the light shone, the inner space of the stadium was glaring, as if sunlight emanated from that one person who was submerged in the water. It looked surreal. Old Zhao, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Mu Bai shouted. D*RNU. Go deeper into the stadium. Hurry up. I can't hold the ocean demons back for much longer. Zhao Manyang said. Mu Bai was relieved after hearing Zhao Manyang cursing him. But many ocean demons imitated human language to lure people into their trap. The ocean demons were much more intelligent than the demons on the dry lands. Mu Bai was worried that the colossal white demon had deliberately set up this trap for him so that it could kill him when he reached the place. As Mu Bai went deeper into the stadium, he was appalled. Every person was wrapped in white gooey thing, like pitiful insects stuck on a spider web. Their eyes were wide with fear. They were still alive, but it wouldn't be long before they were swallowed whole. They were hanging upside down all over the stadium. There were many of them. Countless tiny white maggots crawled around them. The maggots looked disgusting. Some of the maggots crawled into the people's eyes and ears. When the maggots left their orifices, they became fatter. But the person became old. There was a translucent white web above Mu Bai's head that was dangling in midair. The web was filled with ocean maggots. The fattened maggots always crawled toward the same place, as orderly as ants. However, Mu Bai did not see their destination. May I know who Mr. Bai Mai is? Mu Bai looked up and asked the human chrysalises in the stadium. Coincidentally, a human chrysalis less than 50 meters from Mu Bai, dangling in midair, moved vigorously. It swung into an arc and almost hit the human chrysalis next to it. Mu Bai approached the swinging human chrysalis without hesitation. The golden silkworms in his hand crawled toward the human chrysalis. The white ocean maggots fled. They seemed to be afraid of the golden silkworms. When the golden silkworms reached the human chrysalis, they bit the white gooey substance and released the trapped human. The person's whole body was wet and sticky. He continued to vomit out the maggots and parasites. Let the golden silkworms go into your body. They can kill all the maggots, said Mu Bai. It was clear that Mr. Bai Mai was reluctant. After all, those disgusting maggots had just crawled all over him not too long ago. The ocean maggots suck organs' vitality. I'm going to restore your organs so that you won't grow old so rapidly. If you delay, you won't be able to recover, Mu Bai emphasized his words. Mu Bai had learned a lot of skills from the shaman tribe at Undead. He had once witnessed the type of bug that sucked human organs' vitality. He recognized the white maggots at a glance. Mr. Bai Mai nodded in resignation. Mu Bai gave him some clean water so that he could wash himself and clear his throat. "Why the hell are you not here yet?" Zhao Manyang shouted from above. Mu Bai heard the sound of fighting as soon as he entered the stadium. However, he did not have the slightest sense of urgency about this. Fortunately, Zhao Manyang was there to take on the ocean demon so that he could take the opportunity to find Dean Xiao's whereabouts. "We came to look for Dean Xiao. The magic city is in a deep crisis. We can't save anyone. We might not even be able to leave here safely. But if we find Dean Xiao, the magic city still stands a chance to survive," Mu Bai said straightforwardly, hoping that Mr. Bai Mai was an understanding person. Mr. Bai Mai heaved a sigh, then looked at the stadium that was filled with human chrysalises. The human chrysalises were students and teachers from Pearl Institute. But he was powerless to save them at the moment. The Forbidden Curse Association summoned Dean Xiao. They should be somewhere near the Bund. I have a way to contact him. But what about the people here? How can I stand by while the ocean demons torture them? Mr. Bai Mai was distraught. He did not know what he could do to save the students of Pearl Institute. The ocean demon is sucking those with a cultivation base to feed its unhatched eggs. The procedure will last about a week. You don't have to worry about them right now. They won't die. They will be well protected by the owner of the nest, Mu Bai said calmly. Still, Mr. Bai Mai looked restless. He did not find Mu Bai's words to be a relief. "What can I do for you?" asked Mr. Bai Mai. "I need you to find Dean Xiao. It's not entirely a bad thing for them to remain in this kind of situation. If they go outside the stadium, the ocean demons would most likely tear them to shreds," said Mu Bai. The moment Mu Bai entered the White Lair, he had been thinking about the purpose of its existence. It was not until he saw the maggots that he was enlightened. It was no wonder they had not seen even a single corpse on their way here. The colossal white demon that had woven the White Lair and treated every living person as a resource. It needed living people as a source of vitality for its next generation of offspring. Chapter 2837. Blessed by the Demon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "Still, I can't leave them here," Mr. Bai Mai shook his head. "You don't trust me?" Mu Bai was puzzled. "I trust you. If the colossal white demon wanted to kill us, it would have done so a long time ago. Instead, it made us into chrysalises. But it's torture to wait for death as maggots feed on you. I think that most students cannot endure such anguish. I can't afford to watch them suffer, and I can't let them wait for death not knowing whether someone would come for their rescue. I wish I could do something for them now. You don't have to persuade me anymore. If Dean Xiao were here, I believe he would have done the same, too. He would never leave the students behind. He has something more important to handle, thus he left the students in my care. I can't let him down," Mr. Bai Mai said firmly. Mu Bai was at a loss for words. If he were in Mr. Bai Mai's place, he, too, would have difficulty leaving people trapped like this. But the White Lair. It was not difficult to free the students from their chrysalises. But the challenge was to get them out of the White Lair safely. The reason they had not been ambushed by the ocean demons was because they had not cast powerful spells till now. They had not left the White Monster Lair. As long as they stayed inside the White Monster Lair, the terrifying monster of the lair would not show up. But if they attempted to flee, the terrifying monster would certainly reveal itself. The monster that created such a lair was close to the Emperor level. "Okay. I'll figure out a way." Mu Bai heaved a sigh. It was meaningless to continue to persuade Mr. Bai Mai. Mr. Bai Mai was not trying to be difficult. They were all in a desperate situation and people did whatever they could to survive in such a situation. Just like a person who was caught in the middle of a quicksand. no matter how you persuaded them or told them that they could survive as long as they got out of the desert, it would still be pointless because they were sinking into the quicksand. They were on the verge of losing their breaths. What you had to do was to help them break free from their current desperate situation so that they still see a glimmer of hope. It was only then that they could think about other issues calmly. Do you have a solution to this? Mr. Baimai's face lit up in delight. I need students who have a lower cultivation base and are capable of hiding their scents, said Mu Bai. Low cultivation base. Mr. Baimai did not understand what Mu Bai had planned. Shouldn't students with a higher cultivation be chosen for such a situation? Otherwise, how could they fight the white nightcrawlers that often appeared out of nowhere? The white nightcrawlers were the powerful ocean demons that defeated the teachers from Pearl Institute. The teachers' combat power was as strong as the army, especially the old professors who had kept their abilities well hidden. These old professors possessed a relatively high level of cultivation. Before the White Monster Lair was formed, the teachers and students from Pearl Institute had even assisted in evacuating people from other zones. The higher our cultivation bases are, the easier it will be for the white nightcrawlers to detect us. We need the students' help to collect the ocean demon babies' eggshells. The more the better, said Mu Bai. Can you please tell me your plan first? Some of the students have hidden somewhere else. If I let them take the risk, began Mr. Baimai. The greatest issue we're currently facing is the demon that built the White Lair. Basically, only a forbidden mage is capable of fighting it. However, the forbidden mags are taking on the Emperor-level ocean demons as of now. It'll be difficult for them to come here and fight this colossal white demon. To put it bluntly, people from other zones might still be alive for now, but after a week, their chances of survival seemed slim, Mu Bai stated flatly. You mentioned it earlier, said Mr. Baimai. Instead of figuring out ways to fight the colossal white demon or flee its lair, we should think of ways to hide the students inside this lair so that it can protect you and the students for a week, said Mu Bai. Mr. Baimai began to grasp Mu Bai's point, and he listened to his words attentively. I'll use the ocean demon baby's eggshells to make a pupa that resembles human Chrysalis. You all can then hide inside the lifelike pupa and become the colossal white demon's personal collections. By doing so, the rest of the powerful ocean demons will not simply strike you. All you have to do is take the initiative and give your magic energy to the ocean maggots when they come to collect the energy. Don't let the ocean maggots go back empty-handed, said Mu Bai. Mr. Baimai's eyes lit up after hearing Mu Bai's explanation. They could use lifelike fake human chrysalises to protect themselves. This was an awesome idea. After all, the Magic City basically had no other safe places for them to hide. Even if they fled the White Monster Lair, the other ocean demon hordes would hunt them down. May I know who you are? Asked Mr. Baimai. He was impressed with the young man's preparedness. I am Mu Bai, the leader of the South Wing, Mu Bai introduced himself. Mr. Baimai, my plan can only stall for time. You must understand that the Magic City is under great calamity, and that the plan is just a short-term solution to ensure survival for the time being. We must change the situation to truly survive. Trust me, all of us are paying for this. Mu Bai's words touched Mr. Baimai's heart. Mr. Baimai did understand that what they were facing was just the tip of a massive iceberg. Otherwise, Dean Xiao would never have left them if it wasn't something urgent. Dean Xiao would never abandon Pearl Institute. He must have found a way to fight for the Magic City. As a teacher, he had his own responsibility to take care of. He was helpless, too. No matter what, we are truly grateful for your help. I suppose you have some poison element professors in the Institute. Please, find them. I need their help, said Mu Bai. Okay. No problem. How about this? Mr. Baimai looked up. He saw Zhao Manyang still fighting the white nightcrawlers. White carcasses occasionally fell from above, spilling bizarre crystal blue liquid. Don't worry. He can handle them, said Mu Bai. He knew Zhao Manyang very well. If he kept yelling, it meant he was fine. Zhao Manyang got silent and serious when he was in grave danger. Several white nightcrawlers patrolled the area. These ocean demons were no match for the heir of the Dark Tortoise, Zhao Manyang. Moreover, Song Feiyao and Jiang Xiaoshu were with him. The duo had a relatively high level of cultivation base. I don't think they will take that long to finish. Old Zhao seldom fights with such bravery and aggressiveness. It's a miracle that he is giving it his all today. He seems to appreciate his alma mater very much. Mu Bai shook his head in resignation. Zhao Manyang could not leave in peace without dealing with the crisis before him. If Mr. Bai Mai could find Dean Slough, they should be able to get things done on time. Chapter 2838. The Corpse King. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the Dark Abyss, ghosts covered the White Tomb Palace like moving clouds. They also resembled a huge hurricane above the palace. Blood rain fell from the sky. There were endless undead remains. Even though the remains had turned into powder form and mixed with the blood water, they put themselves together like piles of clay. Like a child who had no sense of artistry, the remains simply put themselves together. Their limbs and chest bones faced inside while their hearts, spleens, and stomachs faced outside. The bizarre undead did not belong to Khufu's army. They were the Corpse King's subordinates. The Corpse King's small fries continued to put the crippled undead together into one piece to fend off the solid mummies. The skeleton army piled up into mountains. They provided a layer of protection made of bones and shells for the White Tomb Palace to prevent the monster with a cow's body and human's head from destroying the precious palace. The monster was covered in gold and had already made its way under the White Tomb Palace's extensive white stairs. It ruthlessly banged against the stairs with its body. The white stairs cracked, and the cracks spanned all the way to the middle. Moo! The bronze, silver, and gold bull monsters became the main force in trying to collapse the undead guardian army of the White Tomb Palace. The strong tremors caused the land beneath the White Tomb Palace to crack. Divine Flame, Phoenix Nirvana. A figure, ablaze in flames, stood on the White Tomb Palace's stairs. The flames on his body sprang like a flaming mountain peak. Wings of flames appeared on top of the mountain. The sight was terrifyingly beautiful. It was like the awakening of the mythical Phoenix Mountain from its deep slumber, and it looked down furiously at the creatures below. Mo Fan's arrival was like the descent of divine fire. The blood rain vaporized into red gas. The sky turned blood red. The fire blades arched across the sky like thunderstorms, creating terrifying light in the sky. The Phoenix Nirvana was ablaze with unprecedented destructive flames. Then it swooped down from the mountain peak. Although the length of the Phoenix Nirvana's wings were only 50 meters, its flames spanned up to 2 kilometers when it spread its wings and brushed past the stairs. As the Phoenix Nirvana approached the bull monster's territory, it brushed past them and killed the bronze and silver bull monsters. The Phoenix Nirvana could produce flames that spanned up to 1 kilometer from each wing. The Phoenix Nirvana's greatest strength was the ability to produce exaggerated and terrifying flames. Even though the bull monsters were not reduced to ashes, the area where the Phoenix Nirvana had brushed past had turned into a sea of flames. Even if some of the bull monsters did not die on the spot, they suffered excruciating burns, and their suffering was more painful than those that died on the spot. Not many of them could escape the powerful fire divine power. The flames illuminated the sky. The gold bull monster remained standing under the stairs. Its golden skin was distorted slightly by the flames. Its face filled with rage. It radiated a terrifying dark aura, and it targeted the human with divine flame power. Moo! The gold bull monster roared. It fixed its gaze on Mo Fan begrudgingly. The bull monster's stare contained a strange mental spell. When Mo Fan met its gaze, a strong sense of fury sprouted from his chest suddenly. It made him feel as if he had to kill the bull monster, no matter the cost. Was the stare provocative? Mo Fan quickly summoned his dragon sense. When Mo Fan summoned his dragon sense, he was covered by a cloud of black substance. The black substance gradually expanded as the flame faded. It expanded and turned into a dragon. One of the dragon's favorite foods was bull-type creatures. There were various bull-type magical creatures in Western countries. Their flesh was juicy and tasty. Their primal fear of the dragon came from within their bones, much like chickens' fear of the eagle hovering in the sky. The arrogant and provocative gold bull monster trembled and almost fell to its knees at Mo-Fan's transformation. The Corpse King took advantage of the opportunity and flew out of the White Tomb Palace. It aimed at the gold bull monster's neck with its lance and slashed it. The gold bull monster's head fell from its neck. Gold splashed all over the ground. Its heavy head smashed on the white stairs. Some of the stairs cracked. Mountain Zombie was enormous, and the Corpse King was different from it. The Corpse King was entirely in the human form. It wore ancient martial arts robes and wielded a lance. It had killed many undead with its lance. The tip of its lance was bone-white color and razor-sharp. To Mo-Fan, the Corpse King looked more like an undead. It was agile, powerful, and intelligent. Mo-Fan had never encountered the Corpse King before. The Corpse King turned its head around and looked at Mo-Fan. He must have learned about Mo-Fan from the Queen of Nine Serenities. It paid obeisance to Mo-Fan for killing the troublesome gold bull monster. It paid its respect to Mo-Fan solemnly. This was Mo-Fan's first time encountering such a polite undead spirit. For a moment, he did not know how to respond to it, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, it's you. Give me back my eyeball. Return my eyeball." A harsh female voice cried out from a nearby cliff. Mo-Fan found the voice familiar. When he turned to the direction of the sound, he saw a witch in eagle form fly up from the cliff. It charged at Mo-Fan furiously. Mo-Fan was certain that he had never seen the witch before. A black eye patch covered one of her eyes. She bared her fangs. She looked hideous and frightening. She looked like she had run into her nemesis finally. Grey feather nails poured down densely like rain. There was nowhere Mo-Fan could hide. Just then, several iron corpses lunged at Mo-Fan and shielded him from the feather nails. Unfortunately, the eagle witch grabbed them and flew to the sky, then tore the iron corpses apart. Mo-Fan felt sorry for the iron corpses. On second thought, the iron corpses were brainless and had no consciousness. He needn't have felt burdened. Meanwhile, he tried to recall if he had seen the eagle witch before. "My eyeball! My eyeball! Give me back my eyeball!" The eagle witch's high-pitched voice formed layers of sound waves and struck the ground. Chapter 2839. The Three Medusa Sisters. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. She's my older sister. Apis woke up from her dreams and warned Mo-Fan. Uri-Eli was the eagle witch that sold human skins at Holy City, thought Mo-Fan. So, it was her. Mo-Fan had stolen Uri-Eli's eye, the Eye of Deception, to enter the sanctuary at Holy City. Even though the Eye of Deception could only be used for a limited number of times, it was one of the world's rare wonders. Mo-Fan had long added it to his personal collection. He had never expected to bump into his creditor on this day. If Mo-Fan had not run into Uri-Eli, he would have never recalled that he had gouged the Eye of Deception from a wicked witch in the past. Mo-Fan heard a cough. "So, this kid is the one who stole my younger sister's eye. What a handsome oriental boy. We'll catch him, turn him into a human specimen, and then put him in the back garden. It will be such fun." A charming voice rose from the other slope of the White Tomb Palace. Mo-Fan looked in that direction, only to find a woman with venomous snake hair staring at him. The woman's body did not resemble a snake. She had a garnet-red scorpion body. She was in glass heels with her razor-sharp and slender legs. She continued to swing her tail into the sky, as if the tail itself had its own life. Trishina was the eldest daughter of the mother of Medusa. She was a mixed blood from the mother of Medusa and the Scorpion King. Trishina possessed Medusa's powerful mental power as well as the Scorpion King's strong physique. Mo-Fan did not expect to find them there. Even Apis had never thought of running into her two older sisters at the White Tomb Palace. "I heard that my younger sister has been serving you all this while. Can you ask her to come out? It's been a long time since we've met." "How nostalgic." Trishina was calm and relaxed. She stood there gracefully. But the pride that came from within her bones was clearly visible on her demonic face. Apis revealed herself. She stood beside Mo Fan. Her golden pink eyes carried a hint of fury. She suppressed her anger and projected an intense icy cold aura that belonged to the Queen of Medusa. The Queen of Scorpion and Eagle Witch roared when Apis showed up. The two demons' eyes turned golden pink within an instant. All of them were siblings. However, Trishina and Uriel's mothers were from different bloodlines than Apis. Apis' mother was a human. Trishina's mother was the Queen of Scorpion. And Uriel's mother was an Eagle Witch. Apis was the only one who had the closest bloodline to the mother of Medusa. After all, the mother of Medusa had once been a human. Uriel and Trishina had always plotted to kill Apis. They were concerned that the mother of Medusa would pass her throne down to Apis. Luckily, the mother of Medusa had died. Trishina and Uriel oversaw the Banshee kingdom in Egypt. They possessed the most powerful bloodlines and represented Europe and Africa. Since when did Mother's kingdom become a vassal of the undead? When did you two become Khufu's B** the keys? Apis' pupils continued to expand. Her aura was completely different from before. In fact, she radiated a terrifying aura that Mo Fan had felt once before when they had worked together to subdue the Queen of Nine Serenities to subdue her. Mo Fan instinctively took a few steps away from Apis. He noticed a divine snake shadow on her, like the mythical goddess of snakes. She looked dignified, majestic, and furious. Mo Fan was surprised. Is this the same Apis? Why had he never sensed such a powerful aura from her before? Why did the divine snake shadow look so familiar? Mo Fan remembered when he transformed into a demon form at Dubai, he took on the soul shadow of a fire snake divine king. The divine snake shadow had come from Apis, and she had long mastered the divine skill. When he confronted the heavenly scared sacred tiger, Apis had revealed part of her afterimage. At that moment, the divine snake shadow wrapped around Apis' graceful figure. The coexistence of wickedness and holiness in one body was something shocking to behold. It turned out that Apis had hidden her true self very well. So, she still hoped to achieve Emperor level and break free from our contract, realized Mo Fan. What a cunning B***TCH. If not for the fact that they had run into Apis' two greatest nemesis, Mo Fan would have never known about this until Apis betrayed him. Luckily, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, judging from Apis' current form and aura, she could really break their contracted soul by force. Roar! Roar! The roar came from the lifeless land under the stairs. The next moment, an enormous creature appeared from the vast undead army and charged at Mo Fan. The creature cut across the bull monsters, the mummies, and the dark sword masters. It crossed the army and charged at the White Tomb Palace's stairs. The roaring sound swept up the undead army, and it took a while for the undead to fall like mud next to the creature. It was the Sphinx. The Sphinx was a golden lion with a face that resembled a human. Mo Fan vividly remembered that it had struck him hard when he was in a demon form at northern Xinjiang. The Sphinx was vengeful. It recognized Mo Fan at a single glance. It squinted its eyes, and its eyes lit up in delight. So, it's you. Puny humans. The Sphinx smiled. Ars asterisk hole, do you have a death wish again? Mo Fan shouted. I'm not a lion. I'm a pharaoh. The Sphinx emphasized his words. I'm Christ, then. Mo Fan shot back. Mo Fan quickly transformed into Flame Demon King when confronting creatures of the Sphinx's level. He was ablaze with layers of flames. Each layer contained extremely powerful flames. When Mo Fan launched the attack, waves of flames blasted with force. Ha! Still the same old trick. You've not improved much over the years, the Sphinx said disdainfully. The Sphinx was made of sand and soil. It was a stone sculpture. It was not afraid of Mo Fan's fire power. It had learned about his fire element magical power in northern Xinjiang last time. At that time, Mo Fan was in a demon form in the face of Khufu's 100,000 vanguard army. Meanwhile, the Sphinx had struck after several ruler-level demons died. Mo Fan sneered. The Sphinx would find out about his latest progress soon. Chapter 2840. The fourth accompanying effect. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan unleashed all his divine flame power. The plumes of maple leaves scattered across the lifeless land. The undead army from both sides were swept into the flames. The Sphinx stood proudly in its place. It remained motionless in the face of the blazing maple forest. Its body was cast in gold. It seemed to have lost its life force to the blazing fire and turned into an invincible golden statue. After the Sphinx held back Mo Fan's powerful wave of flames, it came back to life again. It expanded its body so that it almost reached the clouds of ghosts in the sky. It could swallow the ghost army in a single bite if it wanted. Mo Fan stood before the Sphinx. The Sphinx was as big as the White Tomb Palace. It could crush everything into pieces. Did the Sphinx advance to a more powerful realm, too, he wondered. Mo Fan had been so focused on how powerful the Sphinx was that he lost his cool. A buzzing sound appeared in his mind because of the violent tremors, and finally, he recovered his senses enough to focus. Mo Fan shook his head. When he looked at the Sphinx, he noticed it glowed in an underworldly golden light. The underworldly glow made it look enormous and gigantic. You want to compete for size, huh? Mo Fan was aware of the Sphinx's trick. He spread his black dragon wings. He was covered by a large black shadow. His wings continued to expand, and the black shadow continued to grow. The wings of dusk and dawn. The dragon soul from the black dragon wings provided Mo Fan with a special suppression and restraint ability. The Sphinx had performed the Qi-Tian transformation ability. It was Mo Fan's turn to open the Sphinx's eyes about his Black Dragon's Qi-Tian ability. The Black Dragon Emperor was the king of the sky. When Mo Fan spread his wings, the wings blocked the sunlight that shone on the mountain range. If he wanted, he could even make the large piece of land disappear into chaos and darkness within an instant. The Sphinx's underworldly light shone brightly. It wanted to use the simplest and most brutal way to suppress puny humans like Mo Fan. Little did it know that the ancient Black Dragon Emperor was as powerful as Khufu. How could the Sphinx's underworldly light that was borrowed from Khufu be comparable to Mo Fan's Black Dragon soul? Mo Fan suppressed the Sphinx with ease. The Sphinx's underworldly light that reflected on the lifeless land gradually shrank and returned to itself. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's Black Dragon shadow did not fade. Instead, his shadow dominated the chaotic battle of the undead. When the undead beasts saw his Black Dragon Emperor's wings, they knelt and trembled in fear. They completely lost the will to fight the battle. The Sphinx, the Queen of Scorpion, Trishina, and the Queen of the Eagle Witch, Yuri Eli were Khufu's three main generals. All of them stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was once a puny human, and they could kill him with a snap of their fingers. However, he had transformed into the Black Dragon Emperor that was superior to their bloodlines. Fear sprouted in their hearts. They were filled with jealousy and resentment. Why would an ancient and arrogant black dragon be willing to humble itself and become a human's armor? On top of that, it had included its dragon soul in it. Kill him. And remove his black dragon armor. Trishina screamed like a banshee. She no longer sounded as graceful or elegant like she had appeared before. The current Trishina turned into a hideous banshee that was no different from a she-devil. The Sphinx was intimidated by Mo Fan's Black Dragon shadow. It instinctively took a few steps back. However, after remembering that Mo Fan was just using the Black Dragon shadow to scare it, it flew into a rage and roared fiercely. The roar shook the dark abyss. The Sphinx flew into the sky and looked down at Mo Fan before spitting sand. The sand gushed out of its mouth like running water. Each grain contained gravity magic. When it fell to the ground, it gave off an impact similar to a rolling mountain boulder. After the Sphinx unleashed the power of sand, it continued to pour on Mo Fan. His black dragon shadow was only capable of intimidating the Sphinx and Khufu's undead beast's army. It could not defend him against the Sphinx's practical earth element magic. The flow of the sand river was terrifying. The White Tomb Palace was built on a rising cliff slope. It faced the lifeless land, and its back faced a deep pit. Both sides were steep slopes that went all the way down to a bottomless abyss. The sand river covered the lifeless land, and it gradually flooded the stairs. The Sphinx could turn the White Tomb Palace into a kingdom of sand if nothing was done. The kingdom of sand. Mo Fan stood on the waves of sand. His eyes turned into a gleaming golden brown. He looked confident and aloof. The fourth accompanying effect, the kingdom of sand. The Sphinx was not the only creature in the world that could control the law of gravel. Mo Fan's rock heaven seed was not just there to please the eyes, it also provided him with four accompanying effects. Even though Mo Fan was just using the second accompanying effect, Stone Seal and the Kingdom of Sand, he had the courage to cast the power before the desert beast, the Sphinx. If the Sphinx's sand river were to swallow him, he would counterattack by building a heavenly moat made of rocks. The Kingdom of Sand endowed Mo Fan with the ability to control the surrounding earth element substance. The earth element substance included sand, rocks, soil, and the enemy's earth element magic. Therefore, Mo Fan was able to manipulate the Sphinx's sand river. The demonic and necromantic spells were cast in repeated succession on the battlefield. At the same time, the stone-stealing seal absorbed tremendous energy from it. Mo Fan strengthened his earth element soldiers with the energy before obtaining part of the Sphinx's earth element substance from its sand river. He could manipulate the earth element energy that was as strong as the Sphinx's sand river within a short period of time. The heavenly moat rose from the ground and blocked the sky on the other side. The heavenly moat stopped the continuous flow of the sand river. It sent the rolling, heavy, and powerful waves of sand back to Khufu's mummies. When the Sphinx saw this, it quickly closed its mouth. The sand river stopped. The golden grains moved slowly and spread. It gradually turned into a large sand dune before the heavenly moat. The heavenly moat and the great sand dune stood before the White Tomb Palace and formed two sand barriers. As a result, Khufu's undead army had to go past the barriers before fighting the undead of the ancient capital. The undead of the ancient capital, on the other hand, were provided with natural barriers. The battle was now more favorable to them. They had an advantage. Stupid lion, stop building walls for them. Eli was enraged. I'm not a lion, I'm a pharaoh king. The Sphinx burst into anger. It had never expected the puny human to possess such powerful earth element magic. It had not sensed the aura of the earth element magic from Mo Fan when they fought in northern Xinjiang in the past. Chapter 2841. The Real Medusa. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Queen of the Eagle God, Eli, let out a sharp cry. She had been hovering close to the abyss. The undead sank into the tomb slope. Eagle witches with sharp claws and vicious eyes flew up from the abyss. At first, there were only a few of them, but soon, countless numbers of them appeared. The army of eagle witches had arrived and was waiting for Khufu's undead army. After giving their orders, the eagle witches either hovered or flew down. Every time the eagle witches flew down, they would pick up an undead of the ancient capital. Once the eagle witches dragged the corpse generals, corpse officials, ghost generals, and ghost officials into the air, the other eagle witches snatched them away. Their sharp claws tore apart the thick flesh of the corpse generals and corpse officials. Attack his eyes first! Eli hated Mo Fan so much that she ordered the eagle witches to charge towards him. When the eagle witches circled the ground, they created a frightening storm. This storm was aimed at Mo Fan. Thousands of eagle witches created a formidable storm to blind Mo Fan. Well, it seems like you all like sacrificing yourselves. Mo Fan smiled. Eli was a hot-tempered and brainless demon. Did she already forget about the black dragon winged? Wondered Mo Fan. Fall! Mo Fan shouted angrily and flew to the sky with the black dragon wing. When the shadow of the black dragon wing plunged down, the eagle witches in the storm suffered. Their flexible and muscular wings could not move at all. They were frozen in mid-air and could not fly. Bang! 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 The eagle witches who wanted to charge at Mo-Fan all fell one by one and smashed against the white stairs. They were severely injured, and their feathers scattered in the air. It did not matter whether they were dead or not. Once they fell to the ground, they were practically harmless. The skeleton soldiers could kill them easily. Urieli was furious. Trishina was on the ground and glared at her sister as if she was an idiot. Despite the presence of Black Dragon Wing, she had sent a group of eagle witches. Witches could never win against the Black Dragon Wing. Order your daughters to kill those corpse generals of the White Tomb Palace, Trishina said to Urieli. Urieli realized that she needed to join forces with Trishina and the Sphinx if she wanted to take down Mo-Fan, who had the Black Dragon Soul. Urieli changed her plan and ordered the eagle witches to attack and occupy the White Tomb Palace. There were many eagle witches, and they occupied the sky above the White Tomb Palace. Their feathers were everywhere, and it turned everything chaotic. The eagle witches had learned their lessons and did not dare approach Mo-Fan or provoke Mo-Fan's wings of dusk and dawn. They bypassed Mo-Fan and attacked the White Tomb Palace from the sides and the back. Ah! There was a cry. It was as powerful as the last note of a powerful song. Mo-Fan turned to see Apis bent at her waist. Her face turned to the sky. Her posture made her look as agile as a dancer and like a snake at the same time. Apis' golden pink eyes had accumulated a kind of energy. A ray of light shot from her eyes as her long cry came to an end, forming a pattern of flowers in the sky. The light stopped thousands of eagle witches. Some were flying low, some downwards, others were trying to attack the White Tomb Palace. Every one of them stopped. Time itself seemed to have stopped at the area captured by the light. All movements had suddenly stopped, including the scattered eagle feathers. The barbs of a light eagle feather began to harden. After a while, the whole eagle feather turned to stone. The eagle feathers fell slowly, but when Apis' high-pitched cry echoed around the White Tomb Palace, it suddenly fell at an impossible speed. Finally, it smashed against the ground and shattered into pieces. The insignificant eagle feather was not the only thing that had undergone such a strange change. In the sky, all the eagle witches who had been attacking the White Tomb Palace, and the army of eagle witches who stood at standby for orders, all became petrified like the eagle feather. They could not fly after being petrified. The stone eagles slowly fell to the ground and shattered. The eagle witch army that was raging just a moment ago were all petrified by Apis' gaze. The eagle sculptures fell to Apis' side and turned into gravel. That was what remained of the eagle witches. There was no blood. Apis' gaze not only petrified the skin and feathers of those eagle witches but also turned every part of their body into stone. Apis had killed them in the sky and their falling sculptures were tragic. This was how the real Medusa subdued the enemy. She turned them into gravel. Urieli was enraged. Apis had wiped out her entire eagle witch army. It happened because of this poor girl she had accidentally let go of. It happened because of this girl with a human bloodline who looked the most useless among the three sisters. Trishina and her army of scorpions on the ground were not affected. However, when she saw Apis use the stare of Queen Medusa, jealousy hit her. She felt uncomfortable, as if something pricked her whole body. It was the eyes of destruction, the most powerful force of the mother of Medusa. Once, the mother of Medusa used these eyes to kill 100,000 female demons. These eyes made her the highest-ranking female demon in the world, and all races of female demons in Europe and Africa surrendered to her. How could such filthy and petty Medusa with a human bloodline inherit such imperial eyes? It was not fair. It was not fair. Trishina, the queen of Scorpion, grimaced. She had fangs, a green face, snake hair, and a scorpion body. There is only one Medusa queen in this world, and that's me. Trishina shouted. She wanted to tear Apis apart and transplant her eyes onto her own. Chapter 2842. The Strongest Form. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Trishina rushed toward Apis on the stairs. Behind her was the billowing dust and countless scorpion female demons and snake scorpion Medusas. This group of armies had appeared without warning. They hid under the soil from the beginning. When Trishina gave her order, they all attacked Apers. Unlike the Eagle Witches, Trishina's army came from the dunes, so they were not afraid of Apers' eyes of destruction. Apers hated her two sisters. She had witnessed her two sisters kill her mother and endured the pain of expulsion for many years. Now that she had fully matured, she had inherited the power of the real evil temple from the mother of Medusa, and she had long wanted to trample her two sisters for all the pain they had caused her. The evil snake shadow appeared and suddenly opened its mouth, revealing two curved and sharp fangs. The bite stopped Trishina. She grabbed the snakes and scorpions around her and used them as shields. Those snakes and scorpions died when they were bitten and became petrified. Trishina's strong pincers fiercely swept away the corpses in front of her. The crimson, poisonous scorpion tail penetrated a ghost lord. The ghost lord had very sturdy armor, but it turned to sand after the queen of scorpion stung it. The wind blew, and the ghost lord was blown away like sands. Fortunately, the soldiers were all the undeads, so they were not afraid of dying. Otherwise, they would not have dared to fight after seeing the strong ghost lord die so easily. Be careful of her tail. You will die if you get stung by it. Apers warned Mo-Fan and the undead of the ancient capital, who were guarding the White Tomb Palace on the long stairs. The Corpse King had taken a few steps back. He stared at Trishina, and the bronze bone spear in his hand vibrated. It was like a copper bell ringing. Suddenly, the Corpse King rushed forward in a straight line, and the bronze bone spear pierced Trishina's chest. Trishina was heavily built and was almost as tall as a double-decker bus, and the Corpse King was the size of a human. However, the Corpse King was proficient in ancient martial arts. It jumped to Trishina's head with the help of his spear. The Corpse King smashed Trishina's head with his palm, and an overlapping force overwhelmed her head. Unfortunately, the poisonous snakes on Trishina's head were all alive. They did not let the Corpse King attack Trishina's head. They rushed up and bit the Corpse King. The Corpse King cast a spell, and many black spears suddenly appeared above him. They fell violently and pierced the poisonous snakes on Trishina's head. Trishina moved her terrifying scorpion tail that could kill in one attack. The poisonous tail would kill an emperor-level creature if it stabbed it. She had inherited the most terrifying ability of the Queen of Scorpions. Although it was a deadly weapon, most Emperor-level creatures prevented Trishina from using her poisonous tail. Apers' Eyes of Destruction was direct and effective, so it was more intimidating. The Corpse King stepped firmly, and a wave of air rose. He managed to dodge the fatal attack. However, the poisonous tail kept the Corpse King at a distance, so he could not get near Trishina. He could only step back from the tail so he could have time to prepare his next attack. Yui Eli hovered in the air and cried sharply. The cry made people's heads hurt. They could hear the resentment and hatred in her heart. Her target was Apers. Apers had destroyed the army of Eagle Witches that she had worked so hard to train for several years. She wanted to tear Apers apart and use Apers' tender flesh to nourish her skin. She did not have the strong physique of Trishina's scorpion bloodline, but she was still a formidable threat to the White Tomb Palace. She attacked very fast. Whenever people heard a weird shriek, they would find her dragging some powerful undeads from the White Tomb Palace to the sky. Yui Eli was very cunning and followed the Sphinx closely. They worked together, so the skeleton demon lord could not withstand the combined attack of these two powerful creatures. The skeleton demon lord was severely injured and could hardly reassemble. The Sphinx and Yui Eli wanted to kill the red skeleton of the dead kings of the 8 directions. They rushed forward and killed many skeleton armies. Mo-Fan hurriedly used teleportation to protect the red skeleton. He took the form of the Flame Demon King, so he would not be afraid of these two demons. Besides, he was wearing Black Dragon suit. Mo-Fan took the strongest form after changing into the Flame Demon King and wearing the Black Dragon suit. He combined his elemental magic, so some low-level elements became more powerful so that Mo-Fan could challenge the Sphinx. He could compete with this Egyptian national beast due to the Black Dragon suit. The Flame Demon King had given him the destructive ability close to a supreme ruler. Even without the demon element, he could cope with the current situation. "My eyes! My eyes!" Uriel shouted. She stared at Mo-Fan with her vicious eye. She wanted to get her eyes back. A human snatched the most powerful eye of deception of an eagle witch. It was a great shame. She flew at an impossible speed. The light and shadow were intertwined. Mo-Fan almost raised the dragon sense to the highest level of concentration before he could barely see the flying path and attack angle of Uriel. The terrifying claws were aimed at Mo-Fan's heart. It was rumored that eagle witches would grab a person's chest when they attacked. They would break the ribs and take the heart out of the shattered sternum. It was cruel. Uriel was too fast, but Mo-Fan did not have to use the fire element. The black dragon pattern on his arm was bright. His arm suddenly turned into a gauntlet and swung at Uriel. Uriel sneered. She knew the ability of humans. With only human power, it was impossible to harm demigods like them. Chapter 28:43. Look into my eyes. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Black Dragon Punch. The punch caused countless cracks in the space. The arrogant Uriel's nose was broken, and her body left a long and deep hollow along the slope like a small meteorite. She bumped into countless mummies along the way, and they flew to the far side of the withered land. The Sphinx turned its head and glanced, but it could not find where Uriel had landed. There were only a few drops of blood and a few teeth on the ground. The cracks in the space were recovering at high speed with a strong backflow of air. It was like a crack under a lake. A fierce suction would suck all the water, and it would not subside until it filled up the lake. This space went by the same theory. When a powerful force shattered the space, it would generate a backlash that sucked and pulled the surroundings frantically. It would drag every object into it until the cracks were filled and repaired. Mo-Fan rarely used the Black Dragon Punch, so he did not expect it to have such a terrifying effect. The Black Dragon could tear the space, and the soul of the Black Dragon Punch seemed to have inherited this ability. The punch of space crack did not consume anything and did not need the power of singing. Having such a magical item, Mo-Fan now dared to have hand-to-hand combat with the Sphinx, let alone Uriel, who was so petite. After wearing the Black Dragon suit, Mo-Fan was not afraid of the brutal power of the Sphinx. When he saw the Sphinx rushing over like a bull, he did not hesitate to hit the stairs with his feet. Black Dragon Kick. This kick on the ground caused a terrifying earth wave, which blocked the Sphinx's attack. Mo-Fan took this opportunity, and lightning locks surrounded him. In these lightning locks, there were thick dark substances. Dark lightning. The third level of the lightning element was the highest level a human could achieve. Such magic could even threaten the Sphinx. The dark lightning locks flew and tied the Sphinx's unbalanced body, including its head, neck, limbs, and waist. These dark lightning locks tightly bound its body. Dark Thunder Meteor. Mo-Fan was like an ancient mythical giant who used iron chains to fight with ancient mutated beasts. He raised his head and screamed. Mo-Fan held the Sphinx in place, and a straight black thunderstorm suddenly slammed into it. The thunderstorm kept attacking the Sphinx, which was entirely made up of sands. Mo-Fan integrated darkness and lightning together. Darkness had a strong corrosive power on hard substances such as metals, ores, and magic crystals, and lightning had defense penetration. The two integrated together to form a destructive and more effective attack ability. The self-proclaimed divine body of the Sphinx just had thicker skin than most demons. It was indestructible because of its special gold sand structure, but everything had a limit. The combination of darkness and lightning had broken through that limit. The Sphinx's golden sand skin rotted. The golden liquid and golden flesh that made its flesh were damaged severely. The Sphinx was shocked. Its human face revealed its emotions. When it was treacherous and calculating, it maintained a gentle and tricky smile. The Sphinx had lived for a mysterious number of years and had dealt with countless humans. No matter how strong the top mags were, only a few mags could destroy its golden sand skin. It looked down on the magic humans admired and disdained the weak. It claimed to be a demigod, noble and invincible. However, the black dragon had suppressed and hurt it in this battle. The Sphinx was shocked and angry. Mo Fan had a hidden terrifying power. The Sphinx still remembered the battle in northern Xinjiang. He had not used it yet, but he could compete with it. Are you scared? If you are scared, go back to Egypt and be the watchdog of the pyramids. Mo Fan sneered when he saw the Sphinx's face darken. I'm a lion. I'm Pharaoh. The Sphinx was furious. A lion. The symbol of the king. The messenger of God. It refused to be treated like a dog. The Sphinx shouted to command the mighty army of mummies. The white mummies gathered under the White Tomb Palace. Among them, there were many powerful pharaohs with purple incantations all over their bodies. The pharaohs held a ghostly wood-long staff and cast evil curses in succession. These curses had little effect on the undeads but had a terrifying effect on Mo Fan. A few cursed ghosts appeared under Mo Fan's feet. They stretched out their claws to tear open the muscles on Mo Fan's calf. The pain was unbearable. Mo Fan could not concentrate on using his magic properly. The Sphinx let out a sharp laugh, finally finding a window of opportunity. The Sphinx had a body as big as the mountain zombie. However, it had a different fighting style. The Sphinx was treacherous and cunning. When it got the upper hand, it liked to torment the opponent. However, when the opponent was powerful enough to threaten it, it would be careful and choose to watch from the side. It would not make a move until the last minute. That cautious, cunning, and vicious manner did not match its image. However, this made it a very strong enemy. There were many strong creatures in this world. Even Khufu, its master, dared not say he was invincible in this world, so the Sphinx must be especially careful. Some curses could quickly weaken the power of Mo Fan's magic, while some caused direct damage to Mo Fan's body and soul. However, most curses were like an instant outbreak of disease that made Mo Fan feel distressed. The most important thing was that the black dragon suit had no defensive effect on the curses. The black dragon could not withstand the curse of the Egyptian pharaoh. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, Apa's voice was not very far behind. Mo Fan was confused. He had been cursed, but he didn't want to look into Medusa's eyes. It would make his situation worse. Quickly look into my eyes. Apa's insisted. Mo Fan turned his head and looked into Apa's unique Medusa's eyes. Her eyes were perfect. They were more beautiful than the sea in Miami and the aurora at the North Pole. For some reason, the chaos in the battlefield felt very far away. When he looked into her eyes, he seemed to be pulled out from the raging battle. Chapter 2844. Magic Dragon Flame. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although he seemed to be out of the battle, it did not mean he was doing nothing. Instead, he was very confident. He was confident that no matter how tragic the battle was, it would not affect him. He even looked at the battle among the undeads with an indifferent attitude. Mo Fan felt that it was a little unreal. Why did he suddenly have such emotions? It was as if he had become evil. Look into my eyes. Apa's voice sounded again in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan could not look away. He realized that Apa's was giving him psychological suggestions, which could continuously strengthen a person's willpower so that those curses could not find the flaws in his heart and soul. The pain of the curse on his body was disappearing, and he felt braver. Mo Fan had the power of the gods all over his body and wished he could rush down and kill the dirty and despicable undeads that belonged to Khufu. Did you just bring me courage, or can you stimulate my physical potential, too? Mo Fan asked. For some reason, Mo Fan wanted to fight the Sphinx. It was a kind of spiritual morale Apa's eyes provided Mo Fan. However, his rationality told him that it was hard to fight the Sphinx without demonization. Why don't you give it a try? Apa smiled softly. Without the curses, Mo Fan was not afraid of the Sphinx. Mo Fan felt he was a supreme god who had come down from heaven to restore order. The creatures in the world were all weaklings he could kill at will. If Khufu were present, Mo Fan would even dare to grab his beard and beat him up. Mo Fan was wearing the black dragon boots, so his speed was not inferior to that of many ruler-level war beasts. He rushed down the high stairs like a black light. When Mo Fan collided with the Sphinx, his body showed the black dragon soul. Close to the black dragon soul, there was a dark golden shadow of an evil snake swiftly rushing toward the Sphinx. The snake's fangs were long. It almost destroyed the Sphinx's face. The Sphinx's attention was on Mo Fan's black dragon soul. It did not dare to underestimate the power of the Emperor-level soul. It did not expect to see an evil snake above the black dragon soul. This evil snake was equally terrifying as it was not inferior to the black dragon Emperor. The soul and shadow surrounded Mo Fan, making him look even more sinister in the black dragon suit. He had the invincible power of God's presence in the human world. Mo Fan was surprised to see the Sphinx screaming and running like a wild dog that was hit in the face. The Black Dragon Soul and the Flame Demon King had pushed Mo Fan's strength to the peak of the super level. With the addition of the evil snake shadow, he had 3 powerful and unparalleled forms. This combat power was already comparable to the demonization in northern Xinjiang in the past. After all, demonization at that time only had 4 forms. He lacked the Thunder Demon but had the Black Dragon Soul and Evil Snake Shadow. "How do you feel now?" Apa's voice was soft. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He looked at Apa's. He thought that Apa's had given him the Evil Snake Shadow on her body but found that the noble and elegant Evil Snake Shadow was still there on Apa's. She still dominated countless Egyptian female demons like the mother of all demons. Can it be shared? Mo Fan realized that Apa's was indeed a caring snake demon. Black Dragon Electric Claw. Mo Fan quickly transformed his gauntlet into claws. The evil snake shadow suddenly slithered forward, adding a ghostly shadow effect on his speeding path. It made Mo Fan rush forward with explosive power and look strange. The Sphinx was still sorting its face when Mo Fan approached him. The thorns in his claws had Thousand Catties Thunder, which numbed the Sphinx and tore the sturdiest golden sand skin on its chest. The Sphinx was injured again. It groaned. It madly stepped on the ground with its powerful limbs, trying to stomp on Mo Fan, who was as small as an ant. The evil snake shadow slithered and avoided the Sphinx's steps. Mo Fan never thought he could move so elegantly and finally understood why he was so confident. Chaos change. Mo Fan's magic changed very quickly. He suddenly changed the order of gravity in this area while the Sphinx was still in a panic. The power of inversion made the Sphinx suddenly float into the air, and his limbs did not reach the ground. He seemed to have fallen into a huge pit from the bottom up. On the ground, Mo Fan's body flashed with silver light. He disappeared and appeared on a deformed stone several hundred meters away. Mo Fan's black dragon suit glowed with a terrifying black light, which caused a huge space to sag. It was as if a supreme supernatural entity had trampled on the space behind him. Mo Fan, who was dressed in black armor, gradually dissipated into majestic black dragon energy. Amidst the dragon energy, a black outline appeared, and the red lotus that looked like fireworks and magma was blooming one after another. Magic Dragon Flame. Asheruya had once asked Mo Fan to explore the hidden power of the black dragon suit. Mo Fan rarely wore the whole suit. After all, each piece of the black dragon suit was very strong, and Mo Fan liked to save resources in battle. The strongest part of this suit was the black dragon soul summoned by the black dragon suit, which was enough to complete a dragon flame breath. The most powerful ability of the black dragon was the dragon flame. At this moment, Mo Fan consumed all the energy stored in the suit and turned into a black dragon, just like the ruthless dragon flame that killed Sulu in the past. He poured his anger and hatred into the dragon flames, which violently tumbled and burned in his abdomen and chest. He spewed this dragon flame out of his throat. The black dragon seemed to have come in person in the dragon energy, and the dragon flame was even more domineering. As the Sphinx floated in the air, Mo Fan spat out the dragon flame at a 45-degree angle. The dragon flame instantly lit up the entire evil abyss. Even the Sphinx seemed incomparably small when compared to the dragon flame. Chapter 2845. Deadly Bridge. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was not the Black Dragon Emperor but the soul of the incarnation of the Black Dragon. However, the dragon flame was still powerful and burned an Egyptian national beast like the Sphinx into two pieces. From the dragon flames, two balls of flame fell to the ground. One was the Sphinx's upper body, while the other was the waist and hind legs. They were burnt to crisps. The vast army froze at this moment as they witnessed the fiasco of Khufu's messenger. The Sphinx had an undead body. Its whole body was full of flames. The two parts of the body that fell to the ground were still breaking off. Groups of mummies rushed to the Sphinx. They continued to cast Egyptian magic and even used the pharaoh's source to reconnect the Sphinx's body. However, not everyone could touch the dragon flame. Those high-level mummies were burning too, and those pharaohs stood far away by the fire at a loss. The mummy continued to pounce on the Sphinx. Many mummies died to extinguish the dragon flame. The pharaohs roared, trying to save the Sphinx from disintegration. The mighty army of mummies lost thousands of their own to extinguish the dragon flame. Ashes of the burnt mummies filled the sky. Mo Fan wanted to chase after them, but the number of Khufu's undeads was too many. He could not get past them and could only watch those mummies trying to assemble the Sphinx at all costs. Finally, they succeeded in reassembling the Sphinx. The dragon flame had burned its body, so it looked miserable. One of its front legs had not been rescued and was destroyed, so it only had 3 legs now. After the Sphinx was reassembled, it roared angrily. It was embarrassing. It had been burnt to a pile of dirty rubble by a human. When the Sphinx glanced at its missing leg, his rotten black face scowled. "You guys continue to attack. I'll go back and report to Hades," Sphinx said gloomily. The pharaohs were dumbfounded. How could it run away from the battle? It did not matter if it only had 3 legs. All the undeads did not have a complete body. Besides, they could not occupy the White Tomb Palace without the Sphinx. Dead kings of the 8 directions still had several extremely arrogant and troublesome characters. This army of Khufu undead could not fully obey Trishina and Urieli. "Aren't you a lion and a pharaoh? Why are you acting like a lame dog? Don't hide behind those mummies. Come and fight me," Mo Fan shouted. The Sphinx was furious. "You're a stupid human who relies on the Black Dragon soul. When Hades unifies the underworld, you'll die. When I defeat the ocean demons, I'll demolish your temple, draw your blood, dig your bones, and step on your grave. Go back and tell Khufu to stop attacking the ancient capital. Otherwise, I'll be sure to visit him next," said Mo Fan. Hades, Khufu, was the initiator of the battle in Holy City. Mo Fan would have to settle scores with him sooner or later. However, Mo Fan did not expect Khufu to come to the Dark Abyss. He was thinking of using the Dark Abyss to continue to expand his power. The Sphinx opened its mouth, as if it was about to bite. Black dragon energy surrounded Mo Fan once again. When the Sphinx saw this dragon energy, it turned its head and ran in fright. It was lame, but it ran so fast as if it wasn't even injured anymore. The immortal body meant that its soul would not be gone. There was no immortality in this world. Even an undead could die. The departure of the Sphinx affected the morale of the entire undead army, but it was a pity that Trishina and Urieli did not plan to let Apis go. Apis had already shown her Medusa's eyes of destruction. If they did not get rid of her, Apis would kill the 2 sisters one day when she grew powerful enough. It was useless even if they had many armies of female demons. No female demon could withstand the attack of the Eyes of Destruction. Apis and Mo Fan were bound together. It was not so easy for Trishina and Urieli to kill Apis. Besides, they also needed to fight with the undeads of the ancient capital, which were guarding the White Tomb Palace. The Black Dragon suit gradually dimmed. Mo Fan realized that the energy of the Black Dragon suit could only support the Black Dragon flame once. After using the Black Dragon flame, Mo Fan would lose the effects of the Black Dragon horn helmet, Black Dragon armor, Black Dragon gauntlet, Wings of Dusk and Dawn, and Black Dragon boots. It seemed that he must use this powerful skill only at a critical time. When he wore the black dragon suit, Mo Fan could ensure his safety when fighting with supreme rulers, which could kill him. Mo Fan let out a sigh of relief. He did not expect the Black Dragon Emperor would protect him at this critical time. The Black Dragon was dead, but its soul resided in this Black Dragon suit. Perhaps this Black Dragon suit had many other abilities he had never discovered before. As his strengths improved, he would figure out more of the skills. Mo Fan, I saw something on the deadly bridge. I don't know if it is the ancient calling spell you were searching for. I tried to wake it up with some of the king's utensils, but it seemed to need something else to wake it up. The Queen of Nine Serenity's voice came from behind. Mo Fan glanced at Apers. Apers nodded to Mo Fan. Go ahead. I can handle it here. Anyway, it's my business. Okay. But if they dare bully you, I'll not stay behind, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan could not stay here for too long. They still needed to set up the rain and make other preparations. The Sphinx had left, so the White Tomb Palace should be safe for the time being. After entering the White Tomb Palace, Mo Fan followed the familiar road to the deadly bridges. There seemed to be some special undeads living in the White Tomb Palace, or perhaps the White Tomb Palace had its own soul. Every path was clear and smooth, contrary to his past visit. Mo Fan arrived at the deadly bridge. There was nothing on the bridge. The corresponding curse was not there. I found the Tomb Palace spirit. It reminded me that it was here. It said that since it was a bridge, there should be water. If the water is pure enough, we could glimpse the true meaning of this bridge, the Queen of Nine Serenity said to Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked under the bridge and found that the bottom of the bridge was no longer a dark and terrifying chaotic space. Instead, it became some dry floor tiles with canal-like marks on them. He considered it a while, then he poured the underground holy spring at the bottom of the bridge. Soon, the spring water became a river. The water passed through 9 white arch bridges like a silver ribbon. The water was clear enough to reflect the incantations at the bottom of the bridge. There were 9 rows, like the words on bamboo slips. Chapter 2846. Help me protect this place. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan took out his new phone and took a high-resolution photo of the incredible scene. Mo Fan did not know how to interpret it, so he compared them to each other. The new technology on his new phone allowed him to solve the problem of magic exposure. He could take the photo of the 9-line curse easily. He just needed to show it to the watchman of the city wall, Bin Wei, and let her decode it. After getting the important curse, Mo Fan stood on the deadly bridge and took the little loach pendant out. He pulled the underground holy spring, that had poured at the bottom of the bridge, back into it. The underground holy spring was too precious. Mo Fan was unwilling to let it stay here and dry up over time. There was another important purpose for the underground holy spring. The underground holy spring seems to belong here, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. It originated from Sky Observing City. The ancient king probably started to rule the country and took the underground holy spring and divine walls away from the Sky Observing City, said Mo Fan. Well, the king is dead, so you can make up any story. Anyway, everything here is yours after you die, said the Queen of Nine Serenities. Mo Fan was at a loss for words. The person who wanted Mo Fan to die the most was probably not the Sphinx, Urieli, Sulu, or Salan but the Queen of Nine Serenities. There are still some things left at the throne. Do you want to take them away? It's better to use them before you die than to guard them after you die, the Queen of Nine Serenity said to Mo Fan. I'm not dead yet. Besides, when did I promise you that I would reign here after my death? Can't I die in peace? Mo Fan asked. I can't help it if that's what you think. The Queen of Nine Serenities had already made up her mind. Mo Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that a female ghost would haunt him. Anyway, he only needed to think of it after his death. He would take the treasure near the throne when he visited next time. He did not have much time right now. The sun was about to set. He hoped everything had gone well for Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan was most worried about them and their mission. Their lives were at risk at the Magic City. They might not be able to survive there. In such a situation, how were they going to convince Dean Xiao? Dean Xiao was also in a crucial position. Would he leave the Magic City and come here to help them set up the reign? His departure would have too much impact. I'll leave it to you then. Please help me protect this place, Mo Fan said to the Queen of Nine Serenities and left the White Tomb Palace. The Queen of Nine Serenities could not hold back her laughter. Mo Fan was an interesting man. She could not wait for him to die. As soon as he walked out of the White Tomb Palace, an eagle suddenly smashed down. The silver-grey body fell directly into the high pillar of the palace, with blood on her face and her hair disheveled. He looked closer and saw that it was Yui Eli with a blindfold. Yui Eli climbed out of the pillar. When she saw Mo Fan, she let out an evil roar and rushed towards him. She desperately wanted to kill Mo Fan. Give me back my eyes. Give me back my eyes. Without the Eye of Deception, she could not do many things. She had to rely on Trishina. She hated that the most. She would have been able to do anything if she had the eye. Do you want to lose the other eyes, too? Mo Fan threw a lightning ball toward Yui Eli. The lightning ball flickered and exploded in front of her. The strong electric sparks and thunder violently blew Yui Eli hundreds of meters high. The silver-grey feathers scattered all over the place. Yui Eli swirled in the air and screamed for a long time. Finally, she fell straight down towards the abyss. Mo Fan was a little surprised. When did Yui Eli become so weak? In the past, Yui Eli had not dared to use all her abilities in the Holy City. After all, the angels were there. If she did anything wrong, she would die. But this was not the Holy City, and her ability was not inferior to Apa's. Why did it seem like her ability was far inferior to the Sphinx and Trishina? Had she become weak because of the Eye of Deception, thought Mo Fan. The greatest threat to the White Tomb Palace was still Trishina. She and her soldiers were comparable to an army of undeads. She was very persistent and only targeted Apas. The most important thing for the three Medusas were their eyes. Trishina wanted Apa's eyes, so she could kill Apas today at all costs. Khufu's army of undeads could retreat if they wanted to, but her army of snake-scorpion female demon did not intend to retreat at all. Even if all the army died today, it would be worth it if she could get Apa's eyes of destruction. Trishina knew what was most valuable. Mo Fan glanced at Apa's and found that Apa's long hair had turned cyan. Her fair skin and red lips were far from her usual appearance of a young girl. She looked more mature, noble, cold, and full of demonic energy. She also did not intend to give up. She wanted revenge on Trishina. Mo Fan frowned. The battle between the two Medusas might not end soon, but he had to leave because he had no time and he had something important to do. Don't worry, we will take care of her for you, Red Skeleton suddenly said. Mo Fan was taken aback. He did not know the Red Skeleton could speak human language. Oh, thank you. How is the injury of the mountain zombie? Will it die? Mo Fan asked. The mountain zombie was a powerful creature, after all. If it were here, the White Tomb Palace would never fall into the hands of Khufu. It needs to rest. You drove the Sphinx away and gave it a chance to rest. Maybe it will recover, Red Skeleton said. While talking to Mo Fan, it used a very subtle blood thread to control the 7 ferrous red skeletons like a street artist. These 7 ferrous red skeletons stood under the White Tomb Palace and blocked many mummies from advancing. The Sphinx was the biggest threat to the undeads of the ancient capital. It was a supreme ruler. Only the mountain zombie could compete with it. Trishina was also on the same level. Although the Corpse King was also powerful, it was at a disadvantage. The arrival of Mo Fan had severely damaged the Sphinx. However, Trishina only focused on Apa's. Apa's Eyes of Destruction instantly wiped out half of the female demon army, which greatly relieved the pressure on the White Tomb Palace. Apa's was strong enough to compete with Trishina. This provided a window for the Corpse King, Red Skeleton, Queen of 9 Serenities, and Ghost King to compete head-on with those pharaohs. The undeads of the ancient capital were not completely incapable of combat. They were powerful. If they could kill some powerful enemies, they would not lose this battle. Chapter 2847. The Ocean Serpent Demon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The magic city was shrouded in darkness, adding a sense of lifelessness to the city that was under black alert. The ocean demon's roars continued ceaselessly. People hid inside dilapidated buildings and trembled in fear. For a long time, humans had high confidence in their abilities. When Xiao Zheng proposed a crisis strategy for 20,000 kilometers of the coastline, they assumed him to be pessimistic. They believed that the huge reserve of mags would be enough to drive the ocean demons away. Humans refused to believe and acknowledge the impending great danger they faced. They refused to believe that the magic city would face the end of the world one day. Yet D-Day had finally arrived. The sky was riddled with holes. Icy cold sea water from the Pacific Ocean poured down on the magic city. The sight was terrifying to behold, as if it was really the end of the world. The sea water continued to pour down on the magic city from the sky holes even to that moment. The city was soaked in sea water. The streets were hardly visible. Some of the buildings that looked like they would collapse at any time were still around, but they would collapse the moment a strong tide struck them. The crying continued. They could not tell if the cries came from frightened children, or if they were the imitations by the wicked ocean demons. They ignored the wail and let it echo through the streets. We can easily mislead the shark men by using their sense of smell against them. Fortunately, we're familiar with the ocean demons. We can cross over to the neighborhood smoothly, whispered Jiang Xiaoshu. He hid behind a rooftop water storage tank. The rooftop water storage tanks were only available in old buildings. The ground was filled with sea water. It was difficult to walk on the ground. They could still move on the rooftop, at least. But Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoshu, Song Feiyao, and Mr. Bai Mai had to move on the lower, old buildings and use the various sheds, boxes, and built shelves as covers. The shark men, the stingrays, and the swordfishes with special hooks were flying in the sky. They could fly in the sky as long as they created ripples around them. Walking on top of the skyscrapers was no different from exposing themselves to the ocean demons. Zhao Manyang and his group had walked through many buildings. Mu Bai cast plant element magic and used the steel-like rattan to connect one building to the other. By doing so, they could avoid encountering the ocean demons in the water while also avoiding their patrol in the sky. However, it was extremely difficult to walk on the rattan. Even though Zhao Manyang and his group had a high level of cultivation, they moved as if they were treading on thin ice. There were too many high-level ocean demons in the city. Among the ocean godly horde, servant-level ocean demons were hardly considered as demons. They were just snacks to the other powerful ocean demons. Warrior-level ocean demons were basically the lowest-level ocean demons that fought in the war. Even commander-level ocean demons were considered small fries in the ocean godly horde army. However, if they measured their strengths based on the humans' overall strength, the appearance of commander-level ocean demons alone in a small city was tantamount to a disaster. The shark men are heading toward the grey building. Let's go, Song Feiyao said while flying toward Zhao Manyang and his group in her wind wings. They quickly moved. They leapt from one street to another commercial street nearby Yangan Overpass. The commercial street was composed of high-rise office buildings. The buildings were 100 or 200 meters tall with glass curtain walls. There were commercial areas, shopping streets, important cross streets, finance plazas, etc. Song Feiyao was a wind element mage, so she walked before the rest. When they faced the ocean demons, they had to observe every direction. They had to be especially careful with the appearance of ocean demons under the muddy water. Various garbage floated on the water, including office chairs, confetti materials, plastic boards, branches, leaves, etc. The garbage blocked their view from detecting creatures that swam under the muddy water. Most of the cunning ocean demons often used black plastic film as a disguise to approach the mags, pretending as if it was just the black plastic film that floated to the Mag's side in the water. They then launched a sudden attack on the Mags. They bit the Mags and dragged them down into the water. Aside from the water and shadow element Mags who might still stand a chance of breaking themselves free from the ocean demon's grasp, the rest of the Mags were killed in the water. Song Feya was ahead of the others. She turned to the direction of the finance plaza, but then quickly turned back sideways. She looked troubled. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang noticed the horror in her eyes. Song Feya shook her head, signaling that they must not go in that direction. They had to skirt around that path. They skirted around a green space. Zhao Manyang was curious. He could not help himself from looking in the direction which had scared Song Feya. She looked so frightened. A brown-gold office building and a deep blue skyscraper towered into the sky. There was a gap between the two buildings. He caught sight of a serpent's curvy tail drooping down into the water between the gap of the buildings. Its body stretched from the skyscraper all the way to the brown-gold office building dome. If it shrank slightly, it could clash with the two buildings that were over 200 meters tall. Zhao Manyang saw several parts of its body between the buildings. It was extremely long, and its body was covered densely with wicked scales that gave off bone-chilling coldness. It was the ocean serpent demon. This creature used to exist in ancient literature. Humans hardly captured its true form. There were no pictures or sketches of it. However, a living ocean serpent demon appeared in the middle of the bustling big city. It patrolled the city as if it was its territory. It looked careless and lazy but radiated a terrifying aura. It was best to skirt around that path. Zhao Manyang and his group had deliberately suppressed their breaths throughout the way. If the ocean demon serpent noticed them, they would not only fail to accomplish the important mission given, but they would also perish in the city. My sixth sense told me that the ocean serpent demon's aura is as imposing as the black totem snake, Zhao Manyang said in fear. It could possibly be more powerful than the black totem snake. The ocean serpent demon is rarely seen. The origin of its bloodline is not known. According to the ancient record of the cities destroyed by the ocean serpent demon, it can basically make a city vanish overnight. The foreign news recently reported the sudden bloodbath of the cities along the coast. The ocean serpent demon is mostly likely the main culprit, whispered Mu Bai. The foreign countries still had a very low alert for the crisis. They had not been able to inform the residents from the remote cities to migrate to safer places. As a result, tragedies happened. China, on the other hand, had launched the base city plan early, so they had avoided many terrible catastrophes. The commander-level and ruler-level ocean demons are everywhere. And now, we have this powerful ocean demon here, Zhao Manyang muttered. It's Black Alert. Did you think they were joking when they called it Black Alert? Black Alert targets all humans, including the forbidden Mags. Even the forbidden Mags will get killed, let alone us, said Mu Bai. Chapter 2848. Heaven-shaking demonic waves. Endless fantasy translation. Endless fantasy translation. In the past, humans had a wrong impression that everything in the world worked in their favor. The truth was the world in the past had always been riddled with holes. It was just that they were still very young and weak to understand it. So, they did not pay attention to all this. They had chosen to believe that certain things were beyond their control, thus creating a sense of disparity. The same was true for Zhao Manyang. In the past, he perceived warrior-level and commander-level ocean demons to be frightening. He was young at that time. Whenever the powerful ocean demons appeared, he would flee. He, like the others, had naturally assumed the powerful Mags from the Magic Association to take on the demons for them. When he grew up, he realized he had to shoulder responsibilities. He had to face the crisis independently. When a great storm came, those who hid inside cozy homes naturally did not feel the severity of the storm. What they felt from the great storm was just the tip of the iceberg. When they grew up, it was their turn to provide for their children. They encountered thunderstorms when making a living. It was only then that they realized the ugly side and hardship in this world that contradicted their original beliefs. By then, a thought would appear in their minds. Why is the world we live in so terrifying? In fact, the world has always been terrifying. It was just that somebody else had faced the terrifying situation to provide security and safety. A few years ago, many forbidden mags died during a trip to the extreme south. Later, a large expanse of glacier in the extreme south melted, and the sea level rose. Someone had already made sacrifices for the stormy world. Some of them had succeeded, while others had failed. The successful ones were soon forgotten and lived peacefully for the rest of their lives. However, those who failed and felt threatened had to personally face the reality. They etched the lessons learned from their life experiences in their hearts forever. Were warrior-level and commander-level ocean demons truly that terrifying? Human knowledge was limited to the dry lands, which occupied less than 30% of the Earth. As a result, they based their ratings on their limited knowledge. Even though dry lands occupied less than 30% of the Earth, humans had not fully explored all the areas. They dared not explore the dark and forbidden areas. Humans had rated Emperor level as the highest level of all. Was the statement true, though? If that was the case, how could the Dark King so easily manipulate the Forbidden Mage, Sulu, and the Black Dragon Emperor? How had he turned them into his pawns? The Lord of the Plain laid his eyes on this world like a hungry wolf. What more disasters awaited humans? The fact that they did not have a full understanding of all this did not mean that the world had been kind to them in the past. Zhao Manyang finally understood everything. He had grown up and witnessed the true color of this world. "We're reaching the Bund," said Jiang Xiaoshu. Huangpu River was stunning. The skyscrapers by the river enhanced the scenery, creating a beautiful landscape with the fusion of tranquility and splendor of the past. The visual impact was simply breathtaking. However, when they noticed the blasts in the sky and the enormous and wicked ocean demons roaming and ravaging the city, they were stunned and speechless. They sank into despair and sorrow. The turbulent flow of sea water flooded the avenue where people used to admire the scenery. The sight of influencers shooting for their videos and elderly couples taking evening walks were gone. Instead, everything was replaced by the ocean demons. They were greedy and brutal. They coveted and murdered anything that stood in their way. At Bund Bay, a wave from the tidal earth rose to the same height as the high-rise building, the Lu family's mouth, and was as large as the Sky Gap buildings. A demon's face appeared in the middle of the towering wave. It had just shown the outline of its face from the water. However, its eyes were frightening, like a large spotlight hung in the prison used to inspect the prisoners. It cast a quick glance at the magic city that was already trapped in its cage. The night sky was pitch black. However, its eyes were like an ice moon in the sky. Its bone-chilling coldness enveloped the entire magic city and gave off an evil aura. The magic city sky was riddled with holes. The main culprit that poked the sky holes was none other than the demon seen in the towering waves, the Demon Lord. The Forbidden Curse Association had not seen its true form even today. The towering wave was just a disguise. What kind of creature was it? How did it possess such a terrifying divine ability? Was it a commander of the ocean godly horde? It was extremely powerful. Even though there were other powerful ocean demons around it, it did not require them to act as its backup. The Demon Lord showed up without a sense of humility in the most prosperous area before humans. It did not stop the powerful forbidden mags from coming to it, as if it was waiting for humans to attack it. And none of the humans could shake it up. Several forbidden mags joined forces but still could not break its towering waves to find out its true evil form. It was an act of humiliation towards the forbidden mags for the Demon Lord to continue standing in the middle of the human sanctuary. Forbidden mags were like clowns who continued to perform unimpressive juggling before the Demon Lord. Although the forbidden mags were aware that the Demon Lord was the main culprit that caused the sky holes, they were powerless to stop it. Hongwu was the president of Dongfang Oriental Tower. He was flying in mid-air. He was dressed plainly and looked like an ordinary elderly. However, at that moment, he was glowing with 5 different colors. His sharp gaze was full of divine majesty. He was the leader in this battle. In the past, they had to go through several important stages when dealing with the Emperor-level ocean demons. However, at this moment, they did not have time to gauge the Demon Lord's strength. All of them had to give their best, no matter the cost. The Demon Lord showed up proudly. It allowed humans' most powerful mags to approach and challenge it. Their invasion was just a game to the Demon Lord. And the rule of this game was simple: to defeat it. It stood there, allowing humans to try to subdue it. Still, at the end of the day, the battle was never a game. The Demon Lord was not always so patient. It crushed humans' confidence and turned the place into a hunting ground so that it could wreak havoc. Meanwhile, defeating the Demon Lord was not the main reason that caused the Forbidden Mags to get so worked up and restless. It was the clear line in the night sky in the direction of Pudong that worried them the most. The seemingly quiet horizontal line continued to draw closer and separate the night sky in the east. The upper sky turned light black while the lower sky turned pitch black. Was the dark black shade part of the sky, or was it something else? Even though they were far away from it, they heard a loud rumble, and the earth shook violently. The air turned suffocating. How did the waves spread across the horizon and the towering mountain ridges? It was approaching them. And it drew closer. It felt as though half of the sky was collapsing. The reason the Demon Lord had been so willing and patient was because it was waiting for the arrival of the heaven-shaking demonic waves. Chapter 2849. Magic Disintegration. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. What else would the Magic City be left with if the massive waves struck the base city? This was the Demon Lord's terrifying strength. There wasn't much time left for the Magic City. Dean Xiao, do you have any idea about what it is? Is it a water element Holy Spirit or is it using prime waves to disguise itself? Asked President Hongwu. If they could not even figure out the enemy's true form, it would be pointless to talk about defeating it. Undoubtedly, the sky holes that poured the sea water down on the Magic City and the heaven-shaking demonic waves were the Demon Lord's masterpieces. Defeating the Demon Lord would be paramount for a chance to end the battle. Thus, the members of the Forbidden Curse Association focused their attention on it. It's a disguise, Dean Xiao said with great conviction. But how should we break the spell? Its prime waves are robust and invincible. We must remove that layer of disguise, said President Hongwu. They encountered a great issue. When they cast their magic on the Demon Lord's prime waves, their magic disintegrated suddenly. They had cast fire, lightning, and light element magic with incredible destructive power, but the prime waves disintegrated all of them into less powerful magic energy. Just like a sword made of sand. The moment they stabbed the water with the sword, the sand dissolved within an instant. Magic disintegration. It was a rare power, yet the Emperor-level ocean demon possessed it. As a result, the Demon Lord was undefeatable despite facing various forbidden mags together. I think it is drawing our attention to it. Dean Xiao did not provide a solution to break its prime waves. The Demon Lord was so confident that it confronted all the powerful forbidden mags in the Magic City by itself. How could they possibly find a way to kill it? If they did manage it somehow, would it help improve the current situation? The sky above the Magic City was riddled with holes. The sea water flooded the entire city. The powerful ocean demons had killed many mags. Meanwhile, the forbidden mags were stuck with the Demon Lord. I understand what you mean. But look at the skyline above the sea. It will reach here within 20 hours. If the Demon Lord continues to stay so strong without weakening even slightly, all of us will get killed by the heaven-shaking demonic waves, President Hongwu said helplessly. Hongwu was in despair. Even though he was aware of the city's chaotic situation and his peers' suffering, he could not turn a blind eye on the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was as powerful as the ocean god. Otherwise, it could not possibly cast such a powerful demonic spell. Both the Forbidden Mags and the Demon Lord were trying to catch each other's attention. An ocean demon of the Demon Lord's level could destroy a city effortlessly. No matter how rampant and brutal the ocean demons were, humans could still survive as long as they strived hard by hiding, uniting, or defending themselves. But if the demon lord launched an attack, it would lead to an ultimate destruction. Everyone's lives, cities, and homes would all come to an end. The Dongfang Oriental Tower mags could not afford to put the entire city at such a risk. The Forbidden Curse Association had especially sought help from Dean Xiao, hoping that as a water element forbidden mage, he could figure out a way to put an end to the demon lord's prime waves. The Forbidden Curse Association strongly believed that all demons were defeatable in this world. However, some of the demons were extremely skillful. Before humans figured out an effective way to kill the demons were positioned at a godly throne, and nothing could threaten them. It disintegrates magic particles. It understands the structure of all magic. It's familiar with star orbit, star pattern, star constellation, and star palace. No matter how complicated a magic is, it is inseparable from its basic formula. It can be decrypted. If the magic contains many intertwines and changes, said Dean Xiao to Hong Wu. Dean Xiao, we're in great urgency. Stop talking about theoretical things. Hurry up and suggest a solution if you have one, said the chief of the Eastern Mage, Ling Dong. He's right. Even though the Demon Lord hasn't taken the initiative to launch a direct attack on us, the sky holes and heaven-shaking demonic waves could inflict severe destruction on the Magic City. We must defeat it. I need help from one of my students. I need his fusion magic to decrypt the prime waves, said Dean Xiao. Which student? Asked Ling Dong. Mo Fan. He's the only person who possesses fusion magic in this world, said Dean Xiao. Mo Fan? Is he the same young man who helped Commander Hua in killing the Mirage Dragon King and Mother? He's only a super-level mage. How can he help us despite possessing fusion magic? Hong Wu was puzzled. I'll need his help to complete the forbidden curse with fusion magic effect. The ocean demons understand human civilization very well. Prime waves target the mags to disintegrate their magic. Therefore, we have to cast a magic that they have no idea about. The magic mustn't have a fixed formula. It must be varied, said Dean Xiao. Must we use fusion magic? The Magic Association contains various kinds of magic. I am sure we can, said Ling Dong. As far as I'm concerned, fusion magic is the most effective magic to overcome magic disintegration, said Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao, are you absolutely sure you can decrypt the Demon Lord spell? Hong Wu's eyes lit up. Completing a forbidden curse with the help of a super-level mage. They had never heard of such an ability. We can give it a try, said Dean Xiao. Hong Wu was willing. After all, they had no choice but to try. It was far better than standing there helplessly waiting for the demons to attack. With each passing minute, thousands of mags in the Magic City were killed. Regardless of how powerful the Demon Lord was, they must first remove its invincible armor, prime waves, before planning anything else. They had sought help from many forbidden mags. Therefore, they might still have a chance of killing the Demon Lord. After all, they were at Dongfang Oriental Tower where most of the powerful mags were gathered. Xiao Li, do us a favor, please, said Hong Wu. Find Mo Fan. Bring him here within 8 hours by all means. Xiao Li was the man with eagle wings. He was a small distance away from the battlefield. Although he was a forbidden mage, he could not complete a forbidden curse independently. As such, he was far from being a match for the Demon Lord. Noted, replied Xiao Li. Chapter 2850. Terrifying Serpent Demon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Everything felt eerie. It was almost as if the prey assumed that it had outrun the predator, but the predator was still sneakily observing the prey. When the prey let its guard down in relief, then the predator would lunge. Jiao Manyang, Mu Bai, Jiang Xiaoshu, Song Feiyao, and Bai Mai were the preys, and the hunter was the ocean serpent demon between the two buildings. The ocean serpent demon was lazy, quiet, and in no hurry. It patrolled its territory with patience. Little movements didn't escape its sight. It had discovered the 5 sneaky humans long ago. It was different from the other unruly and testy sea beasts that roared and attacked the moment they saw a human. It silently stared at the 5 people who thought they were smart enough to avoid its sight by weaving through the buildings below. The group of stupid, narrow-minded humans seemed to have forgotten that noble beings did not require eyes to keep track of their surroundings. The deep-sea cold pond scales on the ocean serpent demon were sensitive to all temperature changes in its surroundings. When it opened its eyes, it could see the slow process of those flying insects flapping their wings. When it closed its eyes, it could visualize the 5-kilometer radius around it as a temperature map. The temperature of humans was too easy to identify, so these 5 humans fell into its trap from the start. Boom! As the building collapsed, glass shattered all over the floor. Some desks and chairs slid out of the broken wall in piles and fell on the street. On the messy street, a golden diamond shield appeared around Zhao Manyang. Jiang Xiaoshu and Mr. Bai Mai were within the shield as well. The head of the ocean serpent demon was still hanging above the high-rise building. Part of its body wrapped around the fallen golden-brown office building, and the other part filled the wide street. Its weight cracked the asphalt road. The golden diamond shield was Zhao Manyang's trump card. However, his defense could only last a few minutes when facing such a terrifying ruler-level demon. Mu Bai was in the smashed shop at the end of the street, his chest was covered in blood. He struggled to push himself off the floor. As his body swayed, his legs and limbs trembled violently. The trembling was not because of fear, but because of the fierce attack by the ocean serpent demon. Some of his bones were already broken. The ocean serpent demon was still looking in their direction from its position above them. It looked away from Zhao Manyang's golden diamond shield and looked at Mu Bai, who was still alive, with interest. Mu Bai, let's run in different directions. We can't all die here. Zhao Manyang shouted urgently. Mu Bai turned his palms. Many silkworms appeared on it. They burrowed into Mu Bai's skin and bones and repaired his broken body. Mu Bai could finally stand on steady feet. His limbs stopped trembling. The ice pen and snow inkstone had rolled down into the sewer. Mu Bai wanted to summon them, but a long tail stood between Mu Bai and his magical equipment. The ice pen and snow inkstone could not return because of its terrifying aura. Mu Bai's ice magic would be severely affected if he did not have these 2 powerful magical equipment. You guys run. I'll deal with it. Mu Bai wiped off his blood. Song Feiyo was unconscious at a distance from Mu Bai. She was the second person the ocean serpent demon had attacked. She had avoided it just in time with her magic shield, but the powerful attack had sent her flying. It would take time for her to regain her consciousness. Are you crazy? How can you fight it alone? Zhao Manyang shouted. Nothing is impossible. Mu Bai breathed heavily. Some strange bee holes appeared all over his body. Those bizarre star bugs that once appeared in the Helan mountain bug valley flew out one after another and quickly formed a cloud of bugs. These bizarre star bugs could absorb the power of the soul. It could weaken the powerful creature's magic. Mu Bai had deliberately brought some worm eggs and cultivated them in the last few days. Unfortunately, he hadn't had enough time to cultivate more of them. If Mu Bai had a month, he could double the number of the star bugs. It allowed him to achieve the terrifying suppressing and weakening ability of the bug valley. The bizarre star bugs flew. They were small, but they had a strange power of evasion. Soon, these star bugs were attached to the tail and body of the ocean serpent demon, and their wings lit up. The ocean serpent demon tried to drive them away but failed. However, the ocean serpent demon did not panic. It even found Mu Bai's trick very funny. After all, these star bugs were useless if it killed Mu Bai. The star bugs feed at a very slow speed. Before they could feed on it enough to weaken its power, the ocean serpent demon would already have killed Mu Bai and the others. The eyes of the ocean serpent demon revealed its murderous intent. It found the humans boring and wanted to kill them all. In midair, a winged shadow passed by very quickly. The ocean serpent demon shifted its attention to the shadow, and the scales on its whole body shrank. Its aura suddenly became frightening. The ocean serpent demon lost its cool and became angry and sensitive. The winged man was Shaoli, who was instructed to look for the person who possessed fusion magic. He happened to pass by and saw the ocean serpent demon attacking the humans. Eagle-winged Shaoli was helpless. He had a matter of utmost importance to attend to. If he fought the ocean serpent demon, he would be greatly delayed. He had to make a choice, no matter how cruel it was. He felt sorry for the young mags on the street. Eagle-winged Shaoli glanced at the golden diamond shield that surrounded and protected the mags. In the end, he chose to leave them. He swallowed the helplessness and humiliation he felt. However, something caught his eyes and stopped him. He flew down, avoiding the ocean serpent demon's attacks. "Shushu, what are you doing here?" Eagle-winged Shaoli landed in front of Zhao Manyang. Jiang Xiaoshu was stunned. "Shaoli." Jiang Xiaoshu was so happy that she almost cried. She had not expected to meet her cousin, Jiang Shaoli, here. D***RN it. Eagle-winged Shaoli was about to scold her, but the ocean serpent demon was venting all its killing intent on him. Eagle-winged Shaoli had not wanted to get involved in this fight. This place was very close to the Bund and had many powerful godly hordes, which surrounded the demon lord. It was not a place common people would approach. Jiang Shaoli wondered why Xiaoshu was here.